Chapter 35:15. Lu Yin grabbed one of the golden slashes and looked at it. It looked like a big golden wing, and it was hot to the touch, as if there were countless blades trying to tear him apart. However, these blades were useless against him. He raised the golden wing in his palm and flicked it. The golden wing tore through the void, ignoring time, and slashed directly at the big golden wing's body. The big golden wing was unharmed. Lu Yin was shocked. How could its defense be so strong? He did not believe it. Countless golden slashes covered the sky, and Lu Yin allowed them to fall. Power flowed through his body, and the big golden wing's slashes could not touch him at all. He then returned the slashes. From an outsider's perspective, there were two colliding golden lights in the sky. Sparks filled the sky, and they could be seen in the distant sky. Old Tao's voice suddenly entered Lu Yin's ears. "Boss, be careful of the big golden wing's claws. It once left 3 claw marks on Emperor No." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Emperor No was known as the Undying Emperor. No one could kill it, and no one knew how strong its physical strength was. It could be said that it was the strongest beast in the spiritualized universe, and no one could compare to it. This big golden wing could leave 3 claw marks on Emperor No. Also, it cultivates the 7th rank technique, spiritualization. Boss understands spiritualization. The so-called spiritualization is sealed by the universe, and this spiritualization is similar to being sealed by the universe. It forms a defense that has accumulated over time. When it fought with Bao Qi for Xianxia's position, even when Bao Qi attacked with the cauldron bell, it only caused it to spit out blood. It did not completely break through its defense. Lu Yin was once again surprised by the big golden wing's strength. No wonder it had asked Wuxia to pave the way for it. It had the qualifications to succeed Xianxia. As long as it could defeat the other competitors and break through to the bitter adversity realm, the big golden wing would be the next Xianxia. But whether it was the 10,000 beast territory or the spiritualized universe, everyone had underestimated Lu Yin. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Yu Xianxia knew how strong Lu Yin was. In front of him, a golden light flashed. The big golden wing waved its claws and tore at Lu Yin. The perception Immortal looked over and was quite afraid. The big golden wing's divine claw had shocked even Emperor No. If the third boss dared to take it head-on, he would be in trouble. The divine claw above Lu Yin's head, and the big golden wing's eyes filled with murderous intent. Die. Lu Yin looked up and reached out with both hands to grab the divine claw. Everyone's eyes widened. They had all heard of the legend of the Great Golden Wing. Even Xianxia Wuhuang was left with a claw mark. Could the third boss withstand it? In the distant starry skies, Old Tao was stunned. "Boss, I've already warned you, yet you still dare to resist?" Mr. Li and Wuxia were watching from below. This attack might be able to determine the outcome of the battle. The 10,000 beast border was destined to have another Xianxia. The great golden winged divine claw's sharpness was restrained, and one couldn't see anything special about it. However, Lu Yin could feel that the divine claw's piercingly cold aura made him fearful. His arms were covered with Palm Realm battle force, but that was not enough. Lu Yin was confident that his physical strength was unparalleled, but that did not mean that no one could surpass him. For example, the one true god Yu Xianxia or even Sovereign Wu might not be any weaker than him. The soil spread and covered the battle aura of the Mastery Realm. This was the mortal world. At that moment, Lu Yin suddenly thought of the ancient god realm. He had broken through to the next level of the Sovereign Realm, the Sovereign Realm. The blackish-gray battle force was something that even Lightning Lord Jiang Feng envied. As the divine claw descended, Lu Yin reached out with both hands and grabbed it. The world rumbled and fell silent for a second. Then a sharp aura swept out horizontally as if splitting the universe in two. In the distance, many cultivators happened to be on this level, and their bodies were cut in half at the waist. They did not even know why they had died. Old Tao and the others happened to be below this level. The sharp aura swept past them, causing their scalps to go numb. Palace Mistress Yao's expression turned ugly. The great golden-winged divine claw was terrifyingly strong. Along the way, the third mistress had encountered no weaker than herself. Number 1 under Xianxia? This title was more of a compliment than a fact. However, the third mistress opponents were all people who had competed for the position of Xianxia. To a certain extent, they could be considered experts at Xianxia's level. At this moment, the one who felt the most sullen and wanted to curse the most was the Star Toad. In order to see the battle clearly, it had crouched on top of the pole. The sharp aura had almost cut it, causing its scalp to go cold. Although the aura could not kill it, it could still tear its skin a little. It would bleed. Luin, that bastard, and that golden mixed bird. Now no one cared about the cultivators who had died from the shockwaves. Everyone stared at the sky above the abyss, where the great golden-winged divine claw and Luin were motionless. Everyone looked at the great golden-winged divine claw. The divine claw was tightly grasped by Luin. On Lu Yin's arm, the mortal world's soil and palm realm battle force were torn apart. The sharpness even tore open Lu Yin's skin and flesh. It could be said that it had broken through Lu Yin's defense limit. No wonder it could leave a claw mark on Wu Huang. Lu Yin's arm was torn apart, but the great golden-winged divine claw was not happy at all. Impossible, how could this human block it? He could actually resist its divine claw like Wu Huang Xianxia? Being able to leave 3 claw marks on Wu Huang was not something the great golden-winged divine claw was proud of. It had wanted to tear Wu Huang's body apart, but it had only left 3 claw marks. However, that had been a huge blow to the great golden-winged divine claw. Instead, it had turned into a spiritual treasure, wanting to have the same defensive power as Wu Huang. At this moment, Lu Yin had dealt it another blow. Its divine claw had also left 3 claw marks on Lu Yin's arm, but that was all. Lu Yin praised, "Not bad. I underestimated you." The great golden-winged divine claw stared at Lu Yin with its sharp eyes. This human had not used his full strength. In the next moment, it felt that its body was out of control. Then its neck was hit by a huge force. It was dizzy. Everything in front of its eyes was upside down and its body fell rapidly. Lu Yin had just grabbed the great golden-winged divine claw and punched it. However, it only knocked the great golden-winged divine claw down. It still did not break the spiritual treasure. Whether it was the sharpness of the divine claw or the defense of the spiritual treasure, this great golden-winged divine claw was definitely qualified to compete for the position of Xianxia. However, it was still far from being able to defeat him. The direction of their battle was too obvious. The onlookers watched as the great golden-winged divine claw fell. It was a golden meteor. It happened to smash not far from Wuxia. Above the abyss, only Lu Yin's clothes were torn. The claw marks on his arm quickly disappeared. He turned to look at the thought immortal. The thought immortal's scalp went numb. He took out a pen made of water and smiled awkwardly. "Let's make it clear first. I won't compete for the position of Xianxia. Give me face and let Qingyun go. We can talk things out." Lu Yin's gaze was cold. "If you attack me, it means that you're prepared to die." The thought immortal coughed. "That's not true. Speaking of which, why are you so stubborn? Isn't it just Qingyun? There are many beautiful women in the spiritualized universe. If you want one, I'll find one for you. Let Qingyun go. Everyone can talk things out. What do you think?" Looking at the thought immortal's expectant gaze, Lu Yin did not answer. His gaze swept to the other side. There was a group of onlookers. When those cultivators saw Lu Yin looking over, they subconsciously retreated. They felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Why was the third master looking at them? They were just watching and would not attack. Lu Yin's gaze exerted great pressure on those people. It caused the cultivators in that direction to continuously disperse. Only an old man with a walking stick sat shakily on a rock. Initially, the cultivators in that direction did not pay much attention to the old man. There were all kinds of people in the world of cultivation. However, as the crowd dispersed, the direction that Lu Yin was looking at was completely exposed. It was that old man. The old man looked up. His face was like a decaying tree root. There was still dust in his wrinkles. Many women felt nauseous looking at him. "Old man, how much longer are you going to watch?" Lu Yin's voice was heard. Facing Wuxia and Big Golden Wings, he did not kill them directly because of this old man. There was an old man here. On the ground, countless eyes fell on the old man. On the other side of the abyss, in the direction of the Zhikong domain, Mr. Li looked at the old man. First he was puzzled. Then his gaze changed. The old salamander? Further away, Elder Yu exhaled. This old man is here. Has he not given up on the position of Xianxia? The old salamander. I remember now. That is the old salamander of the 10,000 beasts border, someone exclaimed. Many people were shocked and looked at the old man. The old salamander was an old man who had lived for a very long time. He had lived longer than Emperor Wu and even Yu Xianxia. He had seen generations of Xianxia, witnessed the secret rumors of the Intellicong domain becoming the master of the Intellicong domain. He had also witnessed the many battles between Xianxia and Xianxia. He was a living history. No one had expected that the old salamander would actually come. A little fellow walked out from behind the old man. His face was like jade and he looked very young. However, his eyes were filled with arrogance. Lu Yin had seen this little fellow before. In Ring Sun City he was the first one to merge with the sun, and his aura was extraordinary. At this moment the little salamander also looked at Lu Yin. He had a much deeper impression of Lu Yin. He had merged with the sun of the 9 domains, but Lu Yin had broken the rules and caused the sun to descend on Ring Sun City, ruining his plans to become famous. The salamander should have hated Lu Yin, but after hearing about Lu Yin's battles he did not dare to. This was a ruthless person who reminded him of Emperor Wu. He did not know why he had come with the old salamander today. Especially now when Lu Yin's gaze fell, his heart trembled. The old salamander looked up at Lu Yin. I'm not here to fight for the position of Xianxia. I just want to see the 3rd manager's glory. Lu Yin stood above the spatial abyss, using karma to resist the backlash of karma. The god sealing catalog was enveloped in golden light, making him look like a god. 3 times. Lu Yin's voice resounded through the world. You've shown killing intent 3 times. The first time I entered Bao Qi's silent power using the cauldron bell. The second time the bell shattered and Mother Tong attacked. The third time the great golden claw descended. You've shown killing intent 3 times. Old man, do you think I'm blind? Everyone was at a loss. They did not understand why the old salamander wanted to kill the 3rd manager. Although the Dayu Villa and the 10,000 Beasts border were enemies, the old salamander had always stood aloof from worldly affairs. He had only borrowed the territory of the 10,000 Beasts border to enjoy his old age. He had never participated in the wars of the 10,000 Beasts border. As for the position of Xianxia, he had stopped participating in it a long time ago. Why did he want to attack now? Chapter 35:16. Hearing Lu Yin's words, the little salamander was afraid. Grandpa Yu? The old salamander patted the little salamander's head and looked at Lu Yin. Killing intent is killing intent. I didn't attack. Lu Yin said coldly, you can attack. There's no need to ask for a reason. Anyone in this spiritualized universe can attack me. As he spoke he looked around. I'm sure you all know my background. If you want to kill me, come at me. I'm Lu Yin, the 3rd head of the Dayu Villa. Don't try to hide. I can pick all the experts in this spiritualized universe. Who won't submit? Lu Yin's words shook the starry sky. It was like a gust of wind that swept through Qin Yun, causing her long hair to flutter. She stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He could pick all the experts in the world. This person was invincible. Rumu Mu's smile widened. Palace Mistress Yao, Old Tao and the rest were excited. Although the 3rd head was injured, he was still full of energy. Su Wang and Li Shou gave Lu Yin a thumbs up. The star toad rolled its eyes and raised its pitchfork. It also gave a thumbs up. After all, it was from the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin's words angered countless cultivators. They wanted to attack but they didn't dare to. Who would dare to attack Lu Yin today? They were all top experts who were qualified to compete for the position of Xianxia. The thought Immortal sighed and had a headache. He didn't care about these things. The spiritualized universe, the Tianyuan universe and Yu Xianxia had nothing to do with him. However, he had to take Qin Yun away. He knew how much the 9th spirit cared about the siblings. As long as he saved Qin Yun, he would have a chance against the 9th spirit. Thinking of this, his heart shook. He felt that he had to go. The foolish old man looked at Lu Yin. How good would it be if this kid was from the spiritualized universe? In the distance, the old salamander praised. 3rd head, I admire you. However, you shouldn't be lawless and deny the rules of your ancestors. That's not good. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Breaking the rules? The old salamander said, some rules can be broken but some cannot. For example, human and beast molts can't be together. Lu Yin laughed. 8 willows and a yao, that is the love that my Dayu Mountain Villa witnessed. If you have the ability, then go ahead and attack the 10,000 beasts border. Let's see if that Wu Huang has the ability to tear down my 10,000 beasts border. Let's see if you, old man, have the ability to tear down my 10,000 beasts border. Lu Yin's voice shook the void, causing even the Intelliski domain to tremble. He didn't care about the old salamander at all. So what if it had lived for a long time? This old fellow had tried to kill him 3 times. Just this point alone made it impossible for him to leave safely. The little salamander trembled in fear. It had always thought that its bearing was outstanding, but it felt like it was looking up at a giant in front of this domineering Lu Yin. The old salamander placed his hand on the young salamander's head and comforted it gently. Stay back. Open your eyes and watch this battle. You will benefit greatly in the future. The little salamander thought of the battle at Ring Sun City. She subconsciously grabbed the old salamander's hand and said, "Grandpa, we don't have to fight for the 10,000 beasts border." The old salamander sighed. "We are not helping the 10,000 beasts border. We are helping ourselves. Child, if Grandpa dies, you must not seek revenge. Grandpa has no enmity with this third master. It's just that our standpoints are different." The little salamander grabbed the old salamander's sleeve and whispered with its back to Lu Yin, "I know Grandpa is paving the way for Big Golden Wing." The old salamander's gaze shook. He smiled and said, "Don't think too much." After that he pushed the little salamander away, got up and walked towards Lu Yin. With every step his aura became stronger. With every step the decaying aura on his body became fainter. After a few steps the old salamander's body grew several times taller. The deep wrinkles on his face disappeared. His gaze swept past Lu Yin and looked at the perception Immortal. "Fourth water Immortal, you are not a match for this third master alone. This old man is shameless. I want to join forces with you to fight this person." The perception Immortal hurriedly said, "I don't want to fight with this third master. I just want him to let Qin Yun go." As he spoke he looked at Lu Yin expectantly. "Third master Qin has a bad temper. I will find you a good one. I guarantee you will be satisfied. How about it?" Lu Yin did not even look at him. His gaze was fixed on the old salamander. This old man gave him a sense of danger. Although it was not as strong as Xianxia's, it was definitely a sense of danger. Some old men might not be very strong when they were young, but the older they got, the more terrifying they became. This was especially true for this kind of living history. Who knew what he had cultivated? At this moment a golden light shot up from the ground. It was from Big Golden Wing. Big Golden Wing flew towards Lu Yin. Its divine claws were aimed at Lu Yin's head. It turned into a spirit treasure and wanted to fight Lu Yin head-on. The old salamander shook his head. He raised his walking stick and smashed it towards Lu Yin. The walking stick became countless times larger in an instant. It covered the sky and blocked the golden light of Big Golden Wing and the God Sealing Catalog. It smashed down towards Lu Yin from above. Lu Yin raised his hand and the walking stick came crashing down. With a bang, the huge vibration stopped Big Golden Wing's momentum. The strong pressure fell like a curtain of dark gray rain. The moment it came into contact with the ground, it shattered it. Lu Yin's power circulated around his body. He blocked the walking stick with one hand and cracks spread along his palm. The old salamander held the walking stick and pressed it down again. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This old man's strength was so great that he had a whole new level of respect for him. It looked like it was about to die. This was the limit of a living being's strength. The walking stick bent slowly. The old salamander's strength and Lu Yin's strength caused the walking stick to bend continuously. Finally, it broke completely and scattered into the sky. Big Golden Wing rushed out of the broken pieces of the walking stick. Its divine claws swept past and its golden pupils shrank. What was this? The sound of metal clashing rang out. The divine claws collided with the hook. In front of Big Golden Wing, a black stream of air floated past. Lu Yin had used the Grim Reaper transformation. His pure black eyes met the golden eyes of Big Golden Wing, causing Big Golden Wing to feel a chill. The hair that fell to his waist fluttered in the wind. The black gas from the rotating nebula turned into chains that spiraled behind him. His body was branded with dark red lines. White gas formed a shield on his left arm and he held the giant hook in his right hand. The black gas behind him rose like clouds. At this moment Lu Yin looked like a demon. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out again and Big Golden Wing was sent flying by Go Lian. Big Golden Wing turned around and struck out with its divine claws again. Although Big Golden Wing did not focus on strength, it did not lack strength in its beast form. It might not be comparable to Yushan, but it was not much weaker. This was especially true for someone who dared to fight for Xianxia's position. Lu Yin gripped Go Lian tightly and slashed. The divine claws collided with Go Lian. Sparks scattered and ignited the void. Countless people were stunned. What kind of image was that? The third master had actually become like that. All the cultivators were stunned. They had never seen Lu Yin like that before. In the past, Lu Yin had been arrogant, but now he was invincible. Many of the spectators were women, and many of them were hostile towards Lu Yin because of Zhou Xian. However, at this moment, they were all stunned as they stared at Lu Yin, who was holding Go Lian and suppressing Big Golden Wing. Their expressions kept changing. He was too handsome. This third master was too domineering. His name was Lu Yin. He was Big Brother Lu. In the distance, old Tao's jaw dropped. What kind of image was this? Qin Yun's breathing quickened as she stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Lu Yin did not know how much shock his image would bring to the spiritualized cultivators. He had climbed up the ranks of the Tianyuan universe step by step until he became the master of the Tianyuan universe. This had to do with his strength, bearing, and responsibility, but also his image. In the final battle of the Heavenly Star Supreme Tournament, Lu Yin had used the Reaper transformation to defeat the combined forces of the Prime Clear and the others. The image of that moment had been replayed countless times throughout the Tianyuan universe, and no one who had seen that battle would ever forget it. Lu Yin's impression of himself was that he was invincible, that he was as powerful as a god. At this moment, this image appeared in the spiritualized universe, accompanied by the Big Golden Wing being smashed down like a meteor. Below, Wuxia hurriedly moved out of the way and Big Golden Wing smashed right into her position. There was a loud boom and dust filled the air. Lu Yin swung his chain down, wanting to grab Big Golden Wing. The old salamander took out a walking stick from somewhere and said, "Third Master, this old man admires your strength." Lu Yin looked up with his pure black eyes. "Old man, I'll send you on your way." Go Lian then slashed horizontally. It looked like an ordinary slash, but it contained Wu Tian's many years of research into weapons. The old salamander's gaze turned cold and he raised his walking stick to block Go Lian. Bang! Another metallic sound rang out and the walking stick split into two. Go Lian's blade slashed towards the old salamander, but the old salamander pointed out with a finger. Lu Yin raised a brow and Go Lian slashed out, causing blood and a finger to spurt out. It was the old salamander's finger, which had been severed by Go Lian. Where did this old man get the confidence to take Go Lian's slash with his body? That was a blade that could suppress Big Golden Wing's claw. It wasn't pure death aura, but rather battle aura of the Palm Realm mortal world soil and Lu Yin's strength. Although the Grim Reaper transformation still looked the same, its combat power wasn't purely derived from the Grim Reaper transformation. The old salamander retreated and his finger was severed. He turned to look at the Perception Immortal. "Junior, are you still not going to attack? Once I'm defeated, it'll be even harder for you to fight alone." This third master's image has changed greatly. This is his trump card and it'll be over if you defeat him at this moment. The Perception Immortal was still resisting Lu Yin's consciousness. Hearing the old salamander's words, he felt that it made sense. The third master had been severely injured by Bao Qi at the cost of breaking his cauldron bell. His current transformation must be his trump card, or else he wouldn't have appeared in the previous battle. "Let's fight." In his hand the pen danced. Stream, boiling rain, Zhenhe, parting sea. Four waters deity. As the pen danced, part of the water resisted Lu Yin's consciousness, and part of the water flowed towards him. Lu Yin turned his gaze and frowned. His consciousness planet rotated and gathered. The Great Sky-Carving Disc. No one expected Lu Yin to have learned the Great Sky-Carving Disc of the Consciousness Universe's 13 celestial phenomena in action. As soon as the Great Sky-Carving Disc appeared, the Perception Immortal coughed up blood. Some of his water flow had already been diverted, and it was extremely difficult for him to resist Lu Yin's increased consciousness. "Old salamander, I can't hold on any longer." The old salamander stared at Lu Yin's surroundings. He wanted to see through Lu Yin. However, even Mr. Mu couldn't see through Lu Yin's cultivation. Mr. Mu was once the master of a universe. He could cut off the river of time and stabilize the mirage domain. Lu Yin didn't know how strong he was at his peak, but he wasn't someone the old salamander could fight against. The old salamander couldn't see through Lu Yin, so he could only bite the bullet and attack. At this moment his severed finger had already recovered. He raised his hand and pointed at Lu Yin again. Chapter 35:17. Lu Yin brandished Zhou Xian. This time it wasn't just his finger that was chopped off, but rather his entire arm. The old salamander's blood splattered across space as his entire arm was chopped off. However, he was still attacking with his other hand. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He didn't understand why the old salamander was doing this, but there was definitely a problem. This old man had lived for too long, so long that it made people panic. Since that was the case, Lu Yin grabbed Zhou Xian and slashed down at the old salamander. The old salamander stood in place and didn't even look at Zhou Xian's attack. He only focused on pointing out. Zhou Xian slashed at the old salamander without any resistance, splitting him in two. At that moment the old salamander actually smiled. "I did it." Fresh blood splattered down from the sky. The spectating cultivators hadn't expected the old salamander to be split in two so easily. Wasn't he already dead? How could it be so fast? Was it that simple? Was the third master's strength so terrifying after transforming his appearance? The little salamander stood on the ground, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth as he stared at the scene. He wanted to see it. His grandfather wanted him to see it, and he wanted to see it to the end. The perception immortal was stunned. This was too fast. This old man had tricked him. In the wisdom void domain, Mr. Li frowned. This was impossible. The old salamander's aura was so strong that even Mr. Li was apprehensive. He was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity, so he shouldn't have died so easily. In the distance, Elder Yu exhaled. That old man had succeeded. In the entire spiritualized universe, there weren't many who understood the old salamander, but only those who understood him knew how terrifying he was. The old salamander had lived for too long, so long that generations of powerhouses had died. The spiritualized universe's sequence foundations had been created by those powerhouses who had died. If the old salamander lived from the moment a sequence foundation was created until the sequence foundation was completed, would the sequence method he cultivated be similar to the sequence foundation? The answer was yes. Regardless of whether it was the old salamander, Xianxia, or Emperor Wu, these old fellows had forcefully cultivated their sequence methods into something similar to the sequence foundation. This was because they had lived for too long and had plenty of time. This kind of sequence method that was similar to the base of sequences was not called the base of sequences. It could be called the deified sequence or the irreversible sequence. This kind of sequence referred to the cultivation of a certain sequence method to the great perfection, resulting in an even more terrifying ability. The old salamander had practiced a skill called 8 Hands of the Closed Door. It wasn't ranked very high, but after countless years of practice he was able to practice 8 Hands of the Closed Door until he was deified. That gave him a different power. As for being killed, it was impossible. The old salamander's spiritualization talent was perfect rebirth. What was a perfect rebirth? Lu Yin had seen it for himself. He watched as the old salamander's body fell and then reconnected. Its aura didn't weaken at all. Lu Yin wasn't surprised by this scene. It would have been surprising if the old man had been killed so easily, but what did he mean when he said that he had succeeded? When the perception immortal saw that the old salamander wasn't dead, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was scared to death. If the old man had died, he would be in trouble. Then it wouldn't be a problem of whether he could get Qingyun back, but whether he could escape. The old salamander moved his body and looked at Lu Yin. He exclaimed, "Third master is really invincible. Although my body isn't hard, ordinary people can't do anything to it. I can't even block one slash from you." There was a starry sky in Lu Yin's heart. There was definitely a problem. He found it. There were 3 sequence particles on his body. They were so small that they were almost invisible. These 3 sequence particles were left behind by the old salamander after 3 attacks. This reminded him of Qi Zun's 3 words. Was it similar? Lu Yin immediately tried to disperse them, but he realized that he couldn't. Whether it was the starry sky in his heart that didn't get close to him or using his own strength, he couldn't disperse the 3 sequence particles. How could it be? It seems like Third Master has noticed it. I'm impressed again. Even a spiritual prime powerhouse can't detect my strength. The old salamander sighed. Then he looked at the perception immortal. 4th water immortal, you can attack now. Third master can't stop you. The perception immortal was doubtful. Are you sure? The old salamander was confident. My deified sequence is not for show. The perception immortal's pupils shrank. Deified sequence? Lu Yin was surprised. Deified sequence? He had never heard of it. At this time old Tao's voice sounded in his ear. Master, the deified sequence refers to cultivating one's sequence method to the level of the base sequence and giving birth to a different kind of power. The old salamander cultivated to the level of the deified sequence. He has lived for so long that time has passed. Actually, this is just a legend. Or rather, it's a possibility. Very few people can cultivate their sequence method to the level of the base sequence. You have to be careful. The sequence method that the old salamander cultivated is called the 8 Hands of Sealing Gate. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. 8 Hands of Sealing Gate? He had encountered the 8 of the base sequence and experienced their power, but it was different from the old salamanders. When a sequence method was cultivated to this level, it would produce different powers depending on the person. 4 Waters Deity. The perception immortal attacked again and the water swept towards Lu Yin. His attack had been suppressed by Lu Yin's great sky-stripping disc. At this moment he endured the dizziness and was bleeding from his orifices as he desperately attacked. Lu Yin threw out the chain and rushed into the water, heading towards the perception immortal. The moment the chain entered the water, it melted. Lu Yin was surprised. A chain that could melt the death aura? The sequence particles around the old salamander surged. The blood that was originally floating in the air twisted and then grew, turning into old salamanders. However, they were not as big as the old salamander. There were 8 of them heading towards Lu Yin. 8 Hands of Sealing Gate. Lu Yin retracted the chain and the water flowed towards him. Lu Yin struck out with his palm and a terrifying power stopped the water flow. However, the power was constantly being dissolved. The water flow's ability to dissolve was terrifying. This was the combination of 4 battle techniques. The perception immortal panted heavily. Brother, you're the man who's going to create the sequence rules. The combination of 4 battle techniques can assimilate all things. This sequence rule will be called the 9th Loaf Spirit. Everyone who heard this was stunned. This name was shameless. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he watched the water flow approach. Behind him, the black air flow rotated and moved towards the water flow. Suddenly, the sequence particles in 3 places vibrated, causing the air flow behind him to be obstructed. Lu Yin hurriedly struck out with his palm, wanting to use his power to delay the water flow. However, he found that his power was also obstructed. This feeling was as if someone had locked his body, locking his movements, his power, and his thoughts. The water flow whizzed past and enveloped Lu Yin. 8 smaller salamanders stood in 8 directions around Lu Yin and attacked at the same time. They continuously sealed Lu Yin's combat power. He knew very well that the water flow alone might not be able to melt this person. The great golden wings soared, and a golden slash entered the water flow and slashed towards Lu Yin. The right summer also appeared, and the eternal flame flowed through the void and entered the water flow. Attacks entered the water flow one after another, drowning Lu Yin. No one could see clearly. Everyone stared at this scene. Silence. This 3rd master would not be able to withstand the combined attacks of so many experts. Although the perception immortal was shameless, he was definitely extremely powerful. This was especially true for the 4 Waters immortal who could assimilate anything. However, the most powerful person in this battle was still the old salamander. No one knew what he had planned, but Lu Yin could not resist the water flow and could not even escape. Many people looked at Bao Qi, who had died in battle. His corpse was still standing there. The 3rd master was already invincible. Who else in this spiritual universe could make so many powerhouses work together? Mr. Li stared at the sky. Was it really over? In the distance, old Tao's heart was raised. He could not imagine how Lu Yin could survive being surrounded by 2 tribulation transcendents and 2 primordial realm powerhouses, especially when all 4 of them were powerful enough to compete for Sang Tian's position. Only the star-toad grinned. Was it over? What kind of joke was this? That brat had not even used his full strength. The Grim Reaper's transformation was just a facade that the brat had created so that others would think that he had exposed his trump card. But what was his true trump card? No one in the Tianyuan universe knew. It was time to unleash his full power. The star-toad's gaze turned solemn as it sensed a desolate aura. It was not the only one. Everyone in the Wisdom Sky domain and around the spatial abyss felt a chill sweep past them. They could not help but tremble. What was going on? Why did they feel cold? In the sky, the old salamander and the perception immortal's expressions changed at the same time. Oh no, it was not over yet. With a whoosh, the Zhou Xian reached out of the water flow and slashed horizontally. The black slash circled around and cut a circle, splitting the entire sky into two. The 8 old salamanders were directly shattered. The perception immortal's water flow, big goldwing's golden slash, and Wuxia's eternal flame were all severed. Lu Yin walked out of the water flow without a single wound on his body. Even the melted chains had recovered. His pure black eyes glanced at the old salamander and the perception immortal, as well as Big Goldwing, who was not far away. You guys are really interesting. Creating sequence rules is not a sequence rule. You want to use a sequence rule to deal with me? What deified sequence? Even the base of the sequence can't deal with me. Lu Yin pointed at the old salamander with the Zhou Xian. Show me what you've got. They could not even begin to imagine how many different powers Lu Yin had cultivated. Even if the 3 Daoist shackles had locked him down, he could still break through them, and there was more than one way to do so. As for that assimilated flow of water, no matter what, it was just a type of sequence law. Even if it could be considered a destructive sequence law that had reached the level of the 3 realms 6 Daoist, so what? It was useless against Lu Yin. The old salamander was bitter. He had already shown his true abilities. The perception immortal's face twitched. This monster made his mind unstable. In the sky, the great sky-carving disc pressed down. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body fell and smashed onto the ground. All the cultivators were like the perception immortal. They looked at Lu Yin as if he was a monster. Was this guy really human? Xianxia was no match for him. Even several Xianxia experts could not defeat him. This made them think of Supreme Emperor and even Xianxia. No wonder this person dared to challenge all the experts in the world. It was too terrifying. Old Tao and the others were completely relieved. At the same time, they also felt that Lu Yin was a monster. Mr. Li was afraid. Every time he faced Lu Yin, he felt a sense of danger. This feeling could not be wrong. This person was too strong. High up in the sky, the old salamander smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's really hard to fight. The third master is invincible. I admire you. But no matter what, I have to suppress you today. Otherwise, my spiritualized universe will lose face. After he finished speaking, he looked in a direction. Still not coming out? If the 10,000 beasts border is wiped out, your royal god mountain will not have it easy. This person is not someone you can defeat alone. Chapter 35:18. There were more people. The surrounding cultivators were shocked. How many experts had been hidden to deal with this third head? Actually, after Lu Yin had defeated Bao Qi, some experts had already given up. Even so, there were still some who could take action, and such experts were even more powerful. The old salamander looked over and saw a middle-aged man walk out. He looked up at Lu Yin and said, I am Wu Jin from Royal God Mountain. This battle is for the position of Xianxia. The surrounding cultivators hurriedly dispersed. Another person had come to fight for the position of Xianxia. Someone commented, Wu Jin? I remember now. My family's records say that a powerhouse once walked out of Royal God Mountain. He used a technique to bring back the past and loved to collect ancient jade. His name was Wu Jin. Good name, Wu Jin. Speaking of which, brother, I have an ancient jade here. Every time I enter a dream, a fairy will float over. Unfortunately, my luck is shallow and I can't hear what the fairy is saying. Brother, do you want to buy it? Shut up, you swindler. Wait, I remember now. Royal God Mountain's Wu Jin is called Jade Sage, and he appeared a long time ago. He's an absolute powerhouse, and he seemed to have participated in the battle for the position of Xianxia. However, I don't remember which Xianxia it was. It's been too long. He's also an old guy. Why are all these old fellows here? They should have given up on the position of Xianxia. The day of the tribute spirit has arrived. If they become Xianxia at this time, they might be able to see a different scene from the Royal God Mountain's tribute spirit. It's not impossible for them to take another step forward. I have some say in this aspect. Speaking of which, every time I enter a dream, a fairy will float over. That scene is too beautiful to behold. To be honest, I feel sorry for that third head. If he had challenged Bao Qi's Xianxia after the day of the tribute spirit, there wouldn't have been so many old fellows. Although he's despicable, that third head isn't from our spiritualized universe. He's an enemy. That's true, brother, don't go. This ancient jade. Lu Yin looked down at Wu Jin. He had not sensed this person before as he had concealed his aura very well. This was another powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. When Bao Qi fought for the position of Xianxia, he encountered many experts and fought to the death. In the end, he relied on the cauldron bell to reach the end. Even so, he did not dare to fight for the position of Xianxia again and called those people mad dogs. In Lu Yin's battle there were even more of these mad dogs and they were even stronger. He didn't believe that Yu Xianxia wasn't involved. Have they all come out? Not necessarily. At this moment 2 figures walked out of the void, releasing powerful auras as they faced Wu Jin. Many cultivators looked over. Another expert? It was Dancing Butterfly World's Edge. Third Master, leave this person to us. Wu Jin looked at Dancing Butterfly Horizon solemnly. Even though Dancing Butterfly Horizon was a spirit prime, no one dared to underestimate them. If they worked together they definitely had the strength to fight against an expert from the bitter disaster realm. When did your Dancing Butterflies World's Horizon get together with this third master? Dia Wu coldly laughed. It's none of your business. Wu Jin's expression was calm. He wasn't angry. Tianya looked at Wu Jin and then swept his gaze around. Everyone is attacking third master here. Are you not taking Yu Manor seriously? The old salamander coughed. This battle is for Xianxia's position. It has nothing to do with our stance. Tianya smiled. Then we'd like to fight for it as well. You've joined Yu Manor? The golden-winged man asked, his voice cold and sharp. Dia Wu looked up in disgust. Your golden feathers are too dazzling. I'll pluck them out one by one later. The golden-winged man's claws curled. You're courting death. What about the primordial origin? The old salamander asked. Tianya and the old salamander exchanged glances. He'll appear when it's time. The old salamander was helpless. No one knew how deep Yu Manor's foundations were. After all, they were the top powerhouses of the Tianyuan universe. If they appeared, they wouldn't be able to deal with Third Master. Lu Yin spoke. You don't need to do anything. Dancing Butterfly World reminded Third Master that Wu Jin isn't easy to deal with. Lu Yin gripped Go Lian. It's fine. I've always wanted to challenge the world's experts, so it doesn't matter if there's one more or one less. Let's see how many experts from this spiritualized universe dare to appear. Dia Wu wanted to say something but Tianya stopped her. All right, we'll support Third Master from the side. Wu Jin soared into the sky and surrounded Lu Yin with the old salamander. The old salamander looked down. Is there anyone else? This is the first time he's come out, but I feel like this Third Master is still unfathomable. The surrounding cultivators were left speechless. This Third Master's form had already changed, so how could he still be unfathomable? Lu Yin was also waiting. There were still powers that had yet to make a move, especially Heaven's Hand. Heaven's Hand had used him to eliminate the experts vying for the position of Xianxia, and it was obvious that Heaven's Hand was also vying for the position of Xianxia. Once Lu Yin defeated the old salamander and the others, there would be no competition for the position of Xianxia. At that time, even Yu Xianxia wouldn't be able to stop Lu Yin from becoming Xianxia. How could Heaven's Hand not make a move? However, Lu Yin didn't sense any other hidden powerhouses. Lu Yin exhaled and tightened his grip on Go Lian. He shook it and a black and white aura swept out in all directions. If you don't want to come out, then I'll force you out. Wu Jin barked. Attack. He then faced Lu Yin and struck out with a palm. This palm ignored distance and Lu Yin had a strange feeling the moment it struck out. Was this the red dust? Carrying on the past and opening up a way for the future. This was Wu Jin. This was the red dust. Lu Yin hadn't expected Wu Jin to be the same as Xiao Chen, who had walked the path of the red dust. This path was difficult to walk, but once one walked it, they would become extremely powerful. Ordinary people would find it difficult to deal with Wu Jin's red dust palm. Even Bao Qi had been forced into the bitter adversity realm by the red dust path. However, Lu Yin didn't even need to dodge as he was currently suffering from a karmic backlash. What was the red dust? It was the path that a person had walked for half of their life. It was both cause and effect. Karma was greater than the red dust and the red dust was trapped within karma. This red dust palm couldn't break through the karmic backlash at all. This was because the red dust that this palm experienced was all under karma. Lu Yin took a step forward and slashed at Wu Jin with Go Lian. Wu Jin was shocked. How was this possible? His carrying on the past and opening up a way had no effect on this person. He hurriedly dodged, but Gou Lian's blade enveloped him. No matter how he tried to dodge, the blade would still land. Compared to Lu Yin, Wu Jin's use of weapons was slightly inferior. The old salamander's body suddenly transformed into his beast form and swung his tail at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's Gou Lian changed direction and slashed at the old salamander's tail. With a hiss, the old salamander's tail was severed and blood stained the sky. At the same time, Gou Lian changed direction again and slashed at Wu Jin. With the old salamander's delay, Wu Jin was able to avoid Gou Lian's slash. He was still in shock. The old salamander's voice rang out, "Be careful, this person's weapon technique is extremely strong. It seems to have been tempered thousands of times. Don't underestimate him." Wu Jin already felt it. He had cultivated for so many years and had faced all kinds of weapons including Gou Lian's slash, but he had never felt so powerless. Lu Yin raised Gou Lian again and slashed at Wu Jin. In front of Wu Jin, sequence particles spread wildly and devoured. Gou Lian slashed at the devouring sequence technique. The starry sky at the heart repelled the sequence particles, causing them to scatter. At the same time, Lu Yin's consciousness crashed down and pressed down on Wu Jin. On the ground, water rose, for water's deity. The thought Immortal made a move pathetically, panting with blood at the corner of his mouth. "I'm resisting his consciousness." Wu Jin's gaze turned cold. Lu Yin was shocked. Consciousness? He didn't expect Wu Jin to have cultivated consciousness as well, and had even reached the celestial grade. Lu Yin's head was dizzy, but it was only for a moment. Wu Jin held an ancient jade stone in his hand and struck at Gou Lian. The moment the jade stone collided with Gou Lian disappeared instantly. One jade, one world, one thought, one life. The old salamander's sharp claws fell and slapped Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin lost Gou Lian and a shadow loomed over his head. His consciousness was also resisted by Four Waters deity. The three bitter adversity realm powerhouses joined hands and forced him into a passive position. Everyone looked at this scene. They didn't believe that the third master could defeat three bitter adversity realm powerhouses at the same time. Even Sang Tian of the older generation would find it difficult. For example, Wu Huang and Zhang Ming, they might not be able to do it. The possibility of a draw was high, but the third master had been fighting for a long time and should have been heavily injured. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at Wu Jin. His expression was terrifyingly calm, causing Wu Jin's heart to sink. This person, the Qin ancestors' world turned into soil and instantly condensed into land. It turned into an even larger shadow that covered the entire spatial abyss and loomed over everyone's heads. The wordless heavenly book shone brightly. The human race had used the soil of the land to plant a sky. The soil was below and the sky was above. Now that the soil was in the sky, it was bound to overturn the sky, overturning sky palm. The old salamander was shocked. A concept battle technique. Boom. The world shook and the stars in the universe collapsed, spreading into the endless distance. The entire universe seemed to shake. Wu Jin and the old salamander were struck down, spitting out blood as they crashed to the ground. Only one figure was left in the sky. It was Lu Yin. The overturning sky palm's power varied according to the soil that had condensed into land. This overturning sky palm used the Qin ancestors' world as the soil and even condensed the power of the unbounded ancestors' world to illuminate the wordless heavenly book. Even he found it difficult to unleash this palm, but once it was unleashed, no one could resist it. This was the strongest overturning sky palm he had unleashed so far. It was as if the entire universe had been turned upside down. While the wandering immortal had resisted Lu Yin's consciousness, he had also suffered the might of the overturning sky palm. However, he had been standing on the ground and had not fallen like Wu Jin and the others, but his injuries were still not light. This monster actually had such a terrifying concept battle technique. The entire Wisdom Void territory was silent. Everyone stared blankly. A single overturning sky palm had defeated 3 Ku woes. This third master was truly heaven-defying. Mr. Li's expression turned ugly. He had actually wanted to attack earlier, but he was glad that he had not. In the distance, Elder Yu was shocked. This person's battle prowess could be considered the number one person in Sang Tian. In the distance, Old Tao and the others were also shocked. They had refreshed their understanding of Lu Yin's strength time and time again. This was the third master of the Dayu Villa, a supreme expert of the Tianyuan universe. Who in the spiritualized universe could fight against him? Qing Yun once again felt the domineering aura. Qing Zhao's mouth fell open. His impression of Lu Yin had completely changed. This guy was too abnormally strong. Chapter 35-19. Spatial abyss fell into a temporary silence. Lu Yin stood high in the sky looking down at the world. On the ground Wu Jin coughed up blood. He looked up and saw Lu Yin's cold gaze. How did this person cultivate? Why did he seem to know everything? Nearby, the thought Immortal was speechless. If he had known this would happen he would not have come. Now that he was riding a tiger it was hard to get off. Run, he would not be able to answer to the ninth spirit. Fight, he panicked. He was afraid of being beaten to death. The old salamander lay on the ground, panting. He looked around. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Come at me together. No one answered. Many cultivators subconsciously took a step back. Fight? They could not figure it out. In a one-on-one fight, other than Xianxia, who could win against the third head? He was too strong. Especially the primordial realm experts who had wanted to fight. They were so happy that they wanted to drink and celebrate. Fortunately they had not fought or they would have been dead. Wuxia's ever-bright flame and the golden light of the big golden wing were retracted. If Bao Qi and Meng Sang's fight for the position of Xianxia was a battle to the death, then Lu Yin's fight for the position of Xianxia was a one-sided fight. He had suppressed many experts with his own strength. These people were mad dogs to Bao Qi and the others, but they were sick dogs to Lu Yin. Now what everyone was most confused about was whether or not the third master was injured. Was that change in form his final trump card? Bao Qi's cauldron bell should have injured him. And the palm strike just now had suppressed 3 bitter disaster realm experts. It should have been his limit. Cough cough. It seems like this old man's life is really going to end here. The old salamander stood up and looked up at Lu Yin. Third head, please give me a dignified death, the same as Bao Qi's. Lu Yin looked at the old salamander. How you die is up to me. The old salamander was helpless. Wu Jin, 4 waters immortal, go all out. The thought Immortal felt his scalp tingle. Why was he still calling him? He wanted to escape. Wu Jin held the jade stone. Blood dripped down his palm. He pressed the jade stone on his forehead. It was like a third eye had opened. Go all out. The old salamander roared. He clenched his claws and opened them. A transparent cube appeared. Fight. Wu Jin thought Immortal, big golden wings and Wuxia attacked at the same time. However, their target was not Lu Yin, but the huge cube that the old salamander had created. That's the old salamander's innate gift, which allows him to change the enemy's form. He's been fighting with you for so long because he's been changing your form. That cube is you and that's a homogeneous attack. Tianya's voice sounded in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin was shocked. There was such a thing? Just as he thought of this, Wu Jin and the others' attacks had already landed on the cube. In an instant Lu Yin withstood 4 attacks. He didn't even try to block them and he didn't even have the time to do so. His body simultaneously felt the pain of being attacked, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Streams of light shuttled back and forth around his body, reversing time for a second. Lu Yin then used the reverse step to parallel time in an attempt to snatch the cube. The old salamander blocked with his body. They knew that Lu Yin could reverse time, so how could they let Lu Yin snatch the cube? Everything was within their expectations. Lu Yin tore apart the old salamander's body and was greeted by Wu Jin's blood-stained third eye. Blood flowed down his forehead, seemingly splitting his face into 2. An indescribable attack landed on the cube, causing Lu Yin to spit out another mouthful of blood. Big golden wings flapped its claws and attacked Lu Yin from behind, wanting to tear his body apart. In the distance, Dancing Butterfly Horizon was about to attack, but suddenly, a sense of danger descended from the other side of the spatial abyss, from Mr. Li. Mr. Li had been staring at Dancing Butterfly Horizon the entire time, preventing them from attacking. Dancing Butterfly Horizon was restrained by Mr. Li and Big Golden Wings' claws descended. This time, Lu Yin didn't turn around to receive the attack. He was confident that he could tear Lu Yin's body apart. The cube's homogeneous attack was only one of the things that attracted Lu Yin to snatch it. Whatever Lu Yin would do was within the old salamander's expectations. It could be said that this was the moment they had been waiting for. 2 spirit primes, 3 bitter adversity realms, 5 top powerhouses working together, and Bao Qi Xianxia risking his life to create the current situation. There was no true invincible powerhouse in the world. Even Yu Xianxia would have flaws if he was targeted, let alone Lu Yin. However, the premise of all this was that they truly understood Lu Yin. Big golden wings claws descended and landed on Lu Yin's back. In an instant, Lu Yin's body withered. Things always move in the opposite direction. Big golden wings claws were incomparably sharp. They could leave marks on Wu Huang's body and tear Lu Yin's arm apart, but they couldn't instantly break through Lu Yin's upper limit, especially when things move in the opposite direction. As long as they couldn't break through the upper limit, they were useless. The claws pierced Lu Yin's back and big golden wings tried to tear it apart, but found that they couldn't move at all. He was shocked. How could this be? A hand fell and grabbed big golden wings' wings. Lu Yin turned around, his eyes cold. Bastard, you think you can kill me? Then he dragged big golden wings in front of him. Big golden wings resisted, but it couldn't resist Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin stepped on its head and with a crack its head broke. This injury couldn't kill big golden wings. Lu Yin stepped on it again. As for the cube that attacked him with the same body, he didn't care at all. These people didn't know how high the upper limit of his endurance was. In the spiritualized universe, the only one who could break his upper limit was Yu Xianxia. Yu Xianxia had completely shocked Lu Yin in the 37 years. Other than that, he had nothing to fear. It was time to show these people what it meant to be invincible. It was also time to unleash his full combat power. The old salamander's tail smashed towards Lu Yin. Xianxian, Wu Jin and Wuxia all attacked the cube. However, it was useless. Lu Yin was completely withered, and no matter how the cube was struck, there was no reaction. At most, his body would recover and then wither and then recover and wither again. They could not imagine what kind of technique this was, and the mystical concept of things going in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme was vividly displayed at this moment. Big golden wings spat out blood and his pupils dilated. Lu Yin suppressed him into the hell of the general appointment platform. The heavenly Tao of karma expanded again and completely restrained the backlash of karma. Lu Yin took the initiative. Unless Yu Xianxia attacked personally, it was impossible to rely on karma to deal with him. Of course, Yu Xianxia didn't know about this and Lu Yin wouldn't expose it. He was really afraid that Yu Xianxia would attack personally. Yu Xianxia had the terrifying strength to suppress everything. The cultivators of the spiritualized universe didn't know how strong Yu Xianxia was. It was an unshakable strength. At this moment, Lu Yin was also unshakable to the old salamander and the others. They tried their best, really tried their best, but they could only watch as big golden wings was suppressed. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed Wuxia. Wuxia was terrified and wanted to escape. The eternal flame burned towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin ignored the flame and stepped through the void. He also stepped on Wuxia. Wuxia wailed as half of his body was crushed. Lu Yin suppressed him into the hell of the general appointment platform. Next, Lu Yin looked at the Xianxian. This guy disgusted him. He dared to attack him not for Xianxia's position but for a woman. He was courting death. The Xianxian's face was pale as he smiled apologetically. Third master, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Lu Yin took a step forward and attacked the Xianxian. Everyone watched as Lu Yin crushed the powerhouses. They were a little numb. Even now, they couldn't see the third master's bottom line. Suddenly Lu Yin paused. His body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. He stepped forward with his right foot and stabilized his body. Dream Realm Mengsang. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he looked in a certain direction. Mengsang had attacked just now. The only true God. He had never forgotten that the only true God had come to the spiritualized universe before him. This was also a top powerhouse that he was wary of. Yu Xianxia wasn't the only one in the spiritualized universe. The only true God was there. However, Mengsang had only attacked once and disappeared without a trace. Even Lu Yin couldn't find her. Mengsang's goal was achieved. Lu Yin's body swayed. He knew that it was Mengsang, but others didn't. Everyone thought that he had reached his limit. The old salamander's eyes lit up. This person has also reached his limit. Which old friend hasn't appeared? The day of the sacrifice spirit is right in front of us. If he really defeats us, it's impossible to win against him alone. Wu Jin held his forehead as blood flowed continuously. He had used all his strength. It was time for him to act. A formless power suddenly appeared above Lu Yin's head, transforming into an unpredictable killing intent that descended. Boom. The ground shattered and Lu Yin raised a hand to block the killing intent. Was this sourcebox killing intent? How had it appeared? Before he could react, various sourcebox killing intents appeared from all directions, completely surrounding Lu Yin. It was as if countless attacks were descending upon him, constantly bombarding him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. How was this possible? He wasn't surprised by the power of the sourcebox array, but rather by the fact that more than 10 of them had appeared in an instant. How could they all appear at the same time? And how could they have appeared so quickly? Even if there were more than 10 origin array heavenly masters working together, they still wouldn't be able to set up such an array. Had the Spiritual Treasure Society made a move? That shouldn't be the case. The sourcebox array's killing intent grew heavier and heavier, and its power increased as well. Lu Yin stood where he was and released the starry sky from his heart. Boundless power circulated within the mortal ancestors' world to resist the sourcebox killing intent. The range of the sourcebox array grew larger and larger, and the old salamander and the others continuously retreated. Spatial abyss continued to collapse, and all of the spectating cultivators who had already retreated far away retreated even further. There were simply too many sourcebox killing intents. It wasn't just Lu Yin himself. Even the cube that the old salamander had attacked was beginning to suffer from the sourcebox's killing intent. Elegant, right? Lu Yin's body began to dry up and recover faster and faster. He suddenly looked towards a corner where he raised a hand and flicked his finger. His strength tore through the void, and along the way the sourcebox array's killing intent tried to stop him, but they couldn't stop the strength of Lu Yin's finger. The void was forcibly torn apart and a middle-aged man's figure was revealed. The man wore an embroidered robe, and he hovered in the air while drawing in the void with a single hand. Every time he drew, a sourcebox array's killing intent would appear. Lu Yin couldn't understand this scene. When had sourcebox arrays become so simple? It wasn't just him. Even the old salamander who had lived for countless years was stunned. He was also an origin array heavenly master, and he had lived for so long that he had dabbled in a little bit of everything. The more he understood about the Tao of spiritual treasures, the more shocked he was by this middle-aged man's actions. Even cultivators who didn't walk the path of spiritual treasures could see how unbelievable this scene was. Chapter 35:20. The middle-aged man's gaze was gloomy as he continued to attack. An endless stream of sourcebox arrays descended upon Lu Yin. Wu Jin shouted, "Old salamander, attack!" The old salamander struck the cube with a blow. The perception Immortal hesitated for a moment before attacking as well. Lu Yin's body had swayed, which gave them confidence that he had reached his limit. Everyone thought that Lu Yin had reached his limit. The middle-aged man's frenzied attacks were especially so. Even if Lu Yin had not reached his limit before, he would eventually reach his limit. Lu Yin stared at the middle-aged man. "Are you that Duke?" The middle-aged man met Lu Yin's gaze. "My son has been taken care of by you." Lu Yin finally understood why the Plain Master sect feared this Duke. He was a heavenly master of spiritual treasures, but he was also not one. Did this person walk the path of spiritual treasures? Lu Yin was confused. How had he managed to instantly set up a sourcebox array? Furthermore, there were so many sourcebox arrays that Lu Yin could not comprehend. This should not even exist. Lu Yin knew that even if he merged with all of the Origin Heavenly Masters and became the #1 Origin Heavenly Master in history, surpassing Ancestor Hui, he would not be able to do this. This was already beyond the level of an Origin Heavenly Master. Did this Duke surpass the Plain Master sect and Ancestor Hui? Impossible. Lu Yin continued to withstand the attacks of the sourcebox array. On the other side, the cube was also being attacked by the old salamander and the others. Even though there was an upper limit to how far things could go in the opposite direction, and these people could not break through it, this situation had persisted for too long, and Lu Yin's combat power had reached its limit. Everything could go in the opposite direction. While he was enduring damage, he was also accumulating damage. When Lu Yin had broken through to become an emissary, he had used this method to defeat Progenitor Qin, a humanoid tribulation origin cultivator. And now the accumulated damage had reached a terrifying level. Lu Yin looked at Duke from afar and slowly raised his left arm. He waved it gently in the old salamander's direction. The void stilled and everything came to a standstill. The old salamander, Wuxia, and the perception Immortal felt their scalps tingle at the same time. They felt an unimaginable sense of danger descend upon them. This was a life-threatening danger that they had rarely experienced in their lives. This sense of danger appeared the moment Lu Yin waved his left arm. Lu Yin's left arm gently waved and a gust of wind blew past him. Lu Yin's hair. Blood dripped, dripping blood. The universe seemed to have just recovered. No one could describe their feelings at this moment. They could only see old salamander Wuxia and thought Immortal collapsing on the ground. Other than that, there was nothing else. What just happened? Something must have happened. But other than the three bitter Calamity Realm experts, no one else knew. The three of them fell to the ground, staring blankly at the starry skies. The disparity was too great. What happened to the agreed limit? Duke Xiang's eyes shrunk to the size of a needle tip as he looked at the scene in shock. How was this possible? Everyone was speechless. Among the spectating cultivators, some of them felt their legs go soft and knelt down subconsciously. This was the power of a god. He wasn't afraid but rather in awe. He was completely in awe, just like how he used to look up to Xianxia. More and more people looked at Lu Yin in a different light. This person wasn't human, he was a god. Who in the spiritualized universe could defeat him? Defeating three bitter disaster realm experts with a wave of his hand, this had never happened before. This scene shocked all the cultivators who saw it. Lu Yin hadn't expected them to be so shocked. The truth was far from being as simple as it seemed. Extreme matter reverses was a mystical technique. While it could defend against external injuries, it could also accumulate damage and release it in an instant. In the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin had battled with extreme matter reverses too many times, but it had never shocked anyone as much. This was because during that time, the accumulated damage he could endure had never reached a level that exceeded everyone's expectations. When he could, there were no more enemies in the Tianyuan universe. The only true god who could threaten Lu Yin's life was the Grand Emperor's 6 paths of reincarnation. He had been forced to use a heaven-bestowed spirit seed to be reborn and go to the spiritualized universe. In the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin's body had almost reached the limit of what he could endure, and the accumulated damage was instantly released. This instantaneous destructive power was strong enough to defeat a bitter Calamity Realm powerhouse. Let alone 3, even a few bitter Calamity Realm powerhouses might not be able to endure it. This was a different kind of power. However, this power had actually been given to him by the old salamander. Otherwise, Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to unleash such terrifying destructive power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so apprehensive of Xianxia. He couldn't do this when fighting Xianxia because Xianxia had the ability to break through extreme matter reverses. There was no way for Lu Yin to accumulate damage. In other words, Lu Yin's attack was between his own limit and breaking through it. It was also between Xianxia and Xianxia. The shock it brought was naturally great. At this moment, the one with the worst expression was Duke Cheng. If he had known that Lu Yin could unleash such a terrifying attack, he wouldn't have come out. He was a spiritual prime, so the old salamander wouldn't have thought highly of him and made him attack. He also wouldn't have been targeted by Lu Yin. After all, there were several spiritual primes watching the battle. He had thought that Lu Yin had reached his limit, which was why he had attacked. Now it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. Lu Yin's gaze landed on Duke Cheng. His Reaper transformation had disappeared and he looked much weaker. Duke Cheng's expression was gloomy. I don't believe that you haven't reached your limit. Those of the Royal God Mountain, kill him. In the distance, several people in the crowd hesitated, not daring to attack. Duke Cheng's eyes widened. If you don't attack, you will be punished as a traitor to the Royal God Mountain. So no one made a move. At this moment, those who were qualified to attack were at least at the level of the sequence laws. Although they were apprehensive of Duke Cheng, they wouldn't be so frightened by his words that they would fight to the death with Lu Yin. No one knew whether Lu Yin had reached his limit or not. Throughout the entire battle, they had all thought that Lu Yin had reached his limit, but he still stood there. On the contrary, it was the bitter Calamity Realm powerhouses who had fallen instantly. If they attacked now, they might even die. Duke Cheng's expression was ugly, and he was about to say something when Lu Yin suddenly appeared in front of him. Duke Cheng's pupils shrank and his figure faded away. It was another source box array. The starry sky around Lu Yin's heart expanded, and Duke Qing appeared in the distance. Stars rotated in front of him. Lu Yin looked over and saw Sirius Art explode. With a boom, the stars exploded and Duke Qing spat out a mouthful of blood before crashing into the distance. Aside from Lu Yin, no one else was still standing in the battle of the spatial abyss. Lu Yin looked around and panted heavily. This battle could be said to be easy, but it couldn't be said to be easy either. These old fellows all had their own tricks up their sleeves, but they were still lacking when Lu Yin went all out. If he had not dealt with Shen, the carefree old man and dancing butterfly in the horizon, he would have been in real danger. If that had happened, he would have been forced to use his karmic wheel, sky palace and true God's freedom technique. In the wisdom sky domain, everyone who was watching this battle fell silent. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They all looked at Lu Yin with fear, shock and an indescribable reverence. It was as if they could see Yu Sangtian attacking. Who else could compete with this person for Sangtian's position? Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared beside Wu Jin. Under Wu Jin's despairing gaze, Lu Yin suppressed him into the Point General platform hell and then went to the Thought Immortal's side. The Thought Immortal said bitterly, "I really don't want to fight to the death with you. Can you give me some face?" Lu Yin did not say a word and simply grabbed them. These bitter Calamity Realm powerhouses could increase his karmic heavenly path by too much. When Wu Jin and the Thought Immortal were suppressed into the Point General platform hell, the karmic backlash disappeared. Lu Yin walked towards the old salamander again. The old salamander exhaled and looked blankly at the sky. His body could not move. Even if he had a perfect rebirth, what was the point of it? He could not escape from this person. "Grandpa, Grandpa," the little salamander shouted from afar. Lu Yin was unmoved. An enemy was an enemy. The old salamander did not show any mercy in this battle. He was even the biggest threat to Lu Yin. The several attacks were all arranged by this old fellow. How many bitter Calamity Realm powerhouses were there in the entire spiritualized universe? Lu Yin did not know, but he knew that he had at least captured more than half of them. The foundation that the spiritualized universe had accumulated over time was being weakened by him step by step. Did Yu Sangtian care? He did not care at all. As long as he reached the eternal realm, these foundations were dispensable. He was also afraid that Lu Yin would announce the matter of the little spiritual universe. If that happened, not only would Lu Yin and the people from the Tianyuan universe become the public enemy of the spiritualized universe, but he would also be attacked. To a certain extent, Lu Yin's continuous weakening of the number of top powerhouses in the spiritualized universe was actually helping him. Even if he was invincible in the universe, he could not suppress all the top powerhouses in the spiritualized universe by himself. The void trembled as a heavy pressure came from afar and kept approaching. Lu Yin stopped and looked at the sky. There was another powerhouse. The spectating cultivators looked up. Another powerhouse dared to make a move? Could it be Sangtian? Old Tao and the others suddenly turned around. Behind them, a pair of huge eyes suddenly appeared, releasing a pressure so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. The star toad was immediately frightened. Its body became colorful and it pointed its pitchfork behind it. The huge eyes stared at the star toad. What species? The star toad grinned and gripped its pitchfork tightly. Dangerous, extremely dangerous. Another old guy who had undergone bitter calamity. How many old guys were there in the spiritualized universe? Familiar. I've seen you before. The creature with the huge eyes appeared in their line of sight. Old Tao's eyes narrowed. Mia. Mia Wu Huang. Palace Mistress Yao Kai Kiching and the others' expressions changed. It was actually him. Qing Yun, Qing Shao and Ru Mu's expressions also changed. Mia Wu Huang was a legendary powerhouse. It had actually come. You've seen me before? The star toad's voice rang out as it stared at the incoming creature. It was a huge monster that looked like a standing lizard. It had a huge tail that fiddled with the stars and covered most of the sky. It was looking down at Old Tao and the others. It was called Mia Wu Huang, an 8-star powerhouse on the Dark Spirit list. Mia Wu Huang ignored the star toad and charged towards spatial abyss. Finally, it crashed into the ground, causing the ground to crack and dust to fill the sky. It turned into a gale that swept toward Lu Yin. Chapter 35-21. The old salamander and Duke were blown away by the wind. The huge crack extended along the ground, causing the abyss to collapse and fall into an unknown underground. The surrounding cultivators gaped. Mia Wu Huang. 8-star Dark Spirit. The legendary Miaowu Huang is here too? This is a ruthless person. On the other side of the spatial abyss in Jikong domain, Mr. Li's expression relaxed. Miaowu Huang had actually come. This battle could still be fought. At the back, Elder Yu was calm. He wasn't surprised by Miaowu Huang's appearance. The day of the guardian spirit was about to arrive, and Sang Tian's position was extremely important. Although Miaowu Huang could not replace Sang Tian, it was still necessary for him to make a move. It seemed like the other side had paid quite a price to invite him. In the current spiritualized universe, the only place where they could find Miaowu Huang was there. After the Battle of Space Abyss, the other side felt the pressure as well. This third boss had to figure out the depth of the other side, or else no one would feel uneasy. Lu Yin stood on the ground, dust billowing in front of him as he faced Miaowu Huang. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, it was another beast form's spiritual molt. The 10,000 Beasts border was really going all out. Perhaps he would have to make a trip to the 10,000 Beasts border and destroy that lousy place. Wait, what's this guy called? Miaowu Huang? Lu Yin heard the discussions of the surrounding cultivators and his expression turned strange. Miaowu Huang? One of the 7 great mulberry skies. The owner of the 10,000 Beasts border was called No Emperor. This fellow was called No Emperor Mia. Was it from the 10,000 Beasts border? Tianya's voice sounded. Third Elder, this guy is called Miaowu Huang, an 8-star Dark Spirit cultivator, a trader of the 10,000 Beast border. He once competed with Wu Huang for the position of Master of the 10,000 Beast border, but lost to Wu Huang in the end. However, he was never satisfied and has always been the enemy of the 10,000 Beast border and the outer sky. He is extremely strong and is not easy to deal with. Old Tao's voice could also be heard. Master, be careful of Miaowu Huang's mouth. He can spit out an extremely strong killing power. Lu Yin looked at Miaowu Huang. Miaowu Huang also looked at him, his gaze covering the entire spatial abyss. He said loudly, Old Salamander? You're here too? And he lost? Is that Baoqi? Was he dead? What a pity. I really want to break Sang Tian's neck one by one. It would be best if I could break you Sang Tian's neck, huh? A loud voice reverberated in the abyss. All the cultivators who heard it felt dizzy. The sound was too loud. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked up. Miaowu Huang laughed for a while before his eyes landed on Lu Yin. You're the 3rd master of Daoyu Manor? Must have been hard for you. The old salamander is very cunning. You were able to kill Baoqi and defeat the old salamander. You are not bad, but this is the end. Let me tell you some bad news. I am coming to beat you. Ah. Another wave of loud laughter resounded through the starry sky, and it caused the stars in the distance to collapse. The cultivators who were watching were dumbfounded. How arrogant. Miaowu Huang was indeed worthy of being called Miaowu Huang. He was even more arrogant than the 3rd headmaster. The 3rd headmaster had defeated many strong cultivators and remained standing, making them think that only Yu Sang Tian could fight him. Miaowu Huang wanted to beat him up? Wait, he had just arrived and hadn't seen the previous battle. Everyone had the same thought as they looked at Miaowu Huang strangely. Duke Cheng's eyes lit up. The old salamander laughed. The 3rd headmaster had captured Xianxia, Wu Jin, Big Golden Wings, Wuxia and Tong Mu. Miaowu Huang didn't even know how many strong cultivators had participated in this battle. He thought that it was just him and Baoqi. This was interesting. Miaowu Huang had fought until now with his peak strength. He would definitely be able to find out the 3rd headmaster's strength. Lu Yin looked at Miaowu Huang laughing wildly. Beat him up. This guy really deserved a beating. Miaowu Huang looked down at Lu Yin. What, are you scared out of your wits? You must have never seen such a strong spirit-molted beast. Don't worry, I will only beat you up today. That guy's reward is to beat you up. If it was that idiot Wu Huang standing here, I would have killed him. And that hypocrite Yu Sang Tian too. Just thinking about them makes me angry. Kid, if you make me angry, I will beat you up a few more times. Everyone listened to Miaowu Huang's arrogant words, but no one stopped him or reminded him. He was just too unpopular. He was an enemy of Wu Huang's myriad beasts border and was not tolerated by outer sky. He had entered the dark spirit list, but once he appeared he would offend everyone. He had no friends and no one in the spiritualized universe was willing to help him. If he wasn't good at escaping, he would have died long ago. Now he was a rare 8-star dark spirit on the dark spirit list. He was the public enemy of the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin raised his brows at Miao Wuhuang's words. Reward? Who paid you? Miao Wuhuang snorted. I may look down on people who hide their heads but show their tails, but I still have morals. Why would I tell you? Guess for yourself. Looks like you don't have good relationships. Everyone was speechless. No one in the spiritualized universe had worse relationships than Miao Wuhuang. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I'll make a deal with you. Miao Wuhuang laughed. Beg for mercy? That's impossible. I have morals and I have to do things after receiving a reward. Next time you won't die anyway. At most you'll feel some pain. He lifted his leg and stomped down on Lu Yin, shouting, Old salamander, look carefully. I'm much stronger than that idiot Wuhuang. Boom. The ground cracked and the Intel space domain shook. Many people couldn't stand still, but they stared into the distance. Miao Wuhuang looked beneath his feet, but there was no one there. Lu Yin suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked Miao Wuhuang's head at the same time. Miao Wuhuang was shocked. The power of time? You want to kick me? Learn from me? Kid, I admire you. Lu Yin's kick missed and he was shocked. So close yet worlds apart. Miao Wuhuang's body was covered in particles, and the majestic particles made many people's scalps go numb. This was the result of his many years of cultivation. Miao Wuhuang was of the same generation as Primal Chaos and he was definitely an old guy. Dodging Lu Yin's kick, Miao Wuhuang's huge body was extremely agile. He appeared behind Lu Yin and clenched his beast claw into a fist, punching out. Lu Yin turned around and punched out as well. Bang! A loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth, cracking the void and collapsing the stars. Countless cracks spread along the fist, and the space shattered layer by layer, crushing the surroundings. Miao Wuhuang's body sank into the ground and his beast claw bent. He was shocked. You. Lu Yin sneered. My deal is to beat you up too and tell me who paid you. With that, boundless power flowed and pressed against Miao Wuhuang's beast claw. Miao Wuhuang's huge body was pressed into the ground and he howled in pain. Lu Yin looked down from above and stomped down. Terrifying power accompanied by the explosion of the stars pressed down into the ground. The earth was overturned and the spatial abyss could no longer be seen. Bao Qi's corpse was buried in the abyss and disappeared. Underground, Miao Wuhuang roared and a black light spread out and shot into the sky. Lu Yin looked down at the black light. Was this anti-gravity? He punched out and the terrifying power was offset by the anti-gravity. A huge beast claw rushed into the sky and slammed towards Lu Yin. Kid, you're too arrogant and immoral. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the dust ancestors' world condensed the soil into land and pressed down. Bang! There was another loud bang as the black anti-gravity twisted and tore apart, and Miao Wuhuang's body was pressed down again. He roared and an even thicker black light rushed into the sky, overturning the dust ancestors' world. The moment the land was overturned, the black light suddenly flowed in reverse, and Miao Wuhuang punched at Lu Yin with unimaginable speed. This was not just speed but space itself. Lu Yin clenched his fist, and his body withered as he gathered battle force from the Palm Realm. Boundless power flowed as he punched out. There was a loud bang and blood splattered across the sky. The huge beast claw was torn apart and sent flying, blood raining down along the way. Miao Wuhuang brushed past Lu Yin, and his right arm was broken. His eyes flickered. Impossible. Lu Yin loosened his grip and slowly turned to look at Miao Wuhuang. This was a power that surpassed the limits of a living being. From the first clash, Lu Yin had discovered that Miao Wuhuang's body was comparable to Su Wang and the Strength Beast. He did not underestimate him, and that punch just now had used gravity and anti-gravity to unleash a power that surpassed the limits of a living being. Although it was not by much, it was on a completely different level and he stood on the same level as Lu Yin. The Tianyuan universe was a spiritualized universe. Aside from Yu Sang Tian and the one true God, this was the third existence that Lu Yin had encountered that surpassed the limits of a living being. Even Yu Shan's change of the 9 heavens had not been able to surpass Miao Wuhuang. Of course, the difference between him and Miao Wuhuang was huge. On the ground, half of the old salamander's body was buried by the shattered earth as he stared at the sky. He had lost. In terms of power, Miao Wuhuang had lost to the third manager. This was something that he had not expected. If the third manager had not reached his limit, then he could have defeated Miao Wuhuang, but it should not have been in terms of power. In terms of power, aside from Yu Sangtian's change of the 9 heavens and Miao Huang, who else in the spiritualized universe could surpass Miao Huang? Such power had actually been defeated. The third manager still had not reached his limit. What was his limit? Miao Huang turned back and stared at Lu Yin. Think about it, Lu Yin said in a low and slow voice. Miao Huang suddenly opened his mouth, and endless darkness turned into a beam of light that shot towards Lu Yin. Miao Huang cannon. Lu Yin dodged. However, the beam of black light suddenly expanded as if it had flipped the universe upside down, forming a black cross-section that directly enveloped Lu Yin. Light flashed around Lu Yin's body, and in a second he used the reverse step to appear behind Miao Huang's head. Miao Huang was stunned. How could he do this? Lu Yin kicked out and Miao Huang's head was kicked to the ground. The beam of black light in his mouth pierced through the ground and tore a corner of the Intelliski domain. That direction happened to be where Mr. Li and Mr. Yu were. Seeing the beam of black light fall, Mr. Li was shocked and hurriedly brought Mr. Yu away. Mr. Yu was still in shock. He was not the third manager, and if he was enveloped by the beam of black light, he would be dead for sure. Mr. Li was also scared. Miao Huang's strength was extremely strong even among the bitter adversity powerhouses. Even Sang Tian was a bitter adversity powerhouse, and there were not many who could defeat Miao Huang. He did not have the confidence to defeat Miao Huang, especially when it came to Miao Huang's ultimate move. Miao Huang's head hurt and he turned back, only to see Lu Yin kick out again. This time, Miao Huang had learned his lesson and dodged. Lu Yin's kick missed and he looked to the side. He turned back and attacked again, but his attack was dodged again. Lu Yin continued to attack, but he could not hit Miao Huang. Chapter 35-22. It wasn't like Lu Yin hadn't faced so close, yet worlds apart before. He'd even broken down the landscape map in his heart, so he had so close, yet worlds apart's particles were different from Miao Huang's. Miao Huang had reached the deified level and was comparable to the base of the sequence. World's Edge Mirror. This was Miao Huang's power after completing so close, yet worlds apart and becoming a deified. It was because of this power that he'd been able to escape the 10,000 beast border and outer sky. He'd wanted to use his physical strength to suppress Lu Yin, but he couldn't. He couldn't beat him, so he had to use his brain. Miao Huang's right arm was broken and bleeding. He used World's Edge Mirror to dodge Lu Yin's attacks and create distance between them. Lu Yin stopped and looked at him playfully. Is this what you meant by beating me up? Miao Huang grinned. I was too careless. I can't beat you. Then he glanced at the old salamander. Old man, you're so immoral. Why didn't you warn me when this guy is so strong? The old salamander coughed. I was injured. I couldn't warn you. Bastard. Miao Huang was furious. The old salamander was helpless. But it's not too late to warn you. Bao Qi and I weren't the only ones who fought in the Battle of Void. There were others too, but they all lost to this third master. Who else? Miao Huang had a bad feeling. The old salamander grunted. They're all old friends. For example, Wu Jin fought Immortal, Goldwing, Youxiao and Motherchild. There aren't many of them. Miao Huang gaped at Lu Yin. You're Yu Sangtian in disguise, right? Hee, before this third leader defeated Jin, Old Man Wang Yu, Dancing Butterfly Tianya and Su Sherdao. Now that I think about it, he defeated at least half of the top great beings in the spiritualized universe. How ruthless. Annihilation Emperor, didn't you want to surpass Emperor Wu? Defeat him. If you can defeat him, everyone will admit that you can beat Wu Huang. Miao Huang wanted to curse. Old man, you're still so immoral. I'm just here to watch the show. I'm just standing too close. I'll leave now. Miao Huang turned to leave. Lu Yin's fingertip released a karma spiral, and it headed for Miao Huang. Miao Huang felt something. What was it? He couldn't see it, but he instinctively avoided it. The World's Edge Mirror was very convenient, allowing him to instantly disappear into the distance. Lu Yin stepped forward to parallel time. Miao Huang swung his tail, tearing the void apart and disrupting time. I said stop chasing. I'm just here to watch the show. Streams of light shuttled around Lu Yin's body as the starry sky in his heart released the so close yet worlds apart sequence particles. He rarely used the sequence laws to prevent himself from being seen through, but it didn't matter now. The origin of the Tianyuan universe had long been known. The essence of flowing light was space chasing after time. Lu Yin used the so close, yet worlds apart sequence particles to chase after the world's edge mirror, locking onto Miao Huang and preventing him from escaping. The two figures disappeared into the abyss in the blink of an eye. No one could find them. Lu Yin could not let Miao Huang go. He wanted to see through the karmic lines and find out who was targeting him. Miao Huang really wanted to curse. He couldn't run away. How did that guy catch up to him? He had provoked Wu Huang several times, and even if he lost, Wu Huang could only jump around and curse him. Wu Huang couldn't do anything to him, but this guy could catch up. He kept trying to escape, but he couldn't shake off Lu Yin. Lu Yin would always catch up to him. Stop chasing me. We don't have any deep grudges. Who paid you? I can't tell you. It's a moral issue. If I catch up to you, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. You're the one suffering a fate worse than death. Kid, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I just don't want to fight anymore. Look at this. In front of him, Miao Huang took out a snow-white pear flower with his left arm. It swayed in the wind, looking very beautiful with a faint white halo. Lu Yin didn't understand. Your spiritual weapon? Miao Huang was pleased. This is good stuff. Can bring pleasure to a person. Try it. He threw the flower at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he suddenly thought of Qian Li from the insectoid civilization. That flying insect covered in thorns could bring pain that even a half-ancestor couldn't endure. This pear flower looked similar. Miao Huang said proudly, once you touch the pear blossom, I guarantee that you'll want to die. This is a pear blossom suppressing Wu Huang specially prepared for that idiot Wu Huang. Don't force me to help you. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. You're courting death. He raised a hand and the karmic spiral turned into a karmic wheel that pushed forward. The karmic wheel had a miraculous effect against powerhouses who had passed through bitter adversity, and it might even knock them out of the bitter adversity realm. Mr. Li was so wary of Lu Yin because of this. Miao Huang was also very wary at this moment, so he had to run. Lu Yin stared at Miao Huang's back as a stream of light flashed past. Miao Huang paused for a moment before disappearing again. However, the karmic wheel touched him in that moment and a karmic line was drawn out. Lu Yin saw a person, Old Tao. Old Tao's appearance in the karmic wheel could only mean one thing: Heaven's hand. Of course, this didn't mean that Old Tao had paid Lu Yin. It could only mean that Old Tao was related to the entire karmic situation. Miao Huang ran away. Lu Yin could chase him all he wanted, but he had already obtained the answer he wanted. In Spatial Abyss, everyone was waiting for the final result of this battle. Old Salamander and Duke Qing had run away, as well as a few powerhouses from Royal God Mountain and other major powers. No one was stupid enough to stay behind and wait for Lu Yin. When Lu Yin returned to Spatial Abyss, there was nothing but broken earth. It was a pity that Old Salamander and Duke Qing had escaped. However, he hadn't expected Miao Huang to flee so quickly that Lu Yin didn't have time to catch him. Bao Qi's corpse fell into Spatial Abyss and disappeared. With Elder Yu's appearance, the battle was over. Congratulations, Third Master. You're invincible. Lu Yin looked over. Master of Intellicong Domain, Elder Yu? Elder Yu smiled. That's right. Third Master, are you interested in visiting Intellicong Domain? Are you inviting me? Of course. Yu Sangtian is my enemy and I've challenged the realm beyond heaven, breaking the rules time and time again. How dare you invite me? Lu Yin retorted. The continuous battles had exhausted him, and he had indeed been suppressed or countered several times. It wasn't easy to fight these old fellows. Elder Yu laughed. Third Master isn't the only one who challenged the realm beyond heaven. Third Master, you came all the way to my spiritualized universe to fight to the death for your home. I admire your spirit. The relationship between the three universes might not be as you think. Lu Yin stared at Elder Yu. Intellicong Domain had a very high status in the spiritualized universe, and this old man's words represented the spiritualized universe's attitude to a certain extent. Old Tao and the others landed and Dancing Butterfly Border walked over from afar. Master, are you all right? It's all my fault for being useless. I couldn't help you and I couldn't even stop Old Salamander from escaping. Please forgive me. Old Tao blamed himself and his face was filled with grief and indignation. That's the truth. The Old Salamander, when Old Tao and Duke Qing had escaped, he had wanted to stop them, but Old Salamander had glanced at him and he hadn't dared to do anything. Although Old Salamander had been heavily injured, as long as Lu Yin didn't interfere, he could regenerate perfectly. He wasn't someone that Old Tao and the others could deal with. Duke Qing was even stranger, as no one knew what technique he had used. Even Lu Yin couldn't understand it, so he paid close attention. Palace Mistress Yao Qingyun and the others arrived at Geyser Abyss. A gust of wind blew past, and the traces left behind by the battle continued to collapse. There were still remnants of various battle auras which were terrifying. Those who had fought here were all at least at the spiritual prime realm. Since ancient times, such battles had rarely occurred, even in the competition for Sang Tian's position. Dancing butterfly border's heart sank. Lu Yin's absolute strength made it impossible for them to kill Yu Sang Tian. Even Lu Yin wasn't confident in defeating Yu Sang Tian, so it was easy to imagine how naive they had been to think that they could kill Yu Sang Tian with just Thunderous World. Butterfly Border felt a lingering fear and she gripped Border's hand tightly. Border hugged her comfortingly. Not long after, Elder Yu invited Lu Yin's group to head to Intellicong Domain, leaving behind many spectators to recall the battle. This battle was enough to be recorded in history and it would never be forgotten. From then on, Lu Yin's fame would surpass Yu Sang Tian's. In the spiritualized universe, even the 7 great Sang Tians couldn't suppress him. The first person he killed was Sang Tian Baoqi. He loved reading books. Beyond Geyser Abyss was Intellicong Domain. In front of him were Yu Sang Tian and Mr. Li. Yu Sang Tian bowed slowly to Lu Yin without saying a word. Mr. Li was afraid and he only glanced at Lu Yin before looking away. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Where is the secret transmission? I want to see it. Elder Yu smiled. It's said to be a secret transmission, so naturally you can't see it. But he's been watching me, Lu Yin said calmly. Elder Yu shook his head. He's watching the entire spiritualized universe. The Dayu Manor appeared out of nowhere, and the third head is invincible in the universe. He'll naturally be watching you. If the third head isn't happy, I'll ask him to stop watching the Dayu Manor. Lu Yin looked at Yu Sang Tian. Since ancient times, the Intellicong Domain's masters have been passing down their transmissions secretly. I don't think it's fair. Yu Sang Tian stood there calmly and looked down at the ground. He didn't answer or say anything. Elder Yu said, there's a competition between open and secret transmissions. The Intellicong Domain won't interfere, and the major forces in the spiritualized universe won't interfere either. What if I want to interfere? Lu Yin asked back. Elder Yu laughed. Then it'll be a trial of the secret transmission. After you pass it, you'll be even better than the ancients. The Zhikong Domain was just an ordinary region. It did not have rich resources, nor did it have beautiful scenery. Everything looked so ordinary that it was not ordinary at all. Lu Yin easily looked through the entire Intellicong Domain, and there was nothing special except for the Spirit Treasure Array. However, he couldn't tell what the Spirit Treasure Array was. This was the Intellicong Domain, and it was rumored that it was ahead of the current era and had the authority to distribute the spiritualized universe's resources. It was one of the 7 major forces and was feared by many cultivators, including Yu Sang Tian. That's it. Elder Yu only invited Lu Yin to enter the Intellicong Domain, and the rest of the people waited outside. Regardless of whether the Intellicong Domain was ordinary or not, they couldn't enter without an invitation. This was a sign of respect to the Intellicong Domain. The wind was cold and the withered yellow reeds swayed in the wind. The small boat moved slowly along with the current in the reed marsh. The boat was light and the wine was good and 2 people sat alone. In the distance, the setting sun brought a little warmth, but it couldn't dispel the chill in the air. Chapter 35-23. To cultivators, the chills that ordinary people felt were useless against them, but at this moment, Lu Yin felt a chill that could be used as a metaphor to describe a person. Yu Lao poured wine for Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the wine that flashed under the setting sun and picked up the glass to take a sip. Yu Lao smiled, put down the jug and picked up his own cup. To Third Master. Lu Yin put down his cup. Just say what you want to say. Yu Lao was about to pick up the jug, but he thought for a while. Third Master has 4 maids. Why don't we invite one to pour wine for us? Who? Ru Mu. Sure. Ru Mu came over and stood beside the table pouring wine for the 2. Her bright eyes seemed to be flowing with waves as she looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Yu Lao took a sip. Third Master is called Lu Yin? Lu Yin nodded. You can also call me 7th brother. Rumu smiled faintly. Seventh brother? Yu Lao was an old man who had lived for a long time. Yu Lao laughed. Master Lu? Lu Yin was calm. Sure. Yu Lao praised. As expected, third master is the master of the Tian Yuan universe. Rumu's eyes narrowed and she looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Master of the Tian Yuan universe? Now that everyone knew that Lu Yin was from the Tian Yuan universe, how could the primordial origin control them with Lu Yin's power? Boundless and Deyu Villa were both from the Tian Yuan universe, and the primordial origin was also controlled. But Rumu really didn't expect that Lu Yin was the master of the Tian Yuan universe at such a young age. No wonder he had such power and could suppress almost half of the top powerhouses in the spiritualized universe by himself. This was something that only a master of the universe could do. Pour wine, Lu Yin said casually. Rumu sobered up and quickly poured wine for the two. Master Lu's purpose for coming from the Tian Yuan universe is clear. It is to deal with the spiritualized universe. But I don't understand why Master Lu is taking the risk? Elder Yu was curious, and he looked at Lu Yin curiously as he finished the wine in his cup and put it down. The only points of contact between the spiritualized universe and the Heaven's Origin universe are Yuanqi and Zhang Yan. But Master Lu has led a group of powerhouses from the Heaven's Origin universe to kill their way into the spiritualized universe with an unstoppable momentum. Also, how did you come to our spiritualized universe? How did he know to set up the springboard? Can Master Lu answer my questions? Lu Yin found it funny and looked at foolish old man. Old man, you're in charge of the intelligible domain and distribute resources to the entire spiritualized universe. Can you tell me what role you played in the 3 Sangtian's expedition to the spiritualized universe decades ago? Yu Lao thought for a moment. I agree. Lu Yin's lips curled up. So you're also an enemy. The foolish old man shook his head and looked at Rumu as he poured wine for him. Standpoint is not only determined by benefits, it is also determined by strength. All this time we thought that the Tian Yuan universe was within our grasp. We were just waiting for the best opportunity to restart it. Origin was sent to weaken the future scale of the Tian Yuan universe, which is equivalent to making the Tian Yuan universe unable to resist our spiritualized universe. But with your arrival, Master Lu, it changed everyone's impression of the Tian Yuan universe in the spiritualized universe. Yu Lao's expression was solemn. The Tian Yuan universe is not easy to deal with. If things go wrong, a large number of people will die, and the deaths of these people will cause the spiritualized universe to lose their best opportunity. Lu Yin listened calmly. For example, Yu Tian wants to wait for the spiritualized universe to have at least 30 powerhouses who have crossed the bitter adversity and nearly 100 spiritual primes before restarting the Tian Yuan universe. He wants to bring these powerhouses to a higher level in one fell swoop. Among them, how many eternal realms will be born, how many will cross the bitter adversity, and how many of those spiritual cultivators will break through to the spiritual primes realm? These are all things that we are considering. We can afford to wait. The spiritualized universe is like a large family, and everyone's life and death is for the sake of this family. It is not just for the sake of a single person or a generation. But at this moment, the Tian Yuan universe's strength has exceeded the spiritualized universe's expectations. If the two sides go to war, even if the spiritualized universe wins, no one knows how many bitter adversity and spiritual primes will survive. This is a price that the spiritualized universe is not willing to bear. Lu Yin disdainfully replied, nonsense. If you don't bear this price now, the price you will have to pay in the future will be even greater if you want to restart the Tian Yuan universe. Yu Lao nodded. In theory, this is the case. The longer it takes, the harder it will be to restart the Tian Yuan universe. But what if there is a better choice? For example, restarting the consciousness universe. Lu Yin raised his brows. Yu Lao continued, the consciousness universe is not easy to deal with. You have already experienced Wu Wei's strength. For many years, our spiritualized universe has been thinking of ways to restart the consciousness universe. Of course, sometimes, it is the same as restarting the Tian Yuan universe. We are waiting for the right opportunity. This is the relationship between the 3 universes. But now, Master Lu, your arrival has allowed the spiritualized universe to see the strength of the Tian Yuan universe. Since the spiritualized universe and the Tian Yuan universe are both ruled by humans, there is a second option, which is to restart the consciousness universe and let our 2 universes work together. Lu Yin stared at Yu Lao. Yu Lao looked deeply at Lu Yin. Master Lu, you are very clear about the relationship between the three universes. From your point of view, the consciousness universe is suppressed by the spiritualized universe, and the war is the same as the Tianyuan universe. In theory you should work together, but in reality, the true standpoint is not the direction of the war but the living beings themselves. Master Lu, never forget that the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe are ruled by humans. The consciousness universe is different. It is a different kind of living being, or rather, it is not even a living being. It is a kind of pure power that was cultivated. Humans must always think for themselves even if the result is very cruel. Since Master Lu has cultivated to the position of master of the Tianyuan universe, you must have seen through the word cruel. You also have your own opinions on what is right and what is wrong. Everything I said is true. Of course, the Tianyuan universe is weaker than the spiritualized universe, which will make Master Lu feel uneasy. I can only guarantee that Master Lu will have a chance to attain eternal life. Compared to Master Lu leading the boundless universe to the death, the spiritualized universe will be much safer. Compared to Master Lu, this path is better. Lu Yin's goal was very clear. Although Yu Lao did not understand how the Tianyuan cosmos knew about the spiritualized universe's situation and why they were so desperate to court death, the path that Lu Yin had given them was much better than courting death. A chance to step into the eternal realm was equivalent to giving the Tianyuan cosmos a chance. They would not have to risk their lives to fight the spiritualized universe. Especially since no one wanted to die and all cultivators wanted to step into eternal life. Rumu poured wine again and looked at Lu Yin. Elder Yu had presented Lu Yin with two options. The first option was to continue causing trouble and wreak havoc in the spiritualized universe. In the end, he would definitely become an enemy of the entire spiritualized universe, and the outcome was unknown. The second option was for the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe to work together and restart the consciousness universe. This would allow Lu Yin to obtain the opportunity to step into eternal life. What would this person choose? Rumu was curious. Lu Yin picked up his cup and took a sip before looking at Elder Yu. Seeing Yu Lao staring at him, Lu Yin was puzzled. Continue. Don't tell me you are done. Yu Lao looked at Lu Yin deeply. Master Lu, what else do you want to hear? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Old man, do you think I am a madman who only cares about cultivation and knows nothing else? First, you explained the relationship between the three universes and made me inclined to change my position. Then you tempted me with eternal life. Finally, you gave me two paths. Next, you should talk about the trouble of Yu Tian. Your thinking is very clear. Rumu blinked and looked at Yu Lao. Yu Lao smiled bitterly. Master Lu, you are prejudiced against me. Lu Yin sneered. He picked up his wine cup and shook it. No, I think you are very amiable. Yu Lao was puzzled. Why? Lu Yin smiled. As I often fool others like this. Yu Lao was startled and then laughed. Rumu looked at Lu Yin and her eyes became brighter. Lu Yin finished the wine and put down the cup. To fool people you must have a clear thinking. You must see what the other party is thinking and analyze the other party's mentality. Make the other party subconsciously think that you are right, then quietly change their position and finally give them a choice instead of waiting for them to choose. Old man, your method doesn't work on me. Tell me, my biggest concern is Yu Tian. How do you plan to fool me? Yu Lao smiled. Before that, I would like to ask Master Lu a question. Who is behind Saint Daliu? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Yu Lao looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu deliberately released the news that Saint Daliu exchanged his life. At the same time, you let the intent realm find out that Qigong was the one who stole the White Willow. You deliberately led the intent realm to lead out a non-existent person behind this. What is Master Lu planning to do? Lu Yin looked at the reeds in a daze. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. This old man saw through it. Everything he had set up was to conceal his ability to absorb the consciousness of the consciousness universe. If it was exposed now, the consciousness universe would definitely become his mortal enemy. The spiritualized universe would also be more hostile towards him because of fear. This was troublesome. Saint Daliu doesn't have anyone behind him. Qigong was the one who stole the White Willow, but he was influenced by Wu Wei. Master Lu guided all of this to take away the consciousness universe's life forms. In fact, Master Lu had already united with some kind of existence from the consciousness universe in Torch City and achieved the conditions, right? Yu Wao guessed. Lu Yin looked at him in surprise. Really? Yes, there was such an explanation. It was very reasonable. Yulao smiled. As expected. Let me guess, only the consciousness universe's 13 celestial phenomenon can do such a thing. The other consciousnesses can't reach Torch City without being hindered. Master Lu, I told you all those things in the beginning because I didn't want you to be confused by the consciousness universe's life forms. The consciousness universe's life forms cannot be trusted. They are not the same species as us humans. If Master Lu united with the consciousness universe, let's not talk about whether or not you can fight against my spiritualized universe. Even if my spiritualized universe loses, the consciousness universe will still be the Tianyuan universe's greatest enemy in the end. Lu Yin didn't think too much about it and said faintly, it's still better than facing the spiritualized universe, a colossus that can conquer two universes at the same time. Chapter 35-24. Looking at Lu Yin's calm expression, Yu Lao sighed, that's why I'm looking for you and offering you another path. A spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe might not necessarily be mortal enemies. In the end, the purpose of a spiritualized universe is to restart a certain universe and achieve a transformation. This restarted universe could be the Tianyuan universe or even the consciousness universe. I'm more inclined toward the consciousness universe. After all, after so many years of war, the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe have too many blood feuds. Those consciousness life forms don't care about hatred, but the spiritualized universe does. Many cultivators from various families have died in the consciousness universe. Lu Yin frowned, since it's a war, let's not talk about this nonsense. All right. In short, I'm inclined toward restarting the consciousness universe and joining forces with the Tianyuan universe. As for you Xianxia. He paused for a moment. Rumu looked at Yu Lao. Lu Yin also looked at Yu Lao. Yu Lao spread his fingers. Of the 7 Xianxians, 5 can support you, Master Lu. Lu Yin was astonished. That many? Yu Lao said, first Master Lu, you defeat Bao Qi and clearly compete for the position of Xianxian. I can get the other Xianxians to agree and even you Xianxian can't object. After all, the day of sacrifice spirit is coming, and you Xianxian needs to lead the 7 Xianxian's guardian spirits. Then Master Lu, you'll be one of the 7 Xianxians regardless of where you come from. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He felt that this was a very strange point. He couldn't figure out how someone who didn't belong to the spiritualized universe could compete for the position of Xianxian. His confidence in competing for the position of Xianxian came from the day of sacrifice spirit. If you Xianxian could appoint a Xianxian, then Lu Yin would deal with that Xianxian. A defeated Xianxian wasn't qualified to become a Xianxian. Thus, because of the day of sacrifice spirit, he might be able to become a Xianxian. But that was because he was forcing the spiritualized universe. If the spiritualized universe felt that someone from the Tianyuan universe like him could become a Xianxian, then there was a problem, a very big problem. It was as if the position of Xianxian wasn't that important. However, Xianxian's position was very important. This gave Lu Yin a strange feeling of contradiction. There was also a strange sense of contradiction, and that was origin. On the day of sacrifice spirit, Yu Xianxian would lead the 7 Xianxian's guardian spirits. Then what about the Genesis? Genesis was the Tianyuan universe, where were the 7 Xianxian? The spiritualized universe's solution to this problem, which was also the origin. He arranged for the land of the sacrificial spirit to be in the Lushan domain. The Lushan region was where the Zhen family resided, and it was also where the Zhen family had established themselves. Since primordial origin wasn't here, he would arrange for the guardian spirit's location to be in the Lushan region. Yu Xianxian would lead the other 6 guardian spirits, and that would be enough. When Lu Yin had first heard about the day of the sacrifice spirit, he had asked Yuanqi about it. Since the day of the sacrifice spirit was so important, how could Yuanqi casually replace it with the Lushan domain? This was what the spiritualized universe had always done. It was impossible for the 7 great mulberry skies to be present on Spirit Sacrifice Day every single time. If anyone was not present, then the Spirit Sacrifice Day would be moved to the place where the absent mulberry sky was present. Such an important festival could force the spiritualized universe to accept an outsider like Lu Yin as a mulberry sky, but it was so simple that it made people's hair stand on end. This contradiction left Lu Yin unable to find an explanation for it. As for the people from the spiritualized universe, they felt that this was normal and didn't need any explanation. It was just like how ordinary people felt that the sky was above them and the earth was below them. This was how it should be. There was no need to explain. The position of Mulberry Sky, the day of the sacrifice spirit. It was important, but it also didn't seem important. We can make a deal with Mulberry Sky and have him agree to let Master Lu become a Mulberry Sky. I'm sure he won't refuse, especially after what happened at the border. He took a sip of wine. There's also the School of Arts and the Zhang family. Master Lu, you don't have to worry about them. Your relationship with the Zhang family can be resolved with just a word. Lu Yin wasn't surprised that Yu Lao could see through his relationship with the Zhang family. The Intellisky domain seemed to have nothing, but how could it have nothing when it was constantly being allocated the spiritualized universe's resources? Moreover, the battle of the 5 regions are empty had been the work of that secret messenger, so he could easily see the source of the Dayu Villa's information. If the secret messenger knew, then Yu Lao would naturally know as well. Rumu didn't know and she was shocked. The School of Arts was related to the Dayu Villa? Since when? Yuanqi hasn't been stripped of his position as Mulberry Sky. He already has the support of 3 Mulberry Skies. The remaining ones are Meng Mulberry Sky, Emperor Wu Huang and the 9th Spirit. Yu Lao smiled and glanced at Rumu. As long as Master Lu is willing to release Qingyun, there won't be any problems with the 9th Spirit. I will resolve this conflict. Meng Mulberry Sky's position is unknown. Emperor Wu Huang. Lu Yin laughed. He's definitely against it, but it doesn't matter. If his opposition is effective, I'll kill him. Rumu pursed her lips. Yu Lao laughed. Don't underestimate Emperor Wu Huang, but I believe in Master Lu's strength. Then I have a question. Can Master Lu answer it? Lu Yin looked up. You Mulberry Sky? Yu Lao nodded. When Wu Jiang entered the spiritualized universe, Master Lu provoked the realm beyond sky to fight for the position of Mulberry Sky. You Mulberry Sky didn't do anything, so it's impossible that he doesn't know. He hasn't shown up until now. Can Master Lu answer my question? Lu Yin stared into Yu Lao's eyes. Yu Lao also looked at him without any intention of backing down. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. It seemed that this old man really didn't know about the little spiritual universe. Yu Mulberry Sky didn't do anything because he was afraid that Lu Yin would reveal the little spiritual universe. Once it was exposed, he would really become the public enemy of the spiritualized universe. This was the only thing that could be used against Yu Mulberry Sky. Lu Yin shook his head. I won't. Yu Lao was disappointed. Master Lu must have something on Yu Mulberry Sky that made him unwilling to show up. Master Lu, you're good. After saying so much, do you have a choice, Master Lu? Lu Yin didn't care. How can I choose so quickly? Helping Yu Mulberry Sky doesn't mean killing him. If you can help me kill Yu Mulberry Sky, I'll definitely cooperate with you. Yu Lao was helpless. Yu Mulberry Sky is invincible. To deal with him, we can only plan slowly and not fight to the death. Master Lu led Dayu Manor here and was prepared to die, but it doesn't mean that you will die. Lu Yin was curious. You don't seem to oppose me killing Yu Mulberry Sky. But Yu Lao said, if there were no 3 universes, Yu Mulberry Sky's existence would be a good thing for the spiritualized universe. But now that there are 3 universes, Yu Mulberry Sky acts arbitrarily. With his personality, even if he reopens a universe in the future, he might not transform the entire spiritualized universe. So, his existence might not be a good thing. It's mainly because he doesn't want the Zhikong domain to have Mulberry Sky's position, Lu Yin said. Yu Lao laughed. Is Mulberry Sky's position in the Zhikong domain important? Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. The Zhikong domain's position in distributing the spiritualized universe's resources was higher than Mulberry Sky's. After all, Lu Yin couldn't see through Yu Lao even after facing him for so long, and the boat had drifted so far away. This was very abnormal. He really wanted to slap this old man. However, not being able to see through him didn't mean that this old man was stronger than him. It only meant that their paths of cultivation were different. Help me get rid of the Royal God Mountain, Lu Yin suddenly said. Rumu paused and looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Yu Lao sighed. The Royal God Mountain isn't easy to deal with. Master Lu, why do you have to be enemies with Yu Mulberry Sky now? Since you have something on him, you don't have to be afraid of him. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. What about the 10,000 beasts border? That should be fine, right? Yu Lao was helpless. The 10,000 beasts border's Emperor Wu is about to return. Furthermore, the 10,000 Beasts border has a special position in the spiritualized universe for collecting the spiritualized beasts. If you attack the 10,000 Beasts border, it will give the spiritualized universe the impression that you want to get rid of the spiritualized beast. Especially since the Zhi Kong domain can't interfere, it will change the pattern of cultivation. This won't work, that won't work, what's the use of cooperating with you? Even if the Zhi Kong domain doesn't help me, I can still become Sang Tian, Lu Yin said coldly. Yu Lao shook his head. I really want to cooperate with the Tianyuan universe. Master Lu brought a group of experts from the Tianyuan universe, but not all of them. If the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe work together, the consciousness universe will be rebooted very quickly. Why not? There's no need to affect the big plan for a temporary dispute. Be it the 10,000 Beasts border or the Royal God Mountain, no one knows the future. At least, Master Lu has to consider the current situation of the boundless universe. Lu Yin stared at Yu Lao. Are you threatening me? Yu Lao smiled. Of course not, but there are some situations that I should make clear. The key to the Gate of Arts might not be able to threaten the Zhan family. Even though the Zhan family obtained a lot of benefits from the sky beyond sky with the key, the Zhan family might not want to open the Gate of Arts. There's a group of old men waiting for death in the Gate of Arts. Some of them are even comparable to old salamanders. These old men don't want to wait for death, but they have no choice. If they can die on the battlefield, they would be more willing. Master Lu doesn't want the boundless universe to become the burial ground of a group of old men, right? Lu Yin was disdainful. What do you think those old men can do? At least they can consign the boundless universe to eternal damnation. Yu Lao said solemnly. Lu Yin didn't seem to care. If you say so, I would like to go to the Gate of Arts to take a look. I want to challenge all the experts in the world. A group of old men waiting for death is also qualified. Master Lu, why do you put yourself on the opposite side of the entire spiritualized universe? Yu Lao was helpless. I've said so much before, could it be that Master Lu isn't moved at all? Lu Yin raised his eyes and looked at Yu Lao for a while. He raised his wine cup and shook it. I believe what you said, and I also believe that you are sincere in cooperating with us. I even believe what you said about you Sang Tian. There's only one thing that I don't believe. Yu Lao looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin said indifferently, everything is for the spiritualized universe. Time is just a concept. This is the concept that you instilled in me. But in reality you don't have much time left. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a hurry to cooperate with us and talk with me for so long. Lu Yin looked at Yu Lao and asked, what changed your original idea? Rumu looked at Yu Lao and silently poured wine for them. Yu Lao laughed. Master Lu is extremely wise. I admire you. But you think too much. Every master of the wisdom sky domain is maintaining the stability of the spiritualized universe. They are one generation ahead of the current era, and they hold the right to distribute resources and cultivation. Through you, I see the next era of the Tianyuan universe. It's a colorful era full of vitality. An era that has the qualifications to surpass the spiritualized universe. Chapter 35-25. After a pause, Yu Lao continued, the future of the Tianyuan universe will surpass that of the spiritualized universe. Once the Tianyuan universe is on the right track, the spiritualized universe will be at a disadvantage. Eradicating the boundless universe is not a price the spiritualized universe is willing to pay. Since that's the case, we can only fix this future. Lu Yin was confused. Rumu was equally confused. Yu Lao said solemnly, eternal life is the end of cultivation. However, it is extremely difficult to step into eternal life. The only way is to restart the universe. Currently, only the 3 universes that we know of can be restarted. Restart the consciousness universe as soon as possible so that those who should step into eternal life in the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe can step into eternal life. Under the current situation, the number of eternal life experts in my spiritualized universe will definitely surpass your Tianyuan universe. No matter how high the scale of your Tianyuan universe will be in the future, the result of restarting a universe has already been determined. The number of eternal life experts will be fixed. My spiritualized universe will forever surpass your Tianyuan universe in terms of the number of eternal life realms. This is an unchangeable fact. Even if the Tianyuan universe has a peerless genius like you, the number 1 hero of all time, it will still be the same. Lu Yin stared blankly at Yu Lao and then laughed. What a laughable conclusion. Yu Lao took a sip of wine and stopped talking, allowing Lu Yin to ridicule him. He knew very well that Lu Yin was not ridiculing him, as what he said was the truth. The spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe had different futures. In the beginning, the spiritualized universe had restrained the Tianyuan universe's development, causing the Tianyuan universe's cultivation model to be chaotic. There was no order to the cultivation of the sequence laws, and one could only fumble around. This also allowed the spiritualized universe to easily control the Tianyuan universe and restart it at any time, just waiting for the right time. At that time, everyone in the spiritualized universe was indeed working for the benefit of the entire universe. They did not care about the life and death of a generation, only the overall strength of the spiritualized universe. However, with Lu Yin's rise, the spiritualized universe could not wait any longer, which was why they had invaded the Tianyuan universe. However, time had been reversed, and Yu Tian saw that it was useless even if the spiritualized universe sent out more experts. Thus he changed his plan and lured Lu Yin to the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin had to go to the spiritualized universe to make up for his karma. But Yu Tian did not expect Lu Yin to know the secret of the small spirit universe and use it to threaten him. Lu Yin could not be sure whether Yu Tian knew that Lu Yin knew the secret of the small spirit universe before he lured Lu Yin to the spiritualized universe. But that was Yu Tian's plan. From the foolish old man's point of view, the spiritualized universe would be able to deal with the Dayu Villa's group of people from the Tianyuan universe, but the price to pay was too great. If Wu Jiang had just entered the spiritualized universe, then the foolish old man would have been willing to pay such a price. However, Lu Yin had fought his way here, and not only had he suppressed a group of spiritualized universe elders, but he had also joined forces with Dancing Butterfly Border and the others. This was a completely different story, and the price that Lu Yin had to pay was far beyond what the foolish old man could accept. Even if the Grand Universe Villa was completely eradicated in the end, the spiritualized universe would still weaken greatly, which would make the war against the consciousness universe much more troublesome. From Elder Yu's point of view, Lu Yin had already joined forces with the consciousness universe, and once the spiritualized universe weakened too much, the consciousness universe would definitely retaliate. In the end, none of the three universes could gain an advantage. This had led to Elder Yu's scheme, which was to give the Tianyuan universe a new lease of life so that Lu Yin would no longer have to worry about the Tianyuan universe being rebooted. This also gave him a chance to step into the eternal realm. However, in comparison, the spiritualized universe would definitely have more people stepping into the eternal realm, which would forever suppress the Tianyuan universe. No matter how high the scale of the Tianyuan universe was in the future, the eternal life stage was already the limit. As long as the consciousness universe was rebooted, the number of eternal life stage cultivators in the spiritualized universe would surpass that of the Tianyuan universe. That would be the end of the competition between the two universes. Can never change. This also achieved his goal. This was Elder Yu's plan. This was a plan from the perspective of the entire spiritualized universe. Whether or not Elder Yu had his own personal interests in it had nothing to do with Lu Yin. 2K The only path Lu Yin could take now was the path that Elder Yu had given him, or else it would be a life and death struggle. Lu Yin was very glad that he had suddenly thought of the person behind Saint Daliu, causing the intent realm to mistakenly think that everything was orchestrated by the person behind Saint Daliu. He had also misled Elder Yu, making him think that he had joined forces with the consciousness universe. Otherwise, Elder Yu might not have made such a plan. It could also be that the battle in the abyss had shown Elder Yu his strength. Along the way, Lu Yin had challenged all the experts in the world, which had caused the spiritualized universe to be frightened and had no choice but to compromise. A small boat and wine accompanied by beauties. In the reed marsh, fish swam and leaped, drawing beautiful stripes under the afterglow of the setting sun. Lu Yin stood beside the small boat with his back facing Elder Yu. The scenery is very ordinary, but it makes me feel comfortable, as if I have returned to being an ordinary person. Elder Yu looked at Lu Yin's back. If Master Lu is willing, you can stay in the Jikong domain, and you can enter and leave the Jikong domain freely. Lu Yin smiled. Old man, is your idea really ahead of an era? Elder Yu shook his head. The world is overpraising the so-called ahead of an era is just to set up in advance and grasping the corresponding power. Lu Yin said, but what you are doing now is indeed ahead of the ideas of many people. By fixing the number of eternal realm experts forever, The spiritualized universe does not have to fight to the death with the Tianyuan universe, and it can also suppress the Tianyuan universe forever. Elder Yu said seriously, the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe are both dominated by humans, which is why it can be achieved. If it was the consciousness universe, it would definitely fight to the death, there would be no other choice. Lu Yin turned around and looked at Elder Yu. What if Yu Sangtian does not agree? He does not care about my weakness, what will you do? Elder Yu and Lu Yin looked at each other. That is your Tianyuan universe's business. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu and Elder Yu looked at Lu Yin as well. Ru Mu poured wine for herself. This scene had happened many times. This was their confrontation. After a while Lu Yin sat down again and drank the wine. Ru Mu poured wine again, but Lu Yin suddenly grabbed Ru Mu's hand. Ru Mu was startled and looked at Lu Yin. Master? Lu Yin did not care about Ru Mu, he stared at Elder Yu. Kill? Ru Mu's face turned pale and looked at Elder Yu. Elder Yu shook his head. No need. She heard our conversation and she is from the Imperial God Mountain. Lu Yin said indifferently. Ru Mu pouted. Master, let him speak. Lu Yin interrupted. Elder Yu said, this girl is Rugua's daughter, she can be trusted. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. You trust her, but it does not mean I do. Then he looked at Ru Mu with cold eyes. Why did you take the initiative to be my maid? Give me a reason not to kill you. Ru Mu looked at Lu Yin. I took the initiative to monitor you for the Imperial God Mountain. I can also lead the way to the Imperial God Mountain. Lu Yin looked at Ru Mu deeply and slowly let go of her hand. Ru Mu looked at the fingerprints on her wrist. She did not dare to say anything and continued to pour wine. I have a condition. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu. Give me that, Mr. Li. Elder Yu frowned. I am not begging you, this is the only way out for your Daoyu manner. Master Lu, I hope you understand. Lu Yin nodded. Head, I understand, you don't have to do it, I will catch him myself. Elder Yu had a headache. Why does Master Lu want this, Mr. Li? He is the Dao protector of the Zhikong domain's successor. I also promised to give him a chance to step into immortality. Lu Yin sneered. It is impossible for him, I was besieged by Old Salamander and the others. Dancing Butterfly Horizon wanted to help me, but this guy stopped him. Elder Yu sighed. Mr. Li is a powerhouse who crossed the bitter adversity. Such a powerhouse would rather die in the consciousness universe than be wasted. It is not a waste to give him to me. Lu Yin wanted this, Mr. Li. At this time the spirit cloud stone vibrated. Old Tao contacted him. Lu Yin answered. Master, big news. Yi Sangtian was defeated by the Master of Heaven's Hand. His position is no longer guaranteed. The Master of Heaven's Hand will replace him. Lu Yin suddenly looked up. Where? Grand Domain. Lu Yin took a step forward and disappeared. Elder Yu stood up, not good. In the starry sky, Lu Yin's expression was gloomy as he headed towards the Grand Domain alone. The Master of Heaven's Hand had played a good move. Previously he had used Lu Yin to eliminate Jin, Old Man Wang Yu, Dancing Butterfly Horizon, Master Su and other powerhouses. After Lu Yin defeated Old Salamander, Big Golden Wings and other powerhouses in the spatial abyss, he had made his move. Now that he had defeated Yi Sangtian in the entire spiritualized universe, most of those who were qualified to compete for the Master of Heaven's Hand had been defeated by Lu Yin, and no one would compete with him. He had a 99% chance of becoming the Master of Heaven's Hand. However, if he wanted to become the Master of Heaven's Hand, he would have to ask for Lu Yin's permission. At this time the void distorted, and Lu Yin turned around to see Elder Yu chasing after him. Master Lu, what are you doing? Lu Yin's eyes were cold. Killing the Master of Heaven's Hand. Elder Yu was puzzled. The Master of Heaven's Hand becoming the Master of Heaven's Hand has nothing to do with you, why make enemies? I will guarantee that the Master of Heaven's Hand will agree to you becoming the Master of Heaven's Hand. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu and sneered. I was wondering how he was able to grasp the timing. It turns out that you are the one. Old man, who do you think I am? To be manipulated by you? Elder Yu's tone was deep. This is the spiritualized universe. Even if you are the master of the Tianyuan universe, you should have some concerns. Blindly making enemies is not beneficial to you. Lu Yin casually struck Elder Yu with his palm and the old man hurriedly dodged. This palm was extremely powerful. I, Lu Yin, don't need to compromise to obtain the Master of Heaven's Hand. Since Wu Jiang is here, he is not afraid of death. All of us should be prepared to die, including myself. The Master of Heaven's hand used me to eliminate his opponents, and he also wanted to use the Master of Heaven's hand to deal with me. If the Master of Heaven's hand couldn't deal with me, he would have leaked Bao Qi's whereabouts to me and lured me to the spatial abyss. Previously, it was also you who instructed Mr. Zhang Li to stop Dancing Butterfly Horizon from attacking, and Miao Huang was also hired by the Master of Heaven's hand. Do you think I don't know anything? You saw through the Dayu Villa from the very beginning. You wanted to see the Dayu Villa's methods in the spiritualized universe, and you saw the Gate of Arts. After that, the Master of Heaven's hand used me to deal with the powerhouses vying for the Master of Heaven's hand's position, which should also be related to you. You were also the one who told the Master of Heaven's hand about Bao Qi's location. Otherwise, how could the Master of Heaven's hand have found Xianxia's location? Your series of plans didn't manage to deal with me, so you changed your plan and want to cooperate with me. Old man, what do you take me for? Do you think I'll let you do whatever you want to me? You are still far from being able to play with me. Once I deal with the Master of Heaven's hand, your Wisdom Void domain will be next. Lu Yin then used the reverse step and disappeared. Chapter 35-26. Foolish Old stood in place with an ugly expression. How had he been seen through? How had Lu Yin known that the Celestial Hand had hired Miao Huang? The Celestial Hand's master had become Sang Tian, and it was indeed related to the Zhikong region. Although the Zhikong region could not become Sang Tian himself, he could control the position. Yi Sengtun had once been one of the Celestial Hand's masters. Yi Sengtun had not truly been defeated by the Celestial Hand's master, but rather he had abdicated at Foolish Old's behest. Lu Yin's use of the battle at Spatial Abyss had exceeded Foolish Old's expectations. He had thought that he would be able to deal with this person in Spatial Abyss, but the experts had been defeated one after another. In the end, even Miao Huang had been defeated. However, he still could not see Lu Yin's limits, which had changed his mind. He had not expected this person to see through him. Did this person really not care about limitless survival? How did he know that Miao Huang was related to the Celestial Hand? Elder Yu was having a headache right now. He had assumed that Lu Yin was the kind of person who had exceptional cultivation talent and was shrewd enough to know how to seek benefits and avoid losses. Lu Yin should have agreed to cooperate with the Zhikong realm to protect Limitless. However, he hadn't expected Lu Yin to be so shameless and completely disregard the situation. Lu Yin had actually wanted to kill the Celestial Hand and ruin Foolish Old's plans. Foolish Old did not understand Lu Yin at all. Throughout Lu Yin's path of cultivation, there had been times when he had endured patiently and times when he had exploded. His only goal had been to clearly see his future path. He had once endured the Day-Night clan and borrowed their strength to fight against them. He had even joined the Lockbreaker Society and continuously looked for backers to continue walking down this path. Whether it was the Cosmic Tree Society or the Six Paths Society, he had endured patiently. However, in this spiritualized universe, enduring patiently was no longer useful. From the moment Limitless had entered the spiritualized universe, they had been schemed against. If he endured patiently, he would only be schemed against even more ruthlessly. Under such circumstances, he could only fight until the spiritualized universe lost its voice and until no one dared to use them aside from Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin could tolerate Yu Sangtian's schemes because he was not Yu Sangtian's opponent. However, he would not allow anyone else from the spiritualized universe to scheme against him, including the Zhikong region. They had schemed against him over and over again. He was not confident that he could always see the future, so he would make all those schemes disappear. The spirit cloud stone vibrated and Old Tao's voice rang out. Master, the Master of Heavenly Hand is no longer in the Grand Universal Domain. He is in the Southbound World. Southbound Realm? Lu Yin had never heard of this place before, as it was not one of the 36 filaments. South Turing World is a rather remote place in the spiritualized universe. It has nothing to do with the 36 regions. In fact, it's where the Master of Heavenly Hand resides. Outsiders don't know that the people of Heavenly Hand are scattered across the 36 regions. They don't have a fixed location. In fact, South Turing World is the birthplace of Heavenly Hand. Yabunko, how did you know? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Although Old Tao was the fourth Heaven's Hand, he had asked Old Tao before, and Old Tao did not know the relationship between the Southbound Realm and the Heaven's Hand. Old Tao said solemnly, Heaven Hand told me of his own accord just now. Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone and followed Old Tao's directions to the Southbound World. Foolish Old had told the Master of the Heaven's Hand that he wasn't confident in fighting against Lu Yin in the Grand Universal Domain, so he had returned to the southbound realm. It seemed like he wanted to use the entire Heaven's Hand to contend against Lu Yin. On the other side, outside the Zhikong domain, Old Tao put down the spirit cloud stone and exhaled. Another battle was about to break out. Couldn't the leader take a break? Did he have to attack the Heaven's Hand at this time? Besides, other than using the Su Master's path to plot against the leader, the Heaven's Hand did not seem to have done anything else that would make the leader want to kill him. Why was the leader in such a hurry? Southbound realm? What is he doing there? Qingyun asked. Old Tao said, to find trouble with the Heaven's Hand. I thought. The ninth spirit is back. He is going to find trouble with the ninth spirit, Qingyun muttered. Her words shocked Old Tao, Palace Master Yao and the others. The ninth spirit is in the southbound realm? Palace Master Yao asked. Qingyun nodded and did not hide it. Actually, no one knew where Xianxia was. Previously, Bao Qi was in the spatial abyss and no one in the spiritualized universe knew. The ninth spirit, Meng Xianxia, and the other Xianxia who did not belong to the seven major powers. Similarly, no one knew where they were. Even Palace Master Yao, who was so close to Xianxia, did not know, let alone Old Tao and the others. They felt like they had heard a huge secret. Bao Qi was in the spatial abyss next to Zhikong domain. The ninth spirit was in the southbound realm, next to Heaven's Hand. No matter how they looked at it, it was not a coincidence. Right, since he wants to deal with the Heaven's Hand, this is for him. Qingyun took out a piece of jade. It records the distribution of the Heaven's Hand in the 36 domains. Old Tao took it and looked at Qingyun, puzzled. Qingyun said, the ninth spirit dislikes the Heaven's Hand very much, especially the first difficulty. When she has nothing to do, she investigates the Heaven's Hand. If he can solve the first difficulty, the Heaven's Hand should disappear. Old Tao looked at the contents of the jade and contacted Lu Yin again. Before long, he contacted Dayu Villa as per Lu Yin's instructions. It was time for Dayu Villa to move around again. In space, Lu Yin was getting closer and closer to the southbound realm. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Qianmen Faidu greets the third master of Dayu Villa. Lu Yin looked at the mouth in the dark space not far away and was surprised. Just one mouth? Spiritualized talent? Yes, I've embarrassed myself in front of the third master. Lu Yin laughed. You don't dare to appear personally? I'm afraid of the third master. I'm timid. Please forgive me. There's nothing to forgive. Qianmen Faidu, is the Heaven's Hand's master on the surface? Qianmen Faidu said respectfully, Third master, are you going to the southbound realm? So what if I am? What should the Heaven's Hand do to make the third master stop? Lu Yin's speed did not change and so did the mouth. This surprised Lu Yin. It was just a mouth. How could it keep up with his speed? He stared at the void and gradually saw that it was a door. In this dark space from where the mouth had appeared, there were countless doors leading into the distance. The mouth was not relying on speed to keep up with him, but on passing through door after door. Interesting. There was such a spiritualized talent. The spiritualized universe's cultivation method was unified. Although it was not as creative as the Tianyuan universes, the spirit molting Dao was truly magical. There were very few people in the Tianyuan universe who had the talent. Once a cultivator had the talent, their status would be different. The spiritualized universe's cultivators could obtain spiritualized weapons or spiritualized talents once they spiritualized. Lu Yin once thought that the probability was very low, but looking at the countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe, there were still a lot of them. In this regard, the spiritualized universe was far superior to the Tianyuan universe. Qianmen Faidu was just a spiritual prime. Logically, he should not be able to keep up with Lu Yin's speed in space and time, but he was able to keep up with him with just a mouth. Myriad Beasts Border, Royal God Mountain. Pick one and help me deal with it. Third Master, you have the Heaven's Hand's full support. Nonsense. I'll deal with anyone who stands in my way. I don't need your support to decide who I want. The Heaven's Hand has the information of the spiritualized universe. Third Master, you can use it. Lu Yin looked at the mouth. For example, Zhen Wang, you old man dancing butterfly? Qianmen Faidu was silent for a moment. Third Master. Before he could finish, Lu Yin slapped out. The void shook and a terrifying force shattered one side. It spread out and shattered all the doors. These doors stood in the starry sky. Ordinary people could not see them, not even cultivators at the level of the spirit progenitor. It was similar to the transparent power in the Tianyuan universe's burial garden, but it was much more powerful. But no matter how amazing the talent was, it could only be shattered in the face of absolute combat power. The moment Lu Yin shattered those doors, far away in the southbound world, Yinan opened his eyes. He still came. Qianmen Faidu walked out of the void. We can't stop him. Yinan stood up. Jianyuan has been fighting continuously, and he still dares to come to the heaven's hand. Does this person really have no limits? Impossible. Even Lord Yu Sangtian has his limits. Yinan shook his head. The result is the same. It seems that he really wants to eliminate Royal God Mountain or Myriad Beasts border. Go to him and tell him that once he starts a war with the heaven's hand, the entire spiritualized universe will know that the great Uvilla came from the Tianyuan universe. Sangtian was originally controlled, and they will be the enemies of the entire spiritualized universe. Knowing it by default was completely different from knowing it openly. Before this, everyone knew that Wu Jiang came from the Tianyuan universe and that the great Uvilla was a cultivator of the Tianyuan universe. But as long as no one said it openly and Yu Sangtian did not say anything, no one would seek death. The 7 major forces alone were not a match for the great Uvilla. They would need at least half of the forces to fight against it. But if they said it openly, Lu Yin's following actions would be taken into consideration by the 3 universes. Any action would be magnified and would be seen as an insult to the entire spiritualized universe. For example, starting a war with the heaven's hand. In this way, the great Uvilla would have a hard time in the spiritualized universe. Of course, this was a difficult idea. Qianmen Faidu hesitated. The third master might not care. He challenged the world's experts, took in those who violated the rules and threatened to carve words outside the extreme palace. Even if he is not from the Tianyuan universe, these actions are enough to make the great Uvilla a public enemy of the spiritualized universe. Yinan had a headache. Why did he encounter such a person? The foolish old man was confident that he could persuade this person, which was why he chose this time to fight for Sangtian's position. He did not expect that this person would want to fight to the death. If he had known this, he would not have stood up now. He would have at least waited until the day before the sacrificial spirit. At that time he might not have provoked this person. Also, Miao Huang was hired by him, so how did this person know? Old Tao? Impossible. He was only number 4, so he did not know about the heaven's hand hiring Miao Huang. This was the trigger for this person to come to the southbound realm. If he had known that Miao Huang could not deal with this person, then he would not have done anything unnecessary. The main problem was that no one knew where this person's limits were. So many top experts had come, and even Miao Huang had not been able to reach this person's limits. Moreover, Miao Huang had even escaped. He kept saying that everyone was immoral, but in reality he was the most immoral. Miao Huang was truly disgusting, and the most important thing right now was to resolve the crisis that was Lu Yin. Qianmen Faidu went to find Lu Yin again, and the same mouth appeared in the void. At this moment they were very close to the southbound realm. Third Master, the Heaven's Hand created the black and white spiritual lists, and it controls many intelligence channels in the spiritualized universe. It will be of great help to the great Uvilla. Third Master, are you really not going to consider cooperating with the Heaven's Hand? Chapter 35-27. Lu Yin looked at the mouth with disdain. I'll consider it, but do you dare to cooperate with me? We can provide information for the Dayu Villa. We don't need your information. There are plenty of people who will provide it for us. If Third Master insists on fighting with Tian's hand, the Dayu Villa's origin might spread throughout the spiritualized universe in the shortest time possible. At that time, even if everyone pretends to be deaf and dumb, someone will definitely stand up and attack the Dayu Villa. Third Master, do you really want to fight to the death? You're not worthy. Lu Yin struck out with his palm and the mouth instantly disappeared. However, he did not realize that the flowing light had traveled ahead of time and reversed for a second. The spiritualized universe was naturally at a disadvantage when faced with the power of time cultivated in the Tianyuan universe. Qianmen Faidu was weaker than Lu Yin to begin with, so it was even more impossible for him to resist. Lu Yin's palm smashed the mouth into pieces. In the southbound realm, First Master heard a wail from not far away. He looked over and saw Qianmen Faidu's face covered in blood. He stood up angrily. This is too much. Does this person really think that Tian's hand is afraid of him? Activate all the spirit treasure arrays and pass down the order. Everyone in Tian's hand is on standby and be prepared to announce the Dayu Villa at any time. Understood. Qian Men Faidu's teeth had been knocked out, but he was only taught a lesson and would recover quickly. After all, he was a spiritual prime powerhouse. However, this slap had left him without any dignity. It was just like how Lu Yin did not need to give Tian's hand any dignity. This slap had hit Qian Men Faidu, but it was actually a slap to First Master's face. Even so, First Master did not plan to fight to the death with Lu Yin immediately. Tian's hand did not want to become cannon fodder that would perish together with the Dayu Villa. Why did the 7 major powers not besiege the Dayu Villa? It was because of this. No one was willing to work for someone else. As long as there was room for negotiation, they would not start a war. First Master was waiting for foolish old man. The wisdom void territories wait and foolish old man's methods were his bottom line. Not long after Lu Yin arrived in the southbound realm. First Master and Qian Men Faidu were all in the southbound realm, looking at the starry sky. The southbound realm was not considered small, and it was about half the size of the 5th mainland's outerverse. However, it was located in a remote area and it did not have many resources. It also did not have any famous powerhouses. There were too many places like this in the spiritualized universe, and no one knew that this was where Heaven's Hand was located and where the 9th Immortal Sang Tian lived. Heaven's Hand's numinous treasure spirit design covered 2/3 of the South Turing world, avoiding the 9th spirit. There was more than one numinous treasure array formation because Heaven Hand had 2 numinous treasure heavenly masters. Lu Yin looked down at the southbound realm and frowned slightly. He could decipher the numinous treasure array formation below, but Qian Men Faidu's words made him concerned. It wasn't a good thing for the Dayu Manor to completely reveal Wu Zhang's background, even though they had already prepared for it. Since that was the case, he decided to give the Dayu Villa some time. Qin Yun had provided the locations of many of the Sky Hand's branches. If the Sky Hand wanted a life and death struggle, news would have to spread from these branches. It all depended on whether the 9th spirit's investigation was complete. Now then, Lu Yin slowly descended and entered the spirit treasure array. He was surprised. He had actually taken the initiative to enter the spirit treasure array? He had thought that he would use brute force to decipher it. Right, this person had climbed the 9 steps celestial master staircase. Logically speaking, he could become the 10th heavenly master of the Numinous Treasure Association. His ability in the Tao of Numinous Treasures might even surpass the 2 Numinous Treasure heavenly masters of the Sky Hand. How long will it take to decipher the spirit treasure array? Qian Men Faidu asked. Not far away stood 5 cultivators of the Tao of Numinous Treasures. They were the lockbreakers of the Tianyuan universe. This was because 2 of them were Numinous Treasure heavenly masters. This spirit treasure array had been set up by them. One of the Numinous Treasure heavenly masters had a solemn expression. Over the years we have set up a total of 3 spirit treasure arrays. They are the Cooling Dispelling Heat, the Clear Water White Stone, and the Scroll 16. The Cooling Dispelling Heat looks cold, but what one feels is scorching heat. Everything is in opposition. Actions, vision, everything is in opposition. This is a spirit treasure array to prevent people from entering unintentionally and to chase them away. There is not much killing intent and it will not attract too much attention. Clear water and white stone is the second layer of the numinous treasure formation. Contains the strongest killing intent created by the 2 of us. Under the clear water, the white stone can be seen. It is like the light of a firefly in the darkness. It is also extinguished in the darkness. It is enough to kill experts of the spiritual cultivation level. Qian Men Faidu frowned. Spiritual master? Even he, a spiritual master, could not stop the 3rd master. However, he did not blame the 2. They were only numinous treasure heavenly masters and were only spiritual progenitors. They were defeated by the 9-step celestial master ladder. They were not that powerful. It was already good enough that they could reach this step. The Scroll 16 was not created by the 2 of us. It was given to us by forefather Yinan. The 2 of us spent countless years to set it up. We do not know how powerful it is. You do not know the power of the spirit treasure array you set up. Qian Men Faidu did not believe it. The 2 heavenly masters smiled bitterly. We do not know. This spirit treasure array is completely different from the ones we usually come in contact with. We do not know the details. Yinan watched Lu Yin enter the cooling, dispelling heat without saying a word. The two heavenly masters did not say anything either. Qianmen Faidu glanced at Yinan. He did not know the origin of this spirit treasure array. Scroll 16 did not even have a name. On the other side, the 100 Herb domain was very peaceful. There were fewer people monitoring the Dayu villa than before. Lu Yin fought his way out in the outside world and attracted too much attention. Many people gradually started to focus on Lu Yin. They did not believe that there was someone in the Dayu villa who could surpass Lu Yin. Figures walked in all directions of the boundless. They were the Tianyuan army, mechas and black energy source users. The crazy director stood at the bow of the boundless ship and looked into the distance. Everyone had left. Another big commotion. Chu Yi, Desolate God, Lu Tianyi, Celestial Victor, Second Fate, Mu Zhu Yi Luo, and Luo Shan all left the boundless to eliminate the Heaven's Hand branch according to the list and location sent by Old Tao. In the outside world, Dancing Butterfly Horizon and several other powerful people who were friends with them were also on the move. The Heaven's Hand was distributed in all directions of the spiritualized universe, especially the 36 domains. Fortunately, there were many powerful people on the boundless. Together with Dancing Butterfly Horizon and the others, they were able to eliminate all the branches on the list. The closest branch was the 100 Herb domain. The 100 Herb domain also had a branch of the Heaven's Hand, which had been handed over to the ancestor of the past. When Lu Yin arrived at the southbound realm, all of the Heaven's Hand branches received orders from Qianmen Faidu to remain on standby and organize all information regarding the Dayu Villa so that they could be prepared to announce it to the spiritualized universe at any time. The Heaven's Hand branch in the 100 Herb domain was very far from the boundless realm. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary valley with many ordinary people living there. Among these ordinary people, there was one family that was clearly wealthier than the others. They had large doors and even guards. To the surrounding people, this was just a rich family. However, they did not know that this was the Heaven's Hand branch. Everyone here was an ordinary person. They really were ordinary people who had been sent to prevent the boundless realm from being discovered. Jiang had seen the problem. If there were cultivators here, they would definitely be noticed by the boundless realm. Thus, this branch was filled with ordinary people. However, these ordinary people could pass on information to the outside world. The ancestor of the past arrived at the valley, but no one saw her. She naturally walked into the rich family's house and sat in the courtyard, waiting for the right time. In the Alan domain, the water curtain domain had recovered a lot. With the help of powerhouses, it could be easily repaired. There was a power not too far away from the water curtain domain called the Sunset Court. It was filled with women and had a lowly status in the Alan domain. They needed to hand over resources to the larger Sunset Court, which belonged to the Sunset Sect. The Sunset Court was one of the 12 sects in the northern half of the Alan domain, and all of them had to hand over resources to the spiritual masters who ruled the Alan domain. No one would have thought that the lowly Sunset Court was actually a branch of the Heaven's Hand. Yi Ro arrived outside the court. Lu Tianyi arrived at the Cloud Crane domain and saw the scene of thousands of cranes flying together. Here, the Crane sect was in charge of a domain and the strongest person was the Crane Guard. However, he did not fear Lu Tianyi. Powerhouses at the same level could rarely fight against Lu Tianyi. He found the Heaven's Hand branch and the person in charge was a loose cultivator called Crane Guard. This person did not know that Lu Tianyi had his eyes on him. "Who are you? Coming uninvited is against the rules of etiquette." Lu Tianyi looked over. He did not know how the Crane Guard found him. The Crane Guard was not loose cultivator Crane Guard, but the master of the entire Cloud Crane domain. The Crane Guard's expression was solemn. Lu Tianyi gave him pressure. This person was very strong. Lu Tianyi of the Dayu Manor. The Crane Guard's eyes narrowed. "You are from the Dayu Manor?" Lu Tianyi did not hide it and there was no need to hide it. Now there was no need to hide anything from the Dayu Manor. The more they hid, the more guilty they would be. "I wonder why someone from the Dayu Manor has come to my Cloud Crane domain?" The Crane Guard did not understand. Lu Tianyi looked at loose cultivator Crane Guard who still did not notice him. "This person is the manager of the Heaven's Hand branch." The Crane Guard was shocked. "He is from the Heaven's Hand?" He did not doubt Lu Tianyi's words. Otherwise, why would Lu Tianyi come? However, even if he was from the Heaven's Hand, What did he have to do with the Dayu Manor? Suddenly, the crane guard thought of something and his expression turned solemn. The third master wants to fight the Heaven's Hand? After the battle at the Abyss of Time, Lu Yin went to the Zhikong domain as a guest. After the news of Yi Songtian's defeat in Yi Sangtian spread, he went to the southbound domain. Those who were watching Lu Yin did not know at all. They thought that Lu Yin was still in the Zhikong domain. Now that Lu Tianyi had found the Heaven's Hand branch, the crane guard was not stupid. He naturally thought of this. Lu Tianyi put his hands behind his back and waited for the right time to strike. The timing could not be early. Otherwise, the other branches of the Heaven's Hand would know and flee. Everyone had to strike at the same time. The crane guard looked at Lu Tianyi deeply. The Dayu Manor was indeed full of experts. He could not afford to offend them. He turned and left, pretending not to have seen anything. Qianlan White Region, Ghostfire Region, Boat Region, and even Yi Songtian's Daquan Region had sent experts from the Dayu Manor. The one who went to Daquan Region was Chu Yi. The one who also had the Heaven's Hand in his domain was Dancing Butterflies in the Horizon. No one knew why Dancing Butterflies in the Horizon had suddenly left his domain, but no one was watching them. The domain, however, did not welcome them. Dancing Butterflies in the Horizon did not cultivate consciousness and had now joined the Dayu Manor. Chapter 35-28. Why have the two of you come to my realm? Xiao personally blocked them outside the realm. Diao Wu frowned. What, we can't go in? Xiao said in a low voice. The concept here is different from the other 36 domains. The two seniors should know this. Tianya's tone was gentle as he said, Don't worry, we're not looking for trouble. May I ask if Miss Wutong is here? Xiao was puzzled. Are the two of you looking for Wutong? Diao Wu replied. Third master asked us to give Miss Wutong a gift. Xiao didn't think that there would be such a thing. Although Wutong wasn't bad, she was far from being comparable to Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Keqing. As for having dancing butterflies from the horizon come to the intent realm to deliver a gift, he couldn't figure it out. What's wrong? Are you not going to give the third head any face? Diao Wu was unhappy. Xiao didn't understand Lu Yin's intentions and he wanted to refuse. But if he did, it was hard to say if he would provoke the third master again. As for asking Wutong to come out, the reason was the same. He didn't give her any face. Helpless, Xiao said, Of course not. Please. The dancing butterfly horizon was extremely powerful, and Xiao admitted that he had no confidence in blocking it. Looking at the artistic conception, it was fortunate that he still had an action. Wu Wei's consciousness was enough to restrain the two of them, which was also the source of his confidence. The two of them still couldn't compare in terms of intent realm. Soon the butterfly dances in the horizon entered the intent realm. One by one the experts of the Dayu Manor headed to the Heaven's Hand branch. Time continued to pass. Lu Yin, who was far away in the south traversing world, observed the spirit treasure array formation with interest. Lu Yin had rushed over to southbound realm in a hurry, but he had not immediately taken action. He had also not accepted Sky's Hand's offer to reconcile. There had to be some sort of scheme, but they did not know the specifics. Even though Sky's Hand's information network was powerful, it was impossible for him to keep an eye on so many powerhouses in the Dayu Villa. They could not understand why the Ninth Spirit had investigated so many branches of the Heaven's Hand, and why Qing Yun had told Old Tao and Dayu Villa about it. Otherwise, the Dayu Villa would have been made public long ago. Finally, Lu Yin received word that everyone had arrived. He lifted his foot and took the next step, breaking through the lingering winter dispelling summer spirit treasure array and arriving at the next level, Clearwater Whitestone. The eyes of Heaven Hand's group trembled and they began to move. Yinan frowned. He had a bad premonition, but he didn't know what was going on. Third Master, is it really impossible for Heaven Hand and Your Excellency to reconcile? Lu Yin looked around at his surroundings, brimming with killing intent. Royal God Mountain or Myriad Beast Border, choose one. Yinan's eyes were sinister. Since that's the case, don't blame the Heavenly Hand for being merciless. Pass down the order. Publish the information on Dayu Villa. Let's see who else will pretend to be deaf and dumb. Lu Yin looked up and stared at Yinan. You're dead, old man. Yinan's expression was grave. Beside him, Qianmen Faidu immediately ordered. However, his expression quickly changed. Something has happened. The branch has lost contact. Yinan was shocked. What did you say? He suddenly looked at Lu Yin. It's you? In the 100 Grass region, the ancestor of the ancient era left the valley. The courtyard was deathly silent as fresh blood flowed out from the cracks of the door, dyeing the fields red. Cloud Crane region. Lu's cultivator Shuhe was lying at Lu Tianyi's feet. In the Alan region, the sunset court disappeared without a trace. At this moment, rivers of blood were flowing in every domain of the spiritualized universe. Within the intent realm, Diao Wu suddenly attacked, using the sequence of annihilation to attack a region, completely erasing that region. Xianxia was shocked and released his consciousness. Dancing butterflies in the horizon, what are you doing? The cultivators stared warily at Dancing Butterfly World's horizon. Wu Wei's consciousness shrouded the area and pressed down on the intent realm. World's horizon calmly said, "Don't panic. It's just a branch of the heaven's hand." Xiaoxia's eyes narrowed. A branch of the heaven's hand? You just destroyed a branch of the heaven's hand? Diao Wu sneered. Do you really think that we gave that Wutong a gift? Xiaoxia stared at the two, not knowing whether to believe them or not. Master Feng quickly reminded him, it might really be a branch of the heaven's hand. He did not want to become enemies with the Dayu villa. If that third master was lured here, the alliance might end up like the Qi family. Beyond Heaven would not save the Qi family or the alliance. Even if they did, they might not be able to save them. That third master had become invincible after the battle at Jianyuan, and even Sang Tian had not been his opponent. Unless Yu Sang Tian personally acted, the intent realm would be in danger, and Xiaoxia did not want to die. Whether or not that region was a branch of the heaven's hand, they had to believe it. At this moment, Wu Wei's consciousness dissipated as he did not want to interfere. Helpless, Xiaoxia could only take a deep breath and suppress his anger. Please leave. Dancing butterflies in the horizon did not say anything else and left the intent realm. Looking at their backs, Xiaoxia's expression darkened. Since when had his intent realm been humiliated like this? Master Feng smiled bitterly and could only sigh. Alliance leader, in my opinion, that is really a branch of the heaven's hand. I know, but they did not even greet us. They are looking down on the alliance. Xiaoxia clenched his teeth. Master Feng did not know what to say. Faced with that powerful third master, what else could they do? Dancing butterflies in the horizon was also an absolute expert. Suddenly the two exchanged glances. A branch of the heaven's hand? The Dayu villa attacked a branch of the heaven's hand? First disaster, they just defeated Yi Sang Tian and might very well succeed him. Why would the Dayu villa attack them now? Master Feng did not understand. Xiaoxia looked at the sky again. The heaven's hand is unlucky. It was not a big deal that a branch of the heaven's hand had been massacred, as many people did not know that it was a branch of the heaven's hand that had been massacred. Even the battle at the southbound horizon had not attracted much attention. No one knew that Lu Yin had gone there, much less that the heaven's hand and the ninth spirit were there. First disaster, how did they know that the Dayu villa had massacred a branch of the heaven's hand? Even old Tao could not have known. Lu Yin looked at a puddle of clear water in front of him. There was a snow-white stone in the water. This sourcebox's danger zone was unique, but its power was too weak. He easily broke through it. He broke through 2 layers of the array, and the third layer was Scroll 16. Activate. The 2 heavenly masters shouted and activated Scroll 16. It was clearly daytime, but it was shrouded in darkness. Moonlight sprinkled down, bringing with it a chill. A figure sat alone on a mountain range facing the moonlight. Lu Yin looked at the scene formed by the sourcebox's danger zone. Was this a humanoid sourcebox's danger zone? He had experienced many humanoid origin tribulations, but humanoid sourcebox's danger zone was extremely rare. How could a sourcebox's danger zone take on a human form? Suddenly, the figure raised a hand and pointed a finger at Lu Yin's back. The killing intent descended and the sky cracked. At that moment, whether it was Lu Yin first disaster or Qianmen Faidu, they all felt a chill run down their spines. That finger represented death. Lu Yin faced that finger directly and his expression changed. What a powerful finger, but its power was not enough. He also pointed a finger using the Tao of Tianyi. Bang! The ground of the southbound realm cracked open, and Lu Yin's finger shattered the plains. With a wave of his hand, the sourcebox's killing intent completely tore apart the array. That finger's intent was extremely strong, but its power was not enough and it felt like it could not withstand it. This sourcebox's array piqued Lu Yin's interest. His gaze fell on the two heavenly masters and he took a step forward, instantly appearing in front of them and grabbing them. At that moment, a blade flashed past and Lu Yin casually grabbed it. Lu Yin crushed the blade with a single hand, and First Disaster tightened his grip on the hilt and slashed out again. Lu Yin had not expected First Disaster to not use any assassination techniques, but to fight with a blade instead. This person's blade technique was rarely seen in the world. After all, he was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. Every strike broke through Lu Yin's understanding of blade techniques, even if he had experienced Wu Tian's martial arts. However, no matter how strong the blade technique was, it could not hurt Lu Yin. Unless it reached the sharpness of the great golden-winged divine claw, it could not threaten Lu Yin at all. In the surroundings, the people from Heaven's Hand all distanced themselves. Qian Men Faidu immediately retreated, not daring to participate in this battle. First Disaster's blade slashed down, combining the power of the previous strikes to create a new world. Lu Yin still raised his hand and his Palm Realm battle force spread out, grabbing the blade and shattering it with a bang. The shards streaked across the void, cutting through the southbound realm in all directions. Qian Men Faidu's shoulder was pierced by the shards, and he retreated with a pale face. First Disaster tightened his grip on the broken hilt and pressed forward. The hilt suddenly transformed into a bony hand that was as white as jade, grabbing at Lu Yin. The moment Lu Yin saw the bony hand, he paused. The bony hand was about to land on his head. Light flashed around Lu Yin's body, reversing for a second. First Disaster could not avoid the reversal of time, and that second was enough for Lu Yin to pull away. First Disaster charged at Lu Yin again, his body transforming into a blade of light that tore through the void with the bony hand. Lu Yin was surprised. The power of thought. First Disaster was shocked. How did this person know? Thought was a very mysterious power in the spiritualized universe. Consciousness, spirit, and essence were not thought. Thought was a biological ability to move. First Disaster was able to create the Heaven's Hand and reach the level of Dooku air. Xianxia valued him and sent the ninth spirit to monitor him because he was adept at the power of thought. Lu Yin thought that he could defeat the third master by attacking with thought. Who knew that this person not only grasped the power of time, but also saw through the power of thought? Lu Yin praised, looking at the three universes, there are very few people who can cultivate the power of thought. Unfortunately, I've met more than one. Master Wei, Ancestor Hui, and even Bai Wuxian all had the power to change thought. Although Lu Yin did not cultivate this power, he was not unfamiliar with it. No wonder Yinan attacked with his saber. He knew that even the divine claws of the big golden wings could not hurt him, but he still attacked like this. It was because he wanted to take advantage of the moment when the blade was broken to grab his thoughts with his bone hand. If he had not reversed time and understood the power of thoughts, he might have really fallen into his trap. Third Master, since you know the power of thought, you should know that it is not easy to deal with. Everything the Heaven's Hand has done to you can be compensated. Tell me what you want. This is the Heaven's Hand's sincerity. First Disaster was afraid and clenched the bony hand tightly. His trump card had been seen through and he was not confident. He would not fight if he could. He was better at assassination. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with killing intent. Buya Zhen Wang, you old man, dancing butterfly world, Su Sherdao, the battle of Jianyuan, Miawu Huang, and that Mr. Li. Your Heaven's Hand and Ji Kong domain have schemed against me so many times. What do you think you can compensate me with? Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Chapter 35-29. Yinan could sense the killing intent in Lu Yin's voice. The Sky's Hand and Jikong domain support your ascension to Sang Tian, but they will not participate in any operations against the Tianyuan universe. This is against the will of Yu Sang Tian. This is more than enough sincerity. You should know the Sky's Hand's integrity. Lu Yin raised his hand and waved it at Yinan. Kanyong, I have long since passed the point where I need to compromise. The heavens of this spiritual universe will change for me. Kanyong, burn your martial arts. Yinan's 7 orifices bled, and his bony hand could no longer hold steady. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned red. Calamity. He opened his bony hand and an indescribable power gathered. It was the power of thought. Let me experience the calamities of the mortal world. You asked for it. Yinan pointed his bony hand at Lu Yin. thoughts were also a type of power that could not be seen clearly, but if his thoughts were being altered or robbed, then he could still avoid them. However, if he was faced with a collision of thoughts, then it would be very difficult for him to immediately avoid it. For example, he was currently facing Yinan, and he knew that Yinan would take action. Yinan's calamity also collided with Yinan the moment Lu Yin knew about it. This sort of collision wouldn't cause any harm. How could a person's thoughts cause harm? Unless they could cause their cultivation to go berserk. At Lu Yin's level of cultivation he had a strong will. How could his thoughts cause his cultivation to go berserk? However, Yinan's calamity came from the countless years of suffering that he had seen in the mortal world. This was also the reason why he had created the sky's hand. How much suffering could a person experience in their lifetime? Some people had very little while others had a lot. What about 200 million? Or even more? This suffering was instilled in a person, and that person would experience it for the rest of their life. In that instant, Lu Yin experienced it as soon as his thoughts collided with hers. It was an indescribable pain that caused his will to crumble. It was as if his loved ones had died at the hands of his enemies. It was as if everything he had was taken away from him. It was as if he was enduring the most painful torture. It was an indescribable pain that countless people had experienced. Lu Yin had no choice but to use flash to reverse Yinan's situation. First calamity was also a clash of thoughts. This was the greatest drawback of this technique. Since it was a clash of thoughts, the person bearing the calamity would have to face it, and the person releasing it would also have to face it. For countless years he had endured the suffering brought about by the calamities of the world. Even for someone like him it was difficult to bear. He had tried again and again countless times before he had a chance to act. Lu Yin's will was instantly crushed by the suffering of the world, but he could still hold on for a few seconds. He was confident that those few seconds were enough to crush anyone's will, and even Xianxia might not be able to withstand it. This was the terrifying aspect of thinking. It was completely different from consciousness, essence, energy and spirit. He wanted to become the founder of the path of thinking in the spiritualized universe. At this moment his confidence swelled like never before. Perhaps he could fight Xianxia as long as Xianxia could withstand the clash of minds. Lu Yin's ability to rewind time by 1 second was nothing in Yugen's eyes. So what if he rewound time by 1 second? No matter how much time flowed backward he could just keep attacking. The countless years of suffering he had endured allowed him to persevere. This was the pain he had endured for countless years. This person had to bear it as well. In the universe, anyone who wanted to be his enemy had to bear it. In that 1 second Lu Yin was drenched in sweat. His will had collapsed in an instant, and he knew very well that he could not bear it any longer. What kind of person could bear the suffering of countless people? He definitely could not do it. His heart was like a boulder. This was the strength of the master of the celestial hand's first calamity. None of the powerhouses who had survived the calamities were easy to deal with. In comparison, the Star Toad was simply adorable. All of the powerhouses in the spiritualized universe had their own trump cards. The skeletal hand pointed at Lu Yin and the first calamity's eyes turned red. The calamity continued. Lu Yin raised a hand and the karmic spiral formed into a karmic wheel. Calamity originated from the suffering of the world, from the people who had endured it. Some came from the body while others came from the spirit. However, no matter what kind of suffering one experienced, there was always a cause and effect. No one in the universe could escape karma. Since there was karma, then this karma had to be negated. The skeletal hand pointed at Lu Yin and their thoughts collided. The karmic wheel spun in front of Lu Yin and their thoughts collided. First calamity was overwhelmed. How was this possible? His calamity was being continuously cancelled out? He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. This person was not doing anything and was just standing there, but his calamity was constantly being cancelled out. He could not use his thoughts to clash with this person. Impossible, no one could do this. Not even Xianxia could do this. Such a thing did not exist. Even if someone could endure or avoid the calamity, how could they cancel out the calamity? This was the suffering of the world that he had grasped over countless years. It was a type of experience, a type of life. Even the power of time should not be able to cancel it out. The only way to do so was to use the power of time to go back to the time before the suffering occurred and prevent it from occurring. But even so, the amount of suffering he seized wasn't just one portion but countless portions. Could it be that this person had erased the long river of time? Had he made time meaningless? This was something that Lu Yin could not figure out. The power of karma was not inferior to that of time. Xianxia had attacked the Tianyuan universe because he had sensed that Lu Yin had cultivated the Tao of karma. This was a power that even someone like him who had a small spiritual universe and could step into the eternal realm feared. No one could say for sure what the future of cultivating the Tao of karma would be. Even Xianxia and a grass grandmaster were afraid of this power. Lu Yin's current understanding of karma was enough to see through the threads of karma. He could use the karma spiral to trace back to the source, and he could use the karma wheel to cancel out the karma of events. If he was given more time, he did not know what level he would reach. At the very least, this was something that Lu Yin could not figure out. Tears of blood flowed from Lu Yin's eyes. He was unwilling to accept this. He had endured the pain of the calamity for countless years, and he did not even dare to leave the southbound realm. He had given up on fighting for Sang Tian's position many times. Otherwise, how could Meng Sang Tian, Bao Qi and the others have become Sang Tian? He had sacrificed too much for the calamity technique. Why should it be cancelled out? Why? Lu Yin had imagined Yu Sang Tian as an enemy, and not only had he created the calamity technique, but he had also imagined that Yu Sang Tian had used his heart of boulder to withstand the calamity. For this reason, Lu Yin had specially thought of another technique, reverse calamity. This technique would use the enemy's life experiences and willpower to resist the calamity as a foundation, negating the calamity to negate the opponent's experiences. It was as if he had reversed the enemy's life in order to defeat Yu Sang Tian. Even though this technique had not been completed, Lu Yin was certain that it could be realized. Given enough time, he could even defeat Yu Sang Tian with a sneak attack. He was an assassin. Why was this happening? No matter how much he thought about it, he could not have predicted that someone would be able to cancel out the calamity. He would never have guessed it. Lu Yin could not have guessed it either. Lu Yin had imagined Yu Sang Tian as an enemy and wanted to create a technique that could deal with Yu Sang Tian. There were too many geniuses in the universe, and some had walked out while others had not. Yu Sang Tian was a genius among geniuses, and he should not be underestimated. It was a pity that he had met Lu Yin. Lu Yin had once been trapped in the consciousness of the Fifth Mainland's technocracy's ancestor, Huizu. He had faced Mr. Mu and raised his doubts. Lu Yin had cultivated too many different powers, and he did not know what his future path would be. At that time, Mr. Mu's words were still fresh in his mind. All he had to do was walk to the end of each path. This was the goal that Mr. Mu had set for him. He had to walk to the end of each path. There were millions of paths to cultivation in the universe, but humans were still humans, and all of their paths would eventually converge. Lu Yin alone had cultivated the paths of many others, and they had all converged to reach the end. He was the nemesis of countless people. It was just like how this spiritualized cultivator could not figure it out. Only Mr. Mu had pointed out his future path. However, even Mr. Mu had not thought that he would be able to walk to the end of these paths. Lu Yin looked at Yinan through the karmic wheel and saw tears of blood flow from Yinan's eyes. He struck out with a palm, and Yinan fell into a state of confusion due to the disaster he had endured. A voice suddenly traveled to Lu Yin's ears. "I'm giving this person to you to resolve your grudge against the Zhikong domain. I hope that Master Lu can see my sincerity." Endless illusions appeared before Lu Yin's eyes. This was a sequence technique, the second image. It was ranked 5th out of the 88 sequence techniques, and Lu Yin had encountered it before. The endless illusions seemed to flow through time and space, and Lu Yin almost could not tell the difference between reality and the past. A sword appeared from behind him. Reason in clarity, sword of calligraphy, wild grass. Lu Yin grabbed the sword's edge and exerted force, causing the blade to bend. A terrifying force vibrated along the curved blade and forced Mr. Li back. Mr. Li suddenly attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin reversed the blade and slashed at Mr. Li. The 13th sword. Mr. Li's gaze turned cold. This person knew swordsmanship. The air around him transformed into a long sword again, and he slashed out again and again. Sword of calligraphy, wild grass. Lu Yin's 13th sword slashed out. This sword did not attack the human body, only the emotions. The sword flashed past and Mr. Li spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin suddenly twisted his sword again, causing a flash of light that silenced everything. Silence reigned as the silent sword slashed out a bloody wound. Another flash of light followed, and yet another bloody wound appeared on the man's shoulder. Then Lu Yin's Autumn Flower Sword Intent Lightning Sword Technique, Calm Heart Sword and Karmic Flame Sword all combined into one. Sword light pierced through the man's shoulder, causing blood to spill onto the ground. The sword flashed continuously, coming from the various sword techniques that Lu Yin had experienced at the beginning of his cultivation. These sword techniques were actually very ordinary, and they were not enough to be used on a battlefield of this level. However, in Lu Yin's hands, they had transformed into terrifying sword techniques that could injure Mr. Li. This was not only because of Lu Yin's own strength, but also because he had seen Wu Tian's celestial vault and received guidance from Wu Bei. He was using the celestial universe's sword techniques to slash at Mr. Li. More than a dozen wounds appeared on Mr. Li's body, causing him to bleed profusely. He did not block at all, allowing himself to be slashed by the sword light. His own sword fell down and a grass character formed from sword chi fell down towards Lu Yin. Chapter 35-30. After Lu Yin also walked out of the disaster state. His long hair was disheveled and he looked exhausted. He raised his eyes and turned into a blade, slashing out with heaven's slashing art. Lu Yin swept the blade with his right hand and pulled out his left hand from Yinan's direction, hitting Mr. Li with his palm. With a bang the blade shattered. It was from heaven's slashing art but it was also restrained. On the other side, Lu Yin struck out with his palm, borrowing the heaven slashing art's blade will to hit Mr. Li's wild grass of calligraphy. The word grass was scattered and a few scratches appeared on Lu Yin's palm. Mr. Li was also a powerhouse who had crossed the disaster state, so he was definitely not weak. Compared to Yinan, the old salamander was much weaker, but he could still injure Lu Yin. Yinan panted heavily and stared at Lu Yin with unprecedented seriousness and fear in his eyes. On the opposite side, Mr. Li's face was ugly. He did not want to fight at all, but the foolish old man said that he must kill the third master in this battle. This person was completely uncontrollable, and the foolish old man himself would also fight, so he had no choice but to fight. He and Yinan together could not take down this person at all. Why was the foolish old man still not fighting? Lu Yin looked at his palm and saw blood dripping from it. He raised his head and looked at Mr. Li with a cold smile. The Zhikong region finally sent you here. Mr. Li squinted his eyes. You are too arrogant. The Battle of the Abyss has just ended and you have fought so many battles consecutively. There must be a limit. Lu Yin laughed. Yes, there must be a limit. Unfortunately, trash like you can't force me to use my limit. After he finished speaking, his consciousness suddenly burst out and swept out, turning into two large sky-stripping plates to suppress Yinan and Mr. Li. The two stopped using battle techniques and resisted the consciousness bombardment while attacking Lu Yin to stall for time. They had a tacit understanding that they wanted to stall until Lu Yin reached his limit, but Mr. Li wanted to stall until Lu Yin showed a flaw, giving the foolish old man the opportunity to attack. As for Lu Yin's consciousness bombardment, although it was at the starry sky level, Yinan and Mr. Li had fought in the consciousness universe before, so they were not unfamiliar with consciousness. At their level they had also encountered 13 celestial phenomenon. If Lu Yin used his full consciousness bombardment, it might be able to suppress one of them and make it difficult for them to resist, but if it was both of them at the same time they could withstand it. Lu Yin naturally he knew this, but he did not want to use his consciousness to win. His goal was to wait. Old Yusheng. Does this old man really want to give up on Mr. Li? Or would they use this as an excuse to get the Zhikong domain to intervene in this battle? Even though Lu Yin had said that he would head to the intelligible void domain after dealing with Heaven's Hand, if he really attacked the intelligible void domain, then the spiritualized universe would probably explode. Extreme Palace's carving was a provocation to Sky Beyond Sky and Yusang Sky. Many people were happy to see this happen. However, it was different when it came to dealing with Zhikong domain. No matter how one looked at it, Zhikong domain was the leader of a portion of the spiritualized universe who were dissatisfied with Yusang Tian. Mr. Li was right. Lu Yin was indeed tired from the continuous battles and he had his limits. Before the Battle of the Abyss he had already made preparations. However, he had yet to make those preparations. Lu Yin fought 1 against 2, attacking Mr. Yinan and Mr. Yinan in an attempt to find their opponent's weakness. Time continued to pass and First Disaster and Mr. Li found it increasingly difficult to hold on. This was especially true for First Disaster, who had already been injured by Lu Yin and had to endure disaster's tribulation. If this situation dragged on any longer, it would be disadvantageous for him. He had wanted to escape for a long time, but Mr. Li's actions represented the attitude of the Zhikong domain. The Zhikong domain would definitely take action, forcing him to stay behind. Lu Yin purposely revealed a few openings, but Elder Yu didn't make a move. Lu Yin wasn't interested in waiting any longer. With Kanyang in one hand and consciousness in the other, he pressed down on Yinan and Mr. Li. Yinan's face paled and he retreated step by step. Mr. Li fainted and almost fell to the ground. When was Elder Yu going to make a move? He suddenly recalled Lu Yin's words. Was the Zhikong domain planning on abandoning him? Impossible, he was still a powerhouse who had transcended disaster. How many powerhouses in the spiritualized universe could do that? The Zhikong domain still needed his protection. Yinan swung the skeletal hand at Lu Yin, trying to seize his thoughts. At the same time he forced himself to endure disaster once more. Their thoughts collided. Lu Yin frowned. Right, Mr. Li had made a move. He didn't care that the disaster would be cancelled out by his own karmic wheel. He just wanted to create an opportunity for Mr. Li. Since that was the case, Lu Yin's body shuttled back and forth for a second. He flicked his finger, causing a gust of wind to strike the skeletal hand and split it in two. Yinan coughed up blood. Yow. Mr. Li looked over and saw Lu Yin suddenly crouch on the ground, clutching his heart. His eyes flickered and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. What's this? Life's End Chapter? Yinan had cultivated the 6th echelon technique, Life's End Chapter, and created a poison that targeted Lu Yin only at this moment. Lu Yin had just used flowing light and reversed the flow of time for a second. From Yinan's point of view, Lu Yin would definitely have to endure the poison of Life's End Chapter as well as Mr. Li's attack. Mr. Li's eyes went wide and his sequence particles burst forth. Whether it was before or just now, he had never used so many sequence particles. The boundless sequence particles flowed like a lake. Mr. Li leapt up and looked down at Lu Yin. He raised his hand and pointed his index and middle fingers at Lu Yin. Sky Lake, divine might of 2 elephants. All of the sequence particles instantly condensed at his fingertips, and when he pointed down, a giant figure could be vaguely seen behind Mr. Li. This was an illusion that the second elephant had displayed in the void for countless years, and it had been magnified dozens of times. At this moment, it was as if it had been deified. Although Mr. Li had yet to cultivate the second elephant to the level of a deified sequence particle, his terrifying sequence particles and techniques allowed him to unleash an attack that was close to a deified sequence particle. This was also his greatest trump card, one that not even the Zhikong domain knew about. Lu Yin squatted on the ground and exhaled. In the end he had still used it. Some trump cards could be exposed while others could not. The starry sky in his heart was released and the sky palace circulated. Facing Mr. Li's finger, Lu Yin looked over and saw mountains and rivers appear. The mountains were mountains and the water was water. The mountains and rivers were one and the landscape tomb was the same. Mr. Li and Lu Yin seemed to be separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. With a single finger the mountains and rivers were destroyed, but Mr. Li did not relax in the slightest as it was too easy. Lu Yin was squatting on the ground, not dodging or evading. What did he rely on? Did he rely on his physical strength that even the great golden-winged divine claw could not scratch? However, this finger was not aimed at the body and Mr. Li should be able to tell. Since that was the case and Lu Yin did not dodge or evade, he must have a backup plan. Suddenly, another landscape tomb appeared, and it was destroyed by a single finger. Mr. Li's finger started from him and ended at Lu Yin. Everything along the way would be destroyed. However, more landscape tombs appeared one after another and then one after another, continuing to connect. Mr. Li used his finger to continuously break through the landscape tombs, and he kept getting closer to Lu Yin. However, the landscape tombs continued to exist as if they were endless. Yinan stared blankly and blurted out, "Grafting flowers onto a tree?" Mr. Li was shocked. The plain master sect's grafting flowers onto a tree? Lu Yin's gaze was deep. Grafting flowers onto a tree? Something like that. The plain master sect was known as the first spiritualized universe's heavenly master of spiritual treasures because of their grafting flowers onto a tree. They could continuously graft ancient swords onto a tree, becoming the fruit of that tree. Every ancient sword was enough to threaten a spiritual prime, and even Meng Sangtian would not be able to withstand it. This was also the reason why the Plain Master sect had the confidence to compete for Meng Sangtian's position. Lu Yin could not learn grafting flowers onto a tree because the Plain Master sect had relied on their spiritualization innate gift to graft it onto a tree. He could not graft it, but he had the Azure Sky Palace. Grafting flowers onto a tree and the Azure Sky Palace were sourcebox arrays and techniques. Grafting flowers onto a tree could be used to graft sourcebox killing intents, while the Azure Sky Palace could also be used to store killing battle techniques. This was because the Azure Sky Palace could be inscribed, and anything inscribed could be used as a power source. The Three Realms 6 Daoist requirement for completing their apprenticeship was to be able to unleash the power source inscribed in the Azure Sky Palace. However, these power sources were not enough to deal with those above the primordial realm, and they would take too long. The weaknesses were obvious, and the primogenitor did not use the power inscribed in the Azure Sky Palace. After all, if the primogenitor was forced to use the Azure Sky Palace, the power of the enemy would not be something that the power inscribed in the Azure Sky Palace could resist. Lu Yin had gained inspiration from grafting flowers onto a tree, and he had used the flowing energy of the stars as killing intents to create a sourcebox array in the form of a battle technique. The sourcebox array was fixed within the Azure Sky Palace, and at a critical moment he did not need to take action. All he needed to do was unleash the sourcebox array stored within the Azure Sky Palace. The Tomb of Landscape was one of them, but it was not the only one. Lu Yin stayed in the Spirit Treasure Realm for a long time and discussed sourcebox arrays with the Plain Master sect. He planned to store more sourcebox arrays within the Azure Sky Palace, but he discovered that not all sourcebox arrays were suitable. The Tomb of Landscape focused on defense, so it was the most suitable. There were many sourcebox arrays that focused on killing, such as Feng Linwan, who had been transferred back to Celestial Master Feng. However, such sourcebox arrays required time to wear down the opponent's willpower. The most suitable sourcebox array was the Ancient Sword. The Plain Master sect had grafted the Ancient Sword into grafting flowers onto a tree. Lu Yin had also learned the Ancient Sword. Using the flowing energy as killing intent, the Ancient Sword shot out from the Azure Sky Palace and headed straight for Mr. Li. Mr. Li was stunned. He pointed a finger at the Ancient Sword. The Ancient Sword shattered, but it caused the finger to pause for a moment. Then more ancient swords appeared like a river of swordsmanship and rushed towards Mr. Li. Mr. Li felt his scalp go numb, and he hurriedly dodged as he did not want to take on so many ancient swords head-on. The Plain Master sect had set up a spirit treasure array, but it used the killing intent of the source boxes as the blades, not the ancient swords. There were only a few dozen ancient swords in grafting flowers. At its peak, the Plain Master sect had stored 270 flowers, which meant that there were 270 ancient swords. Meng Sangtian had once taken on 190 ancient swords. The maximum number of ancient swords that could be stored in grafting flowers was 999. However, the Azure Sky Palace did not have such a limit. As long as the flowing energy still existed, it could store unlimited ancient swords in the Tomb of Landscape. Mr. Li had not expected Lu Yin to have such a trump card. This person must have reached his limit, or else he would not have revealed such a trump card. But so what if Lu Yin had reached his limit? How could Mr. Li deal with this? Forget about the ancient swords, Mr. Li did not even have the confidence to break through so many Tomb of Landscape. Yinan was also stunned, and he watched as Lu Yin slowly stood up and recovered. The effects of the Life's End chapter had worn off, and although Lu Yin had been suppressed, he had remained unscathed thanks to his trump card. Now that Lu Yin had used all of his trump cards, he had basically unleashed his full power. Chapter 35-31. The Tomb of Mountains and Rivers defended its surroundings. The ancient swords spun and slashed towards Mr. Yinan and Mr. Li. Mr. Li's hair stood on end, and he fled without thinking. Yinan also wanted to escape. There was no way to fight, so he also fled. The two of them fled in opposite directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire southbound realm. Stars appeared in front of First Disaster and Mr. Li. Explode, serious. Mr. Li spat out blood and retreated. If he were to change directions, he would not be able to tear the void in time. Another star appeared and exploded. In the blink of an eye, stars appeared, exploding, exploding, exploding. The southbound world was shattered. In the starry skies, Elder Yu watched calmly. Was this the limit? No, he hadn't reached his limit yet. Just where was this kid's limit? He had become the master of the Tianyuan universe at such a young age. His power was indeed terrifying. If he was given more time to cultivate, he might be able to surpass Xianxia. Seeing Mr. Li being suppressed while vomiting blood, old Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He had to change his way of thinking about this Master Lu. This person wasn't afraid of anything, he was too domineering. Mr. Li was overwhelmed. Lu Yin looked to the other side. The first calamity had not fled into space, but had instead gone to a corner of the southbound realm. Lu Yin's gaze froze. If he had not guessed wrongly, that was where the ninth spirit resided. The ninth spirit was in the south roving world. It was because of the ninth spirit that the Dayu mountain villa had been able to clear out the Heaven's Hand branch. First disaster was very clever. He had hidden at the ninth spirit's place. Even if Lu Yin wanted to kill him, he would destroy the ninth spirit's residence and make enemies for Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as Yinan charged into the valley, stars swirling around him as he exploded. With a boom, the valley shattered. Lu Yin was astonished. There wasn't even a source box array? He had thought that the ninth spirit's residence would at least be guarded or protected by a source box array. There was nothing at all. She had made up her mind to let Heavenly Hand guard the door for her. The star exploded and Yinan spat out blood. Like Mr. Li, he had reached his limit. He had fought with all his might to reach the ninth spirit, and now he had collapsed. The two experts who had crossed the bitter calamity were defeated. This scene was only seen by Yu Lao and the people from the southbound world. Qianmen Faidu also wanted to escape the moment Yinan and Mr. Li escaped. The rest of the Heaven's Hands also wanted to escape, but they were all intercepted by one person, and that was old Yu. Foolish old man made his move, sealing off the entire South Turing world and the surrounding starry skies. Qianmen Faidu shouted something, but his voice couldn't be heard outside. Only Lu Yin could hear him. Lu Yin took a step forward and arrived at the shattered valley. He casually suppressed Yinan within the general appointment platform hell, but just as he was about to leave, he paused and slowly turned his head to look at the ground not too far away. Under the pile of rubble, a portrait floated up with the wind and flew into the distance. Lu Yin waved his hand and the portrait landed in his palm. As he looked at the portrait, he revealed the most shocked expression he had seen since coming to the spiritualized universe. Those Fibwa. The Count of the Wind, one of the Eternal Tribe's 3 masters and 6 heroes, who had toppled the Mavis godly tree, and who had been dealing with Beauty Mavis in the Mirage realm. His portrait had actually appeared in the Ninth Spirit's Valley. How could this be? Fengbo definitely wasn't someone from the Tianyuan universe. Back then, Lu Yin hadn't known much about this universe. It was only after he had killed Fengbo and released Hongyan Mavis that he had gradually interacted with the protectors of the 4 cardinal regions that he had learned about this universe. Before that, although Lu Yin had known that Fengbo wasn't from the Tianyuan universe, he hadn't paid much attention to it. He also wasn't someone from the spiritualized universe, or else Butterfly Tianan would have known about him. At that time, Lu Yin had used Fengbo to stall Butterfly Tianan and cause trouble for the Above Heaven sect. Butterfly Tianan truly hadn't known about Fengbo's existence, and he had even caused trouble for the Eternal Tribe. The protectors of the 4 cardinal regions were lackeys of the spiritualized universe, which proved that Fengbo definitely wasn't someone from the spiritualized universe. Ever since Yuan Qi and Zhang Yan had been captured, Lu Yin had asked them whether there were still people from the spiritualized universe around, but they hadn't mentioned Fengbo. In the 37 years he had spent reversing time, Lu Yin had captured many spiritualized cultivators, but none of them had mentioned Fengbo. Fengbo definitely wasn't someone from the spiritualized universe, but Lu Yin hoped that he was. Otherwise, there would be another universe that was related to the one true God. How had someone from the spiritualized universe come to the Tianyuan universe? Fengbo hadn't gone there on his own. His dying words had made Lu Yin understand that his trip to the Tianyuan universe was related to the one true God. Could the one true God have gone to Fengbo's universe? But what did this have to do with the spiritualized universe? What did it have to do with the ninth spirit? There was more than one portrait, and there were many more buried in the shattered valley. Each one was filled with charm, and they were all of Fengbo. They vividly portrayed Fengbo's viciousness and forbearance. The person who had drawn this portrait knew Fengbo very well, and it was filled with hatred. Was it drawn by the ninth spirit? Lu Yin stood in place, his thoughts in a mess. Another universe had appeared. The Tian Yuan universe that he was in had been closely followed by the spiritualized universe, followed by the Lost Tribes insect nest universe, and then the consciousness universe. And now, the universe that Fengbo was in had appeared, and this universe was related to the one true God. The one true God had come to the spiritualized universe, and the ninth spirit, one of the 7 great mulberry skies, had a portrait of Fengbo. What was the connection? Lu Yin really hoped that Fengbo was from the spiritualized universe. When he thought of this, Lu Yin contacted Yuan Qi. Not long after, he put down the spirit cloud stone. Yuan Qi's reply was very certain. He did not know who Fengbo was, and Zhang Yan also said that he did not know. Lu Yin stared at the portrait in a daze. Yuan Qi and Zhang Yan were working together with the everlasting tribe, and they could sense auras that did not belong to the current universe. This meant that Fengbo had remained in the Mirage domain to deal with Hongyan Mavis. It was not just to deal with her but also to avoid her. He was avoiding Yuan Qi and the others from the spiritualized universe. At that time there were still the 4 guardians. If Yuan Qi and the others knew of Fengbo's existence, then they would definitely know that there was another universe. It was no wonder why Fengbo had remained in the Mirage domain. Lu Yin had felt that something was wrong at the time. Was it really worth it for Hongyan Mavis? He had stayed in the Mirage domain for so many years. Now there was a second explanation. If his guess was correct, then the one true God was not just working with the spiritualized universe. He also had another universe behind him. Lu Yin put down his hand. He had thought that he had seen through the 3 universes, but he had discovered that there was an even greater secret hidden in the depths of the darkness. This secret needed to be explained by the one true God, and the person who could confirm its existence was the 9th spirit. If it could be confirmed that Fengbo did not belong to the spiritualized universe, then all of his guesses would be confirmed. Lu Yin released his hand and allowed the portrait to fall to the ground. He then turned around and crossed over to the traverse domain. He appeared beside the collapsed Mr. Li and suppressed him in the Point General platform hell. Finally, he looked at the remaining members of the Heaven's Hand. The southbound domain was the headquarters of the Heaven's Hand, and there were many cultivators of the Heaven's Hand here. After being defeated by First Calamity, most of these people had committed suicide. After all, they were assassins and their understanding of death was completely different from that of ordinary people. In the end, only the cultivators of the Tao of spiritual treasures and Qian Men Faidu were left. Qian Men Faidu had hidden countless doors in the southbound domain and the surrounding space. This was his trump card, but it paled in comparison to foolish old and Lu Yin. Lu Yin also saw Qian Men Faidu's face clearly. Previously he had only seen his mouth. Qian Men Faidu was a pale-faced youth with turbid eyes. He looked young, but he had lived for a very long time. After all, he was a spiritual prime. Facing Lu Yin, he could only plead, "Third Master, the Heaven's Hand is in charge of First Calamity, not me. Everything targeting you is done by First Calamity. It has nothing to do with me. I can help you obtain any information about the spiritualized universe. I'm very useful." Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "All information?" Qian Men Faidu nodded and hurriedly said, "Most of the Heaven's Hand's information comes from me. I was the one who found out about Jin, Carefree Old Man, and the others. No one else could find them. I'm very useful. Let me follow you. I can definitely help Daoyu Manor gather information." Lu Yin nodded. "All right." Qian Men Faidu's eyes brightened. "Thank you, Third Master. I can give you the opportunity, but it depends on your ability to seize it." Lu Yin looked at Qian Men Faidu. "Find Meng Sang Tian for me." Qian Men Faidu was stunned. Meng Sang Tian? Lu Yin stared at Qian Men Faidu and moved his finger, causing a karma spiral to pass through him. He saw his karma threads colliding with each other in a mess. "Third Master, Meng Sang Tian is one of the 7 great Sang Tians. He's not someone I can fight against. Once I find him, he'll be able to sense it. Please give me a chance. I'm willing to do anything for you. Third Master, I beg you." As he listened to Qian Men Faidu's pleas, Lu Yin saw more and more karma threads. Qian Men Faidu felt uncomfortable under Lu Yin's gaze, as if he had been seen through. He couldn't even beg for mercy. Just now he had indeed felt that he had been penetrated, but he didn't dare to dodge. He could only stand in place. He could tell that Lu Yin wasn't looking at him but above his head. What could be above his head? Qian Men Faidu couldn't understand this Third Master. This lasted for a full hour, which was the longest he had ever looked at a single causal line. He saw many conflicting causal lines, and in the end he saw a very interesting causal line. He also saw a person, the intelligence void domain's dark transmission. The master of the celestial hand had actually sided with the dark transmission of the wisdom domain. The wisdom domain had both overt and covert transmission. The overt transmission traveled the world, while the covert transmission sat alone outside the world. They used the overt transmission's eyes to experience the world and ultimately succeed. The wisdom domain's master had always been a covert transmission, including Elder Yu. There had never been an exception. For an overt transmission, competing with a covert transmission was extremely stressful. This was because everyone knew that the covert transmission was the master of the wisdom domain. Over and over again, the overt transmission couldn't compete with the covert transmission. Everyone supported the covert transmission, and the overt transmission faced too much pressure. The foolish young master had sought out Lu Yin many times in order to use the Dayu Villa to turn the tables and defeat the covert transmission, becoming the first overt transmission in history. However, he had no idea how powerful the covert transmission was. Lu Yin didn't know whether the Five Realms emptiness was the work of the covert transmission or Elder Yu, but Qian Men Faidu had sided with the covert transmission. This was something that Elder Yu didn't know, or rather Qian Men Faidu thought that Elder Yu didn't know. The master of the celestial hand, a spiritual prime, had actually sided with a junior whose cultivation wasn't very high. This wasn't just because the covert transmission had the ability to find him and convince him, but also because of the wisdom domain itself. Chapter 35-32. Elder Yu was the first one, and the secret transmission had promised Qian Men Faidu that he would be the second. To Qian Men Faidu this was a cooperation, but to Lu Yin it was a surrender. That secret transmission was amazing. Lu Yin looked at the sky and saw Elder Yu. This old man had let the others die. Some had committed suicide and some had been killed by him, but he had left Qian Men Faidu alive. Lu Yin wasn't sure how much of it was because of the secret transmission, but he didn't believe that Elder Yu didn't know that Qian Men Faidu had surrendered to the secret transmission. It was indeed a pity for a spirit prime to die. Qian Men Faidu's cultivation was lower than Mr. Li's, but Mr. Li couldn't compare to him. The saddest thing was that Ming Chuan and Mr. Li had been abandoned. One couldn't see the secret transmission at all. Both were pitiful. Lu Yin slowly raised his hand and pressed it on Qian Men Faidu's shoulder. Qian Men Faidu subconsciously wanted to escape, but he forced himself to hold back. He knew he couldn't escape. Go find Meng Sangtian and tell me. Qian Men Faidu begged. Third master, The corners of Lu Yin's lips curled up, his gaze deep and unfathomable. You can leave now. Qian Men Faidu was stunned. Me? Go. Lu Yin withdrew his hand and said casually, go and find him. Tell me when you find him. Qian Men Faidu couldn't understand Lu Yin. Let him go? How could he get close to this person if he left? Wasn't that just courting death? But what was the situation now? Was he just going to let him go? Then I'm really leaving? Seeing no response from Lu Yin, Qian Men Faidu flew into the sky at a moderate speed. He left the southbound realm and ascended into the sky. His heart was constantly in his throat. Sometimes what people feared the most wasn't death but unknown death. This was what he was feeling now. Could he leave? Why did Third Master let him go? He didn't know. Compared to those cultivators who had committed suicide, he was no different from an ordinary person. He didn't want to die either. Qian Men Faidu looked back and recalled what had just happened. There was nothing. Why did he let him go? It didn't make sense. Third Master patted him. His heart sank and he looked behind him deeply. The South Turing world was already very small. In the distance, Elder Yu looked over. The Thousand Gates flying fairy bowed slowly and left with fear and trepidation. Foolish old man didn't stop him this time. He looked at the land of the South roving world and his eyes flashed as he vanished. On the ground, Lu Yin looked up into outer space. There was no point in killing Qian Men Faidu, and suppressing him would only increase the number of spiritual primes by a single level, which was not that significant. However, if Qian Men Faidu was allowed to leave, then the Intelligencer realm would have a helper, and the pressure would be transferred to the Intelligencer realm. This would be interesting for the Intelligencer realm. How would Ming Chuan feel when he found out sooner or later? If he killed Qian Men Faidu and secretly sent a message to find another helper, Lu Yin wouldn't even know who it was, which would put him in a passive position. Since old Yu also wanted Chen Men Faidu to live, he would let him live. The Zhikong domain had schemed against him, so how could he let them off so easily? Was there not a single person in history who could become the master of the Zhikong domain? Not far away old Yu landed. Looking at the shattered land, he sighed. Heaven's hand was at its peak. It controlled a lot of information about the spiritualized universe, created the black and white spiritual lists, and had countless blood debts. I didn't expect that it would be gone today. Lu Yin looked at foolish old Yu. The next one is the Intelligencer realm. Do you plan to fight here or go back to the Intelligencer realm? Foolish old Yu was helpless. Master Lu, are you still angry? Mr. Li has already given him to you. Lu Yin looked at foolish old Yu deeply. Is he really giving him to me? Foolish old Yu said, Master Lu hasn't reached his limit yet. I can see this clearly, and I don't think that Mr. Li alone can defeat you. Otherwise I would have done it myself. Old man, many people think that they can see through me, but they all end up in a miserable state. There are too many examples in our universe, and you might be the first example of a spiritualized universe. Lu Yin was disdainful. Foolish old Yu smiled. Master Lu, have you calmed down? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. You guys have done so much for the first disaster to take over Sang Tian's position. Especially in the Battle of the Abyss of Space, it was me who helped the first disaster to suppress those mad dogs. Now that everything has gone down the drain, I would like to hear your thoughts. Foolish old Yu shook his head bitterly. There's nothing we can do when we meet someone as domineering as Master Lu. In fact, the compensation we gave Master Lu is far more than just defeating the first disaster. Heaven's Hand's information is all for Master Lu to use, and the first disaster Sang Tian will also support Master Lu. Does Master Lu not care about these? Lu Yin walked towards the Ninth Spirit's Valley. It doesn't matter. If I want it, I will take it myself. If I don't want it, it's useless for others to force it on me. Foolish old Yu followed Lu Yin's footsteps, walking slowly. I finally understand Master Lu's temper. If there's anything in the future, I will definitely discuss it with Master Lu. Fantuan was reading. Lu Yin didn't say anything and walked silently. What existed under the ground? In the 9-domain ring he saw 7 karma lands. One of them should be around here. 7 major powers occupied 7 karma lands. Was it a coincidence? Or was it man-made? He saw the concept wonder. In the battle just now he also used the karma spiral to penetrate the ground, but he didn't see that wonder. Could it be that it required Wu Wei's Sword of Heaven? Why is the Heaven's Hand's headquarters located in the South Turing world? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Foolish old Yu didn't understand. Why is Master Lu curious about this? Curious? Do you need an explanation? Foolish old Yu choked, but he didn't care. There's only one specific reason that I don't know. This old man has never thought about it. Lu Yin said indifferently, the 7 major powers are located in 7 different directions of the spiritualized universe. This isn't a coincidence. Foolish old Yu said, that might be related to Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian constantly wants to control the spiritualized universe. On the surface, it seems that he has done it and no one dares to go against his orders. However, the 7 major powers are different from the 7 major Sang Tian. In some situations Yu Sang Tian can't act arbitrarily. Since Master Lu said so, we have to study the locations of the 7 major powers. Some situations are subtle and only outsiders can see it clearly. Foolish old Yu said with a thoughtful look. What he was thinking was completely different from what Lu Yin was thinking. Other than Yu Sang Tian and Master Greengrass, no one knew what Lu Yin saw. This was another world. Slowly, Lu Yin approached Ninth Spirit's Valley. Foolish old Yu didn't know what Lu Yin was doing here. Lu Yin stepped into the valley. The ground was shattered and many portraits were crushed under rocks. Lu Yin sat on a rock and took out wine from his cosmic ring. He tossed a bottle to foolish old Yu. Old man, you gave me a bitter adversity expert just to appease my anger. Is it worth it? Lu Yin drank a mouthful of wine. Foolish old Yu looked at the wine bottle, opened it and smelled it, smiling. Wine from the Tianyuan universe? It's fragrant, not bad. He drank a mouthful of wine. At the same time he sat on the rock opposite Lu Yin. If one didn't know them, no one would know that one of them was the master of the Tianyuan universe and the other was the master of the spiritualized universe's wisdom domain. Good wine. Foolish old Yu put down the wine bottle and looked at Lu Yin. To be honest, it's a pity, but it's worth it. Xianxia is invincible and someone has to stop him. You can't find such a person in the spiritualized universe, but I see hope in you. Lu Yin disdainfully said, use and be used. You treat others as pawns but in the end you're the pawn. Old man, compared to Xianxia, who do you think is the pawn, you or him? Foolish old you smiled, we're both pawns. The real chess player is this universe and the human heart. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows, don't make the topic so profound. I just want to know if Xianxia knows that you're plotting against him. Of course he knows. So you're working with me openly? You can't say that. Although the wisdom domain has a high status, it can't openly violate the rules. Foolish old you paused and said, speaking of which, there are some paths that Master Lu shouldn't take. Adapting to the situation is the truth. Lu Yin drank a mouthful of wine. That depends on whether or not you have the ability to make me adapt to the situation. Foolish old you was solemn. If you don't, why did Master Lu come to this spiritualized universe? Why violate the rules and provoke Xianxia? Why do you need to hold on to his weakness? Lu Yin nodded. I admit that I'm not Xianxia's opponent right now, but will I be able to fight against him if I cooperate with you? From the beginning you weren't clear about how to deal with Xianxia, but now you're impatient. What made you change? Foolish old you smiled bitterly. It's not a change, it's a fact. At the beginning, I only thought that Master Lu wanted to protect yourselves, including the Tianyuan universe. That's why I advised you to stop while you're ahead and seek the greatest benefits for both sides. But you didn't hesitate to kill Tianxia. You don't care about Xianxia's position or being surrounded by the entire spiritualized universe. I've seen the will of your Daoist manner. I've also seen the spirit of your Tianyuan universe. Maybe it's impossible to make you submit to Xianxia forever, so we can only change our direction and fight against him. Lu Yin stared at foolish old you. If we really win against Xianxia, the Tianyuan universe will suppress the spiritualized universe. Are you willing to see that? Foolish old you and Lu Yin looked at each other. You can't win. Lu Yin frowned. Foolish old you said, when I said we'll fight against Xianxia, I'll change our direction and help you, not ourselves. Xianxia, you can't win, but doing this will make you cooperate with us. The final result will be the same as what I predicted. The number of Eternal Realm experts will always be fixed, and the spiritualized universe will surpass the Tianyuan universe. However, the Tianyuan universe will also be able to protect itself. This is the final result of the three universes and it won't change. So what you're saying now is just a bluff. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Foolish old you was helpless. If I don't say that, would Master Lu be willing to listen? You're too ambitious, so ambitious that you want to reverse the situation before you can protect yourself. This is the ambition of a young man. I'm old and so are many people in the Daoist manner. Your ambition won't resonate with theirs, but they trust you and will follow you all the way even if it means death. How can Master Lu betray this kind of affection and trust? Do you really want to lead them to a dead end? Chapter 35-33. A cold wind blew past, bringing with it Xianxia's aged voice. I don't know what Xianxia's weakness is, but to be able to contain him is the limit of what you can do. I sincerely hope that the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe will not be at war again. Humans are the rulers of the universe, and in the future we will have to face the infinite and unknown universe, the unknown beyond the springboard. Humans should unite. Be it Xianxia or you are both the future leaders of humanity. Lu Yin smashed the bottle, causing the shards to fly across Xianxia's face. Enough. Xianxia stared blankly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Why had he come to the spiritualized universe? Just to make up for the karma? Then he could have done it alone. Why had the Tianyuan universe rewound by 37 years? It was all because the spiritualized universe wanted to destroy the Tianyuan universe. This was the prerequisite for everything. If Lu Yin did not have his current strength and the Daoist Villa did not have the strength, would Xianxia have sought him out? Would Xianxia stop him from reactivating the Tianyuan universe? For those from the spiritualized universe, reactivating a universe meant one more chance to step into the eternal realm. Lu Yin did not believe that Xianxia did not want to seize this opportunity. Now he was only saying that he was afraid of his strength. It was a possible truth based on his strength, but it was not sincere. This was the world of cultivation and this was the human heart. He did not deny that many people hoped that humans would unite to deal with unknown dangers, but this did not include Xianxia or Xianxia. This old man had schemed against him many times, each time more ruthless than the last. Whether his schemes succeeded or failed, it did not affect the Zhikong domain, but how many people had died. These words should not have come out of his mouth. Lu Yin slowly sat down and looked at the broken bottle. He was tired not physically but mentally. At this moment he wanted to return to the Tianyuan universe and see the people he missed day and night, surrounded by his loved ones. That was life. Immortality? It was all fake. He did not seek immortality. He only wanted to live comfortably, freely and carefreely. He did not want to fight and scheme. If there was a next life, he really did not want to step into the world of cultivation. This journey had been too tiring. The wind blew past, bringing with it the scent of green grass. Lu Yin walked through the broken valley and arrived at the grassland. The green grass made him feel relaxed and happy. This was the happiness of ordinary people. After a while, Lu Yin said, "Now that the first calamity is gone, who will take his place?" Seeing that Lu Yin had calmed down, the foolish old man slowly shook his head. "I haven't thought about it yet. Many people who had the absolute strength to become Xianxia were defeated by you, Master Lu. People like the old salamander are not on the same path as us. There are also some old fellows who are still alive. Master Su Dao," Lu Yin replied. Yu Lao was astonished. "Plain Master Dao? He seems to have sworn not to fight for Xianxia's position." Lu Yin said indifferently, "As long as no one fights with him, he will directly succeed Xianxia. It will not be a fight." Elder Yu was speechless. There was actually such a saying. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. Master Su swore that he would not fight for the position of Xianxia, but he did not say that he would not sit on the position of Xianxia. As long as no one fought with him, it would be fine. Now, how many people could compete for Xianxia's position? More than half of them had been defeated by this Lu master, especially Elon. Outsiders did not know about the grudge between Tian Shou and this person. They thought that Elon had defeated Xianxia, which piqued the interest of this Lu master and made him want to challenge other experts. This was the impression of outsiders. Under such circumstances, no one dared to compete with Master Su Dao. They were also afraid that once they defeated Master Su Dao, it would arouse the interest of this Lu master and he would look for trouble. That would be the end of them. Under such circumstances, they could not refuse, as there was no difference between refusing and admitting defeat. Those experts who lost to Lu master ended up in bad condition. As for whether Master Su Dao had been defeated before, no one had seen it. To a certain extent, this Lu master's entire spiritualized universe had lost its voice. Yu Lao agreed to let Master Su Dao step forward to succeed Xianxia's position. "Master Su Dao is rather stubborn, you should persuade him yourself." Lu Yin took out a spirit cloud stone and contacted Master Su Dao. No answer. "Continue." Still no answer. Maybe he was busy or maybe he was fishing. Lu Yin frowned. He waited until the second day to try again, but still no answer. On the third day, no answer, no answer. He looked at Yu Lao. Yu Lao took out a spirit cloud stone and tried to contact Master Su Dao. No answer. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. What was the meaning of this? Yu Lao looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Master Su Dao's voice came from the spirit cloud stone. "Old friend, why did you suddenly think of contacting me?" Lu Yin extended his hand and Yu Lao passed the spirit cloud stone to him. Lu Yin said in a low voice, "It's me." The other party was silent for a moment. Isn't this the third master's voice? Why are you with that old guy? Speaking of which, I just finished fishing and wanted to contact you. Look, that old guy contacted me. Lu Yin didn't care. "It doesn't matter. Are you done?" "No, that fish came to provoke me again. I must catch it. Are you busy?" "If not, I'm busy." Master Su Dao was very anxious. Lu Yin said indifferently, Go ahead. I will go to Spirit Treasure Domain personally to find you." "What's the matter?" "It's a long story." "Then make it short." "You succeeded, Xianxia." Master Su paused. "Are you crazy? You defeated Bao Qi and defeated so many experts, shaking the entire spiritualized universe. Now everyone is saying that no one can defeat you except for you, Xianxia. You are only one step away from announcing to the public that you are Xianxia. Now you want me to succeed." Lu Yin said, "I am also Xianxia. You are also Xianxia. Master Su was puzzled. What do you mean? I am in the southbound realm, Lu Yin said. Master Su was stunned. Southbound realm? That sounds familiar. I remember now. I always felt that this place was not right, but I forgot about it after a while. What are you doing there? Lu Yin said, the Heaven's Hand's headquarters is here. I caught Yinan. Master Su was shocked. The Heaven's Hand's headquarters is in the southbound realm? Also, you went to deal with Yinan again? No one knew that Lu Yin had come to the southbound realm to find trouble with Yi Xianxia after learning that Yi Xianxia had defeated him, including Master Su Dao. Now the outside world had confirmed two facts. One was that the third head of the Daoist Villa, the top powerhouse of the Tianyuan universe who called himself Lu Yin, had defeated Bao Qi and the others and was about to succeed Xianxia. The other was that the master of the Heaven's Hand, Yi Xianxia, had replaced Yi Xianxia. It was difficult to change the 7 major Xianxians because they were very strong and only changed one every few years. Now that 2 had changed at once, it caused a huge commotion in the spiritualized universe. Master Su Dao didn't expect Lu Yin to find trouble with Yinan again and even catch one. What was this? Did he occupy 2 Xianxian's positions? Right, there were 2 Xianxian positions, which was why this guy had given him one. Master Su Dao's teeth hurt. Why did you find trouble with the Heaven's Hand? It can't be because the Heaven's Hand lured you here to use me to deal with you, right? This is their nature and not against you. It wouldn't be surprising even if you Xianxia was schemed against by them. Lu Yin's tone was cold. It's not just that. During the Battle of Abyss, Miao Huang was also hired by the Heaven's Hand to kill me. I see. Then Yi Xianxia deserves to die. He's just unlucky. There are 2 Xianxia positions now. One for me and one for you. You make it sound like there are 2 pieces of candy, one for you and one for me. Those are Xianxia positions, not candy. That's not how you divide them. Lu Yin looked at the sky. I can divide them that way. To the side, Foolish Old looked at Lu Yin. Only this person dared to say such domineering words. Even Yu Xianxia couldn't say such things because he was from the spiritualized universe. This person was from the Tianyuan universe and had positioned himself as an enemy of the spiritualized universe from the very beginning. He could say whatever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. The spiritualized universe was very tolerant of his actions based on both sides' standpoints. This person might end up being besieged by the entire spiritualized universe in the end, so no one dared to provoke such a person. This madman was domineering just a moment ago. This was the madman who had beaten up the entire spiritualized universe. Why didn't Master Su Dao accept his spirit cloud stones? Master Su Dao also knew that this person was a madman. However, it had to be said that this madman was the true ruler of the Tianyuan universe. He was the kind of person who was revered by the entire universe. In the spirit treasure realm, Master Su Dao sat in front of the fish pond and was choked by Lu Yin's domineering words. He said helplessly, "Kid, there are some things that you have to pay a price for saying." Lu Yin's voice rang out. My price has always been there. It doesn't matter if I say it or not. That's true. Master Su Dao rubbed his head. But this has nothing to do with me. You can find anyone but me. I don't want to be Xianxia. You should be. I don't want to be. You can be. I can't. If I say you can, then you can. The spirit treasure Dao needs a Xianxia. Master Su Dao was speechless. To be honest, the spirit treasure Dao doesn't need a Xianxia. With a Xianxia, the cultivators of the spirit treasure Dao might not be able to walk so steadily. Lu Yin was silent. Master Su Dao was right. The Xianxia position was a benefit for the cultivators of the spirit treasure Dao to compete with other cultivators. It might not be a good thing for the spirit treasure Dao. I say, don't you hate Yu Xianxia and want to carve words in the Ji Palace? There's no need for that. The Ji Palace's carving words is too extreme. Why don't you take 2 Xianxia positions and attack whoever wants it? The day of the guardian spirit is near. Yu Xianxia must lead 7 Xianxia guardian spirits. If he doesn't have a Xianxia, what face will he have left? You can disgust him. Master Su Dao suggested. Foolish Old frowned. This idea was indeed disgusting. The day of the guardian spirit had always been extremely important to the spiritualized universe. Even the Xianxia who was far away in the consciousness universe had to rush back. The primordial origin had always been in the Tianyuan universe, so the location of the guardian spirit was in the Lushan region. The primordial origin became the Xianxia and represented the primordial origin itself. This was a rule that had been passed down since ancient times. Lu Yin was tempted. Foolish old said, even if there is one less Xianxia in the end, it won't bring too much trouble to you Xianxia. At most they will lose some face but there won't be any substantial effect. Lu Yin held the spirit cloud stone. Senior Su, I hope you can become a Xianxia. Why does it have to be me? Master Su Dao was depressed. Lu Yin said, no one else can do it besides you. What about the dancing butterfly world? They really want to become a Xianxia. They're still a bit lacking if they're alone. I'm also afraid that Diaowu will be impulsive. Chapter 35-34. Su Shidao didn't know about the grudge between Dancing Butterfly World Horizon and Yu Xianxia. You can find anyone but me. I swore that I wouldn't fight for the position of Xianxia. Lu Yin said naturally, no one will fight with you. You swore that you wouldn't fight for it. How about if no one fights for it? Beside the fish pond, Su Shidao was stunned. There was such a thing. How could no one fight for the position of Xianxia? Especially on the day of the sacrifice spirit, many old men would risk their lives to come out. How could they not fight for it? But he was like Yu Lao, he quickly figured it out. With the third head no one would dare to fight for it. How could they fight for it? Whoever fought for it would be unlucky. Those who didn't want to die couldn't fight for it. Bao Qi Yinan and the others' fates were there. Although those old men were tempted, they weren't stupid after living for so many years. Compared to being targeted by the third head, it was better to struggle at death's door for a few days. Su Shidao rubbed his head. Third head, I really don't want to participate in the battle of the outside world. Fishing in the spirit treasure domain and guiding the younger generation is quite leisurely. Lu Yin said, when I find a suitable person, you can lose to him and let him replace you. Su Shidao was dissatisfied. Is my face not your face? If you don't agree, I will go to the spirit treasure domain now. Come, what can you do there? You want to fight with me? If you win, I won't be able to be Xianxia anymore. By the way, we fought before in the spirit treasure domain. As long as I spread the news that I lost that battle, I will never be able to be Xianxia. Master Su said confidently. Lu Yin said indifferently, I want to join the Spirit Treasure Association. The spirit cloud stone was silent. You're ruthless. Same to you. Alright, this old man agrees. Let's go fishing. I must catch that fish today. How dare it spit at this old man? I must pull out its tendons, peel off its skin and dry it. With that, the spirit cloud stone ended the call. Lu Yin threw the spirit cloud stone to Yu Lao. Yu Lao smiled. He agreed. Have to. Lu Yin said. The foolish old man couldn't help but laugh. In the first half of Su Shidao's life, he was actually pursuing the position of Xianxia. It wasn't until the battle with Meng Sang that he became disheartened. The position of Xianxia wasn't as beautiful as he thought. After he finished speaking, he took a deep look at Lu Yin. Master Lu, no matter what you think of my Zhikong realm, I have already confirmed this result. Weren't you curious about the fact that the Zhikong realm is one generation ahead of us? I'll show you the results. The valley quieted down and Elder Yu also left. The Zhikong region and the Heaven's Hand had schemed against Lu Yin many times, but the Heaven's Hand had been destroyed, and the Zhikong region had paid the price of Mr. Li. This matter was temporarily put aside. No matter what happened in the future, Lu Yin could not do anything to the Zhikong domain right now, even though he really wanted to. Compared to Elder Yu, the plain Master Dao was simply too simple. Several days later, news spread from the South Turing world that the Master of Heavenly Hand had been defeated by the third head of the Great Yu Villa. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The competition for the position of Xianxia was once again filled with suspense. The spiritualized universe shook again. Everyone had yet to recover from the battle of the Void Abyss, and here came another battle in the southbound domain. It was still that third head. What exactly did he want to do? Did he want to monopolize two Xianxia positions by himself? Everyone thought of the arrogant words that this person had spread to the outside world, such as harboring a criminal, challenging all the experts in the world, and even wanting to carve words in the Extreme Palace. Every single one of his actions challenged the bottom line of the entire spiritualized universe. This person was too arrogant. However, no one said anything else, as even Bao Qi's Xianxia had been defeated. The battle of the Void Abyss had completely suppressed that person's strength. In the entire spiritualized universe, Only Xianxia could suppress him. Why hadn't Xianxia made a move yet? Many people were worried that Lu Yin would really monopolize two Xianxia positions by himself. What would happen on the day of the sacrifice spirit? Before anyone could react to this matter, the Plain Master Dao announced to the spiritualized universe that they were going to support the Xianxia. This was no different from a thunderclap that resounded throughout the spiritualized universe. Everyone's attention was drawn to the numinous treasure region. The Plain Master Dao was the spiritualized universe's #1 numinous treasure heavenly master. They were unparalleled and extremely powerful. They had once competed for the position of Xianxia, but they had been defeated by luck rather than strength. But hadn't this person sworn that he would no longer compete for the position of Xianxia? The Numinous Treasure Society did not react to this, but they all supported the Plain Master Dao, as their position among cultivators of the Dao of Numinous Treasures was too high. When the Plain Master Dao announced that they were going to support the position of Xianxia, everyone was curious about Lu Yin's reaction. Would this person act against the Plain Master Dao? This person had stayed in the Numinous Treasure region for a period of time, and it was rumored that he had an extremely good relationship with the Plain Master Dao. Not long after, Lu Yin announced that he was going to support the position of Xianxia. This news was not surprising. If this had happened in the past, his actions would have caused countless experts in the spiritualized universe to attack him. After all, he was not from the spiritualized universe. But now, Lu Yin had used his absolute strength to take the position of Xianxia, which caused countless people in the spiritualized universe to be speechless. Even if they did not want Lu Yin to take the position of Xianxia, it was not up to them to make the decision. It was up to Xianxia. Xianxia was the one who made the decision and the others were just there to watch the show. However, when Lu Yin announced that he was going to support the position of Xianxia, many people thought of something, especially when he announced that he was going to support the Plain Master Dao. The third keeper of the Dao Manor was protecting the Plain Master Dao so that the Plain Master Dao could support the Plain Master Dao. Whoever went against the Plain Master Dao for the position of Xianxia would be targeted by the third keeper. Even if they defeated the Plain Master Dao, would they be able to stop the third keeper? Furthermore, the Plain Master Dao had the strength to support the position of Xianxia. Countless people in the spiritualized universe were discussing who would find trouble with the Plain Master Dao. As for the third keeper, no one would dare to find trouble with him. No matter how they thought about it, all the experts in the spiritualized universe who could compete for the position of Xianxia seemed to have been defeated. The third keeper had defeated too many experts by himself, causing no one in the spiritualized universe to dare to step forward. In the Spirit Treasure region, a group of cultivators from the Spirit Treasure Association gathered outside the Plain Master Dao's residence. The Plain Master Dao walked out. Everyone bowed. Congratulations to Senior Su for achieving the position of Xianxia. Congratulations to Senior Su for achieving the position of Xianxia. Congratulations. The Plain Master Dao frowned. What's the hurry? You have yet to achieve the position of Xianxia. Heavenly Master Zhou Xian smiled. Currently, no one can compete with Senior Su. Heavenly Master Yu Ran said, Senior Su, did you achieve the position of Xianxia in the Spirit Treasure region? Heavenly Master Inghan smiled and said, Of course. Our Spirit Treasure region also has a Xianxia. Ha! Everyone was happy. Who wouldn't want to achieve the position of Xianxia? Not everyone was as far-sighted as the Plain Master Dao. The Plain Master Dao's gaze landed on Heavenly Master Inghan. Are you really that happy? Heavenly Master Inghan was puzzled. Senior, are you not happy? Everyone looked at the Plain Master Dao. The Plain Master Dao looked at Heavenly Master Inghan deeply. How can you be happy that Heaven's hand has been destroyed? Heavenly Master Yu Ran and the others looked at Heavenly Master Inghan with astonishment. Qian Huifeng frowned. Senior Su, do you mean that Heavenly Master Inghan is Heaven's hand? Someone from Heaven's hand? Many cultivators from the Spirit Treasure Association looked at Heavenly Master Inghan differently. Heaven's hand was hated in the spiritualized universe. After all, they walked in the dark and specialized in assassination. No one liked them. No one was surprised that Heaven's hand could place someone in the Spirit Treasure Association. However, they were surprised that Heaven's hand was a Heavenly Master of Spirit Treasure. It was not easy to become a Heavenly Master of Spirit Treasure, especially when one had to climb the Heavenly Master ladder and become a Heavenly Master of the Spirit Treasure Association. Heavenly Master Inghan's face turned pale. She laughed dryly. Senior Su, how can I be from heaven's hand? Senior, please don't joke with me. The plain Master Dao said in a low voice. Before the third leader came to the Spirit Treasure region, only you approached the Heavenly Master ladder. He came to the Spirit Treasure region because of Heaven's hand. It must be related to your operation. Heavenly Master Yu Ran's gaze turned cold. I remember now. You were the only one who approached the Heavenly Master ladder. Inghan, are you from Heaven's hand? Qian Huifeng Zhishan, and the others' gazes turned cold. If Inghan was only from Heaven's hand, they would not do anything even though they were dissatisfied. After all, there were people from different forces in the Spirit Treasure Association. However, Inghan had helped Heaven's Hand to lure Lu Yin here in order to sow discord between the Spirit Treasure Society and the Dayu Villa. At that time, everyone in the Spirit Treasure Society felt that a great disaster was about to befall them as they were about to start a war with the Third Master. If the Third Master had not also cultivated the Tao of Spirit Treasure and was different from the rumors, the Spirit Treasure domain would not be as peaceful as it was now. Blood would have flowed like a river. Heaven's Hand did not only use the Spirit Treasure Association to deal with the third leader, but also to kill the Spirit Treasure Association. This move was even more hateful than Wang. Heavenly Master Inghan's face turned pale. Her body was weak and her legs were weak. He was indeed a member of the Heaven's Hand. He was also the one who spread the news of Bao Qi being in the spatial abyss under the Celestial Master ladder. When the Third Master came to the Numinous Treasure Association and wanted to see the Celestial Master ladder, he was also the one who spoke first. He escalated the matter to a life-and-death situation. I have no choice. I was adopted by Heaven's Hand since I was young. I will do whatever they want me to do. I have no choice. Heavenly Master Inghan knelt down and begged Su Sherdao, Senior Su, please forgive me. I have no choice. I can't get rid of Heaven's Hand. Heaven's Hand controls my life. I have no choice. I don't want to harm the Spirit Treasure Association. I never thought of harming you. I was forced. I was really forced. I don't want to. I never. Everyone in the Spirit Treasure Association was furious. They wanted to cut this person into pieces. One wrong move and the Spirit Treasure Association would bleed. How could he be forgiven by begging? Su Shidao's gaze was complicated. This person had been in the Spirit Treasure Association for many years. He was cautious and conscientious and had never done anything out of line. Perhaps this was the first time he was used by Heaven's Hand. However, what he did was too bad. If he did not deal with it, he would be letting down the Spirit Treasure Association. Yuran, you deal with it yourself. Su Sherdao waved his hand and returned to the black and white zone. Heavenly Master Yuran stared at Heavenly Master Inghan with cold eyes. Heavenly Master Inghan kept begging and her voice gradually faded away. Su Sherdao looked up at the starry sky. His calm heart was stirred again. That brat really did a lot of harm. Sky beyond sky, extreme palace. Xianxia looked in the direction of South Turing sector with his hands behind his back. Foolish old man was too naive. Did he really think that a universe master could be used? No matter how wise foolish old man was, he would never be able to understand if he did not reach this position. The moment Yinan replaced Xianxia, he was the only one in the entire universe who predicted that Lu Master would make a move and would definitely make a move. The reality was indeed so. In South Turing sector? I hope you don't disappoint me.